Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in on YouTube. It is so good to have you in here with us for the day. As always, we are on the 142nd episode of One Liberal versus 100 Trump supporters, where we sit down for 4 hours a day, every day, to talk to people on the other side of the aisle. We had our first Trump supporter named AJ loaded into the box, but he got scared right as I was starting the YouTube stream and left. I mean, every other day or so, we have somebody do that. I think that they kind of get... they get a little bit scared once I start what's recorded over on YouTube compared to what's only live on TikTok. But we're going to try to get that next Trump supporter up in here, everybody. Just give us a moment. Cheese, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and ask you how that applies to your political views. Are you a Trump supporter?
Give your life to the Lord before it's too late. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
With a yes or no answer, has Trump gave his life to the Lord? It looks like he's left, so let's go to move on to the next guest, Maddie. All right. You know, that kind of pisses me off, you know, when people do that. It just kind of annoys me. It's cringy, you know, when they like intrude upon a space, to say that shit. And I honestly, I don't even have that much animosity against, people that want to that spread their word in their scripture either, as long as it's not intruding upon the time or space of others. You know, like I had two like Mormon bros come up to my door the other day, to, like spread their word and whatnot. I ended up talking to them for like an hour, and they've invited me to a Mormon service. And I think I might even go with them. I'm not even joking. I kind of want to check it out, learn more about the LDS. But so, no animosity there. It's just annoying when they kind of do it that way. Welcome in, DD. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, man. Well, let's go ahead and hop into the discussion. I'm going to let you take it away, man. Tell us why you support Donald Trump, who I view as the worst president of either of our lives.
Okay, so my thing is like, if you have Kamala and Trump, you're obviously voting for a better like surrounding group too. You know what I mean?
Do you mind if I quickly ask you how old you are?
18. I just turned like April 1st.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and take it away. Continue.
Okay, so like, whenever you vote for someone, you're gonna have a supporting cast behind them, and I think I support Trump's a lot more than I do Kamala's.
Okay. Why? What is an accomplishment of the
Can I go
Trump
over the rest of
administration?
my reasons or no?
Yeah,
I support his
I'm asking you for
order.
those reasons. You know, like what is the administration done that you're a big fan of?
Okay. Well, I like JD Vance a lot. I liked his Vivek before he left, right? I like obviously Rubio, like they just have better like people than I think the Democrat side usually does have. Another thing
Okay,
is
well,
border
let me ask you a
security.
question real quick about those people. So what is he using those people to do? You know, because like as far as what I've seen, it kind of seems like a lot of the people that he's brought on board are pretty incompetent. You know, like the head of the I forget his I forget his official title, but basically helps run the DoD. Pete something. I mean, he has a very forgettable name and face. But I mean, he had 2 Signal group chat leaks. Other people on his administration have been bowing the knee to kind of do whatever and say whatever he wants. Like his AG, Pam Bondi, has been like launching, very, very baseless attacks on Obama to distract away from the Epstein files. Same thing with like Caroline Leavitt, his press sec. I mean, she sucks. She can't even answer questions. I mean, the one thing that has really stuck with me from the last press conference of hers that I watched was when a reporter explicitly asked her about the fact that Donald Trump lied about his grandfather, telling him when he was younger that he taught the Unabomber. And then she was very specifically asked about that, and she very much so pivoted and dodged the question. So I don't even really know if his cabinet is too up to par. But my question would be, how has his cabinet benefited you? How has his cabinet benefited America? What are they doing for this country to further it in the right direction?
I think like you can tell by like the grocery store prices or even like gas prices. Like where I live, like okay, I'm on the southern border of Texas, right? So, I've seen gas like it was at like $6 at one point, and that was during Joe Biden and Kamala. And right now it's that's like $2 now. You can tell
Right.
it's like
No, dude.
$2
Dude, how has Donald Trump dropped the price of your gasoline by $4 a gallon? Please tell me. I gotta know.
Isn't that not through the tariffs and as well as
How
like
would tariffs? Wait 1 second. I think that we need to explore that idea. How would tariffs, which reduce imports and make the imports we do get more expensive, make gasoline less expensive?
well, because you import and export gas. That's how that works, no?
So we import gasoline and oil, we export some gasoline and oil, but how would a tariff make the gasoline and oil that we consume less expensive?
Well, the whole thing is like, okay, A tariff, right, is when you impose, like, am I right? Or can you go over a tariff really quickly?
No, I want you to tell us what a tariff is because you're the one telling us that those tariffs make the gas less expensive. You told us that the tariffs dropped the price of your gas by $4 a gallon. So can you tell us what a tariff is?
Okay, well, it's because whenever you impose a tariff on another country, that
Well,
means that
go
they have to.
quickly. Can you tell us what a tariff is?
Okay, I don't have the exact definition. I know you're gonna like
Could you
pick
give
me
us
for
like a
that.
loose definition?
Okay, my loose definition is right is like whenever you put money, like, or not put money, but you require money to be like, or you have, what is it called, like a, not a barrier, but like of, how would I like say it, like that's what I'm thinking of.
Well, I'm not quite sure how you'd say it. That's why I'm asking you.
You got me good there, Dean. Oh, um can I go over okay, you're gonna get mad at me. Shit.
Well, I'm just still curious how you think that tariffs have reduced the price of your gas by $4 a gallon. So you haven't been able to tell us what a tariff is. That's fine. We'll ignore that. Just tell us how you think they've reduced the price of your gas. I mean, I'm
Okay.
not sure how you could do that without knowing what a tariff is, but apparently you do. So I'll just, let's forget about the fact that you don't seem to really know what a tariff is. Just tell us how you think they've been able to reduce the price of your gas by like $4 a gallon.
Okay, because whenever you impose tariffs on another country, then like we're basically what financially locking them, right? And then they'll have to bend to us, the U.S. to.
Okay, so something about tariffs make other countries bend to us. Now, connect the dots between this concept that you got and cheaper gas for Americans.
Has the gas not lowered? You're making it seem like it's not like lowered
Well, I mean, I
gas.
think that we've seen gas go up and we've seen gas go down. I think in the last month or two, it's gone down its national average, but you're attributing a massive reduction in the price of that gas to tariffs. And I just, now I want you to connect the dots. So I asked you what a tariff was. You weren't really able like to clearly tell us what a tariff was. So then I asked you how the tariffs have been able to reduce the price of your gasoline. Then you told us that they somehow make other countries bend the knee to us. Now I'm asking you to connect the dots between that concept that tariffs, even though you don't really know what they are, make other countries bend the knee to us, even though we don't really even know if that's true. And how this concept that you have in your brain has caused the price of your gas to significantly be reduced.
Okay, because tariffs like don't they put like they tax the imported goods, right?
There you go. And how is taxing imported goods reduce the price of your gasoline?
Because that means that other countries will have to, like, how do I put this? Like they have to like they don't want to be in a financial war with the United States is what I'm trying to say. Like
Okay.
they'll, right?
So other countries don't want to be in a tariff war with America. Therefore, your gas is less expensive. I'm still not seeing it.
Okay, but like think about like all those like Arabian countries, right? That like import gas over here, and even like
Okay,
Texas.
a lot of like countries, like in OPEC in the Middle East that send gas into America. All right, what does this have to do with the tariffs, and what does this have to do with your gas being less expensive?
Okay, because they don't want to be having the taxes on importing their goods here,
Okay,
right?
so
'Cause then
countries
it's
in OPEC don't want tariffs on them, and how does this connect to your gas being $4 less expensive?
because then they'll start to sell it for cheaper, no? Isn't
Oh,
that? And then that's what
so
the taxes
okay,
do around.
okay. So the theory is that OPEC has started to
'Cause-
sell us
right.
their oil for cheaper because of Donald Trump's tariffs. So where are you getting this from?
Well, right now isn't the gas cheaper? And on top of that, like
So, like I said, then like the national average of gas in the last month or two has gone down. I don't think that this like necessarily implies that therefore OPEC is selling us less expensive oil because of Donald Trump's tariffs. That's a little bit of a really crazy assumption. You know what I mean, man? You're like really jumping through some hoops there. Like you've come up with like this grand scheme of like this intricate plan and plot of how you think things have played out in the last 170 days of the Trump administration based upon like the single fact that in the last month or two, gas has become less expensive.
okay,
So, I mean,
can
can
I?
you give us any like external sources or data to show us that, because of a threat of tariff or an imposition of tariffs, that therefore OPEC has reduced the price of the oil that they're selling to this country to hopefully have Trump alleviate the tariffs that he's imposing on them?
Okay, but we're not using tariffs anymore.
So we're not using tariffs anymore.
Yeah, this wasn't that called off.
So then
like it
why is your
helped.
gas still cheap? Because didn't you say it was a tariff that was making it cheap?
No, wasn't it like we threatened kind of not like threatened, but like you know
So
what I
how do you
mean?
know
Like
that a threat of tariffs was able to reduce the price of your gas?
they reduce the price of like a lot of things, no?
How do you know that a threat of tariffs have reduced the price of a lot of things?
Because isn't that like how economics works? I don't know.
So you don't know. Okay. So I think that's a good point where we finally gotten to. I've been asking you a lot of questions over the course of the last 5 or 10 minutes because I've wanted to get you to a point where you said, I don't know. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I wasn't trying to be demeaning. I was simply trying to get you to that
No,
point
I'm very
where you,
respectful of
where,
you,
where you
dude.
said, I don't know. So no, right? I think that you have assumed, right, these like trivial economic theories to explain away and to justify why you support the Trump administration by very loosely connecting dots of data that you might have a very low level of understanding around. You know, like earlier in this conversation, you know, you struggled to even tell us what a tariff was, but apparently we should take you for your word when you say that Donald Trump imposing tariffs or even like threatening tariffs has been able to reduce the price of gas and many other goods in this country. I think that it is probably a good idea for you to get back to the drawing board to explore
Okay,
more research
I have
and gain more knowledge about these economic things before you speak on them. And I mean, I'll tell you why we've maybe seen a little bit of a reduction in the price of gasoline. It's because during the first quarter of this year, you know, we were barreling towards a recession. Imports were up by 44%. The stock market was crashing. The GDP was down. Consumers were less confident. And when we had those crashes in the market, well, those also extended to future markets, including future markets of oil. So when the future markets of oil crashed, people were able to buy thousands of barrels of oil from the global supply for very cheap prices. Now, of course, those markets rebounded when he revoked the threat of the tariffs, and we were no longer barreling towards a recession. But we are still now using those barrels of oil to sell to the end consumer, meaning that temporarily we can expect lower prices. Now, this isn't really a good thing because it's a recession indicator. And I'm happy that he walked back on those blanket tariffs. And one other thing I wanted to respond to here is you told us that tariffs reduce the price of things. No, tariffs increase the price of things.
no, yeah, but
They
after is what
increase
I'm
the
saying.
price of goods produced in other countries.
Okay, that meant like after though. Like it was like a threat of tariffs. It wasn't like necessarily the tariffs. You know, you said how at the beginning of the year it was looking downwards and then it went back up. That's what I'm saying. But like,
So this actually was necessarily the tariffs, the imposition of them on April 2nd, Liberation Day tariffs. When
and
those were imposed, we saw the major crashes, which led to very inexpensive oil in the future markets.
okay, can I have another point? I like the border security a lot better.
Okay, do you want to respond to anything I just said?
Um, no, I'm not gonna lie, Dean, you got me on there.
Okay, you like the border security? What has
Yeah,
Donald Trump done for border security?
you actually okay. So I don't know if you know this, but I'm pretty sure during the Obama administration and the Biden administration, we were doing the exact same thing. Matter of fact, you always hear about the cages in the Obama administration being at the border.
You're not
Another,
answering to my question.
what
My,
do you
my
mean?
my question for you was, what has Donald Trump done for border security?
Okay, well, he's like strengthened. He sent more, especially like in the state of Texas. I've noticed like
Sit more
there's
what?
there's less crime around here.
There's less crime. What percentage of crimes do undocumented immigrants commit?
Mm, I wouldn't know the exact percentage.
One, one, and it's disproportionate to the representation in the overall populace because they are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S. born citizens. If you want to fix crime, you should probably focus on another demographic. Let me ask you a question: what demographic of people in this country commit 90% of all violent crimes?
Is this like a trick question? I feel like it is.
No, the answer to the question is men, right? So, I mean, if you want to fix an issue of crime, we should probably explore why men commit 90% of all violent crimes in this country, right? And you haven't done that. It looks like Trump hasn't either. Trump has actually pardoned some of those violent men, like DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a cop on January 6th, and a handful of other J6 quote-unquote patriots that bashed the heads in of cops attempting to murder them. So I don't really like it when, you know, you'll create this image of undocumented immigrants being so violent and so criminal, when in all reality, they're significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes than citizens. And the real issue that we need to be focusing on as a country is probably the fact that men commit 90% 5% of all violent crimes.
Okay, but what about the drugs that are being brought in?
Well, I'm not even sure that you could say that word. Just spell it out. Say DRUGS.
Oh, my bad.
I don't.
DRU.
Yeah, Donald Trump certainly isn't doing anything about that.
Well, it was like it's way better than it was during the Obama, I think. Better, they had more people actually getting sent over the border, back, and then they would do the catch and release, right? Which is when they would just come right back.
Undocumented immigrants. So my question for you is, what percentage of DRUGS brought into this country across the southern border are brought in by citizens?
Do you know the exact percentage on that?
I do, 85 or 90%. Wow. Has Donald Trump done anything to crack down on the citizens bringing DRUGS into this country? Absolutely not. He's never even talked about it.
Would it not be hard to have a percentage on that because they're undocumented though?
I'm pretty sure that data is reliable. It's been tried and true and upheld by partisan groups on both sides of the aisle for years. So I mean that's a pretty accepted fact.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Dean. I was trying to be like really respectful with you, especially because like yesterday, or was it? I was on the live with Santana the other day, and I was in line, and then you kicked me the first time because you wanted to like respond to a troll. So like that happened, but.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. Here we go, everybody. Also, Christian, welcome in, man. Good to have you in here with us. We're going to move on to the next guest, Mr. Michael. For the meantime, for everybody on TikTok, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live. For everybody on YouTube, I appreciate you for being here. Welcome in, Mr. Michael. You got that MAGA profile picture on with a hat that says "Make America Great Again." Pretty cringe. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean.
Very good. Moving on to Maddie. Here we go, everybody. Also, y'all make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Wait, I literally just said that. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, guys. I'm repeating myself like a broken record. There's like a handful of statements that I utter so often every day that they're just like burned into my brain. Like, make sure you're double tapping on that phone screen. We're only looking to debate Trump supporters. They're just like burned into my brain. Like, make sure you're double tapping on that. Very nice, Echo. Like, those statements are literally, like, dude, they're, like, solidified in my head. Like, I go to sleep at night, like, thinking about y'all double tapping on that phone screen. It's pretty rough. Welcome in, Journey. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you.
I appreciate you for the love, but we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I'm going to have to remove you. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Go ahead and put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age. See, that's another one of those phrases that's just burned into my brain. It sounds like I'm rapping because of how fast I say it.
I'm in.
Looks like we got two people, Mr. Dylan and Mr. Kent. Mr. Dylan, how old are you?
Yo, Dean. I just gotta say something real quick, bro. Yo, I just want to take a political break.
How old?
Show you my Honda Civic.
Very nice Honda Civic, man. Mr. Kent, how old are you?
19.
19. Jesus is king. I bet you're going to be a great, nice guy. Mr. Kent, take it away. Why? Don't tell me you're a Trump supporter, right? With that bio,
Yes,
being a good Christian. Oh, unfortunate, man. Unfortunate. Take it away. Why do you support such a terrible president? You got my attention.
To begin with, to just harp on that guy that was talking earlier, he's an idiot. I don't know what he was talking about with the tariffs.
Let's be kind to our guests. We're supposed to turn the other cheek. Be
Well,
kind,
he
be
misrepresented the Trump supporters for sure. We're not all that dumb. But so basically, the main reasons why.
You're on pause, man. When you leave the live, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, my bad. The main reasons why the oil prices specifically have dropped in the last 5-6 months is one. Trump has made like specific, what would you call it? Specifically important for OPEC to produce more oil. And as you would know, more oil means lower prices, supply and demand. That's very obvious. Okay, so that's one of the main reasons why. But on top of that, he settled the war in the Middle East, which makes lower tensions, makes more production. That's a very easy thing to read into. I don't really know where you're getting on the barrels per day. I've never read that in any economic, whatever you call it, opinion. But those are two big reasons: Middle East tensions and him forcing OPEC, or not forcing, but increasing supply on OPEC when he went and met with them in the Middle East. So. That's
Yeah, when he met
probably
in Saudi Arabia, I mean, I never read anything about a deal to increase the output of OPEC.
it's not a
I know
deal.
that he. Oh, okay.
Uh,
So if it wasn't a deal, then how do we know that he was able to get OPEC to increase their supply?
okay. So it was actually just hold on. I was just reading this. Wish I had like multiple screens like you. That'd be way easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, something else that's important to consider here is that if, you know, OPEC is making more oil, OPEC is selling more oil, this would mean like an increase in our imports, right?
Not necessarily. No, that's not what that means.
Necessarily, because all like yes, that
No.
is what it
Okay.
means.
So all right. let me explain.
What are you talking about?
It's a very simple economic idea. Okay, if they have more oil, if they have 1 billion barrels of oil in their supply, it's a lower price per barrel. That it's a supply and demand relationship. They don't. It costs them money to have the barrels on hand. So yes, not necessarily. We do not have to raise imports to have the same prices
Right,
lower.
because oil imports have fallen by like by a whole lot.
Doesn't matter. That does not matter at all. Actually,
because they're still importing more at lower prices.
yes, that's exactly what that means.
Right,
It's
but
a
if we
supply and
have
demand
a
relationship.
massive, you know, we also know about supply and demand in the domestic market. If we have a massive reduction in their imports of oil, then the domestic supply of oil is higher or lower.
You're saying like internally. You're saying the oil in
Yeah,
America.
the domestic supply of oil in America is it higher or lower if we have lower imports?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I would assume it would be higher.
No, it'd be lower. Right. That's why we saw very sharp increases in the price of gasoline in America when Russia started ethnically cleansing Ukraine. It's because we sanctioned Russian oil. We cut them off. We stopped importing their shit. We became a net exporter. But the impact of this on Americans was higher gas prices. Same thing with the deal that Trump was able to negotiate with OPEC in 2020 to get them to reduce their output by 10%. Now, about a deal in his second term to get OPEC to produce more, I certainly haven't heard anything
Okay, so
about that.
it
And I
wasn't
think you
actually a
even
deal.
told us earlier that they did. Okay, so there's no deal.
So it's a diplomatic pressure. It wasn't any sort of deal that they made, but
Right,
one of the
diplomatic
trade
pressure on
policies.
January 22nd when he just straight up asked them to slash their prices, right?
Yeah, I will say,
Right.
and you should be able to attest to this.
You know, Biden
Trump's a
did
very
that too.
demanding. Trump is a very demanding presence, and as our president, I mean, look at just the difference in respect between how they treated Biden and how they treated Trump. Most countries are
I
actually
don't think
scared
anybody.
of Trump.
I don't think anybody respects Trump more than.
I actually think every one of the presidents respect Trump more. I mean, look at the deals that he's made with all of our should be friendly countries, and Biden could never have done that. I mean, that's besides the
Wow,
point.
thank you so
That's
much
just-
for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Yeah, I mean, I find it just very difficult to believe that other countries are going to respect a delusional fascist, civilly held liable grave.
No. Please explain to me what fascism is.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I typically define fascism in accordance with the 14 tenets as described in the literature. We could go over those 14 tenets, and we could see a sufficient combination applying to Donald Trump. We could take some time and do that. However, I would hopefully like to assume that the time will take to go through those 14
I'm just going to
tenets of
explain to you
fascism
what fascism
and
is.
see how they apply to Trump can be something that we do after I finish what I started to say before you interrupted me. Does that work? Like, you know, because I was like hopping in there to say, you know, I don't think anybody's gonna, you know, like have more respect for delusional fascists with like zero brain cells that is passing policy in our own country to redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich while concealing the fact that he's been on the Epstein file since May. And then you interrupted me like midway through that sentence to say, well, what's fascism? So I mean, I think hopefully, you know, we could have both of those two conversations, just like not at the same time, so we don't just get absolutely lost in the sauce, you know. So can you respond to what I said there before we like have a conversation about what fascism is?
I will say, hold on, before you continue on, if you keep pandering on around your ideas and not getting straight to the point, no one's gonna believe what you have to say. Okay, you have to get straight to the point. Just say what you mean. Fascism, say what it is. Go.
Okay, you asked me what fascism is. I told you that typically I define fascism in alignment with the 14 tenets as described in the literature, but it could be typically understood as like a far right, ultra nationalistic political ideology. Like
okay, I will define it for you. Okay, I'll define it for you.
I mean, I
okay.
just did.
No, you didn't. You did
Oh my
not
God.
give clear definition. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Well,
Okay.
when you're saying that I don't think that there's like one clear univocal definition of the term fascist. I think that we could like broadly associate it as a far right authoritarian ultra nationalist political ideology. But to like better understand what fascism is and how we see it in the world around us, like in historical governments and like even as I would suggest, like current day modern governments, would be like seeing its alignment with like the 14 tenets. The reason why there's not like one clear univocal definition of fascism is because exploring it historically and exploring it academically has led to like books being written to define what fascism is, right? And basically, like the reduction of how we want to condense these ideas is understanding it related to 14 tenets. But we could also assume or describe like a loose definition of just being like a far right authoritarian ultra nationalist political ideology. And I just think that it's described or characterized by like 14 tenets. Right, because if we want to go into like, like a very on the point one sentence definition, we'll say it's like described by like a single party state, or it's described by aggressive nationalism and militarism, and it's suggested by suppression of opposition. See, it's hard to say that there are like certain necessary characteristics of this ideology, and that's why we typically understand it broken into like 14 tenets or characteristics.
Okay, I did just realize you mute my mic every time you talk. That's cool. That's a big number 4 of the tendencies, suppression of freedom. Good job there. But I will say, yeah, you're right on track there. Extreme nationalism, and yeah, really, it's just it's central power under one single party is the big one. That's one of the main ones, along with like censor freedom of speech, right?
Right,
So,
you're going through the tenets. Oh my God,
right.
Ken, come on.
No,
You were trying to tell me that I was doing
ones.
something wrong by telling you that we
You
typically
didn't
understand
say
it through
anything.
14 tenets.
No. I wanted you to explain to the audience what that was, not just say the 14 tenets, because they don't really know. You and I might know.
So you're asking me to say what the tenets are?
That's what I wanted you to do.
Oh,
It was
okay.
pretty obvious. Okay, but anyways,
Well, I thought that you were asking for like more of a succinct, like single sentence definition. Obviously,
I mean, I could say the two main ones would be a single power, a main power under a single leader or a single party, and
so like a consolidation
censorship
of power.
Yeah, and censorship of freedom of speech, which we have not seen
I could
either.
agree. I could agree that a consolidation of power and some type of censorship of opposition are going to be two predominant tenets of fascism.
Okay, so then why would you say that Trump is a fascist? Because none of this we've seen in his party.
Well, I mean, let's start off with the consolidation of power. I feel like there's a lot of really important points that we could bring up there. I mean, I'll just start with what I think is like a very obvious example of this. Obviously, it's going to be like a more encompassing like conversation that would include many other things, but we could start with this. Like a consolidation of power that we've seen from the Trump administration is a disdain for the Constitution. If they don't like it, they'll just try to change it on their own without going through like the proper channels. Like, for instance, Donald Trump's executive order banning birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants just like belligerently contradicted the 14th Amendment. And then he tried to get it like upheld by federal courts. It failed. He had federal judges like issue nationwide injunctions.
Do you personally believe that when somebody comes in our country illegally, that they should be granted citizenship before being able to, or be forced to go back to their country? Do you believe that?
I don't understand like what that. So you're asking me if I support like a version of mass amnesty?
It is
Well,
obviously.
1 second. Let me finish. You're asking me if I support a version of mass amnesty. I do. I don't understand why my support for mass amnesty would be related to how Donald Trump has attempted to, in a way, consolidate power to the federal branch of our government by passing executive orders that explicitly contradict the Constitution.
Okay. Regardless of what you're talking about with the Constitution, I'm just asking you.
Why is that regardless?
Do you think, no, because right now, the question that I'm asking at hand doesn't matter to that. Okay. I'm saying, do you think specifically,
If it doesn't matter to
when
that,
somebody comes in our country illegally and breaks our laws, that's what it is. They have broken the law as soon as they come to our country illegally. Can you agree with that?
Yeah, it's like what 8 USC 1358.
Okay, yeah.
Misdemeanor upon undocumented entry. Sure, that's federal.
Okay,
law.
right. So they've already broken our laws. Do you think that they should be granted
misdemeanor.
citizenship before they are sent back to their country?
I mean, I don't even think that a lot of undocumented immigrants should be deported. I think that mass deportation is one of like the most like worst, most American last policies fucking ever. And I do support mass amnesty for a vast majority of all undocumented immigrants, 110%. And I'm gonna be honest, Kent, I want to have a conversation with you about that. I think that arguing for mass deportation is likely one of the most challenging things to do in American politics today to support like particular like policy policy and agendas. But like this is a deflection away from the point that I brought up. So how about we stay on topic first, and then we have like a
We can get back to that,
long conversation about why mass deportation is like one of the worst policies we've seen from our government in modern American history. You asked me for an example of how the Trump administration has attempted to consolidate power to the federal branch. One very obvious attempt to do so was their executive order that explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment in rescinding birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so I haven't read up on that one. Hold on. Due process. I'm not going to read into the 14th Amendment. I should know that. I'm about to go to law school, but I don't yet.
I'll just tell you everything that you need to know, and you can fact check me later. So the 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship to almost everybody born on American soil. The only people it didn't guarantee it to when it was drafted was like indigenous Americans, which was overturned by a law later passed by Congress in the 19th century, and then B, diplomats or other individuals from other countries that are kind of immune to American law. They're not subject to the jurisdiction of the state, therefore their children born on American soil don't have birthright citizenship. But you know, when this amendment was passed in 1865, it was kind of a reaction to the Dred Scott case, where we had a member of our Supreme Court rule that Black Americans don't qualify for birthright citizenship because it was understood as like common law of the land, pulling from just solely, which was English common law. If you were born on the soil of the king, then therefore you're subject to the king, and we just kind of upheld that when we colonized North America. But they finally codified it into law with the 14th Amendment as a way to kind of sign a peace treaty between the North and the South and let the Southern states back into the Union. And even on like the floor of the Congress when they were debating the 14th Amendment, particularly for the birthright citizenship aspect of it, they argued that yes, this is something that we're doing in reaction to a judge denying birthright citizenship to Black people, so we want this to include Black people. But they also specifically debated including the children of immigrants born on American soil, Chinese immigrants. That was a big piece of contention at the time because of this guy named Kim. And yeah, they all agreed unanimously that this will also apply to immigrants. And I mean, that's been upheld in case law ever since 1865 until Donald Trump passed that executive order rescinding birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. I just don't think that there's a single legal argument to instantiate that the 14th Amendment doesn't cover the children of undocumented immigrants. And there's no precedent or case law to suggest that either.
So do you think it was fascism when the 13th Amendment was created to end slavery? Because before then we had slavery amendments as well. Do you think that's fascism as well?
I'm confused on what you're saying.
So again, the 13th Amendment kind of completely contradicted amendments we had before then. Three-fifths compromise was a main one. Basically supporting slavery. Do you think that creating the 13th Amendment, changing the 13th Amendment, or the Constitution is also fascism? That's a counter towards the Constitution. Don't you think it should be changed? Don't you think that part of the reason the Constitution is so great is because it can be amended?
I think that like a better argument for you to run here would be like Abraham Lincoln, like suspending habeas corpus. But I mean, if you're talking about Congress passing, the 13th
That's a good
Amendment, if you're talking about Congress passing like the 13th Amendment, I don't understand why that would be fascist or anything related to authoritarianism. Because that was like one second. Because that was like following like the proper legal channels. Like that was ratified by 75% of Congress. It went through the proper legal channels. It went through the checks and balances. It was ratified by Congress and signed into law. Which is very distinct and different than Donald Trump, who's attempting to consolidate that power that is typically prescribed to a ratification from Congress to quote unquote amend the Constitution by passing an executive order, then attempting to like pressure judges into agreeing to not rescind said EO. Big difference there, buddy.
Your chat is so funny. Well, anyways, no. So I think that calling him a fascist, for one, that's a crazy claim. Okay, that's like me saying you're a racist because of one thing that you say.
Oh
It's a crazy claim.
well, the thing is like I'm definitely for a lot of people, you can call them racist because of one thing. You know, like if like this one thing that a white man does is say white men are superior to black men. Okay, call him a racist. But you know, like I said, you know, this isn't like my only argument for the idea that Trump is a fascist. It's just simply one example of one tenet of fascism to do with the consolidation of power to the federal branch of government. You know, like I could go on and on all day about that shit.
Okay, but
you know,
see,
it's
it
not
wasn't
only
so-
the executive one moment. It's not only the executive order to you know that violated and contradicted the Constitution. You know, it was also the illegal deportation of Abrigo Garcia. It was also his call to straight up terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution in December of 2022. It was also right on J6 when he attempted to steal the election from Biden with his fake electorates plot. You know, I mean, we've seen this so much. There's many descriptions of an attempt to consolidate power to the federal branch of government that we could go over and over and over and over again and again and again. So, I mean, just because I gave you one example doesn't mean that's the only example. And all the examples I just gave you are multiple examples of one tenet of fascism. See, like we could talk about other tenets too. I mean, I could yap all day long and give you multiple reasons, multiple examples, multiple explanations of how Donald Trump nearly fits all 14 tenets. But I mean, if you want to kind of go over, you know, the other examples I gave you to demonstrate that he fulfills that one tenet of an attempt to consolidate power to one person or one branch of our government, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, I just don't see how contradicting something in the Constitution can even remotely break one of those tenets. I mean, I know you're saying bring power to the federal government, but I don't see your
It's a
point there. That
consolidation
doesn't
of
really
power
make
that is
sense.
supposed to like rest either in the power vested in the Constitution, the power vested in the courts, or the power vested in Congress into one branch of government. It's a consolidation of power. That's literally what the term consolidation means.
Okay, but how is he trying to do that by trying to amend or change an amendment? That doesn't make
well,
sense.
because who amends the Constitution?
Are three branches of power. That's why there are three branches.
What is like what branch plays like the predominant role in amending the Constitution? And I don't know. I don't think that. I think it's just one branch. Actually, it's one branch of our government.
No, it's definitely passed through the other two, but
What is passed through SCOTUS when amending the Constitution?
I actually don't know. Do you know the process on this?
I mean, the last time I looked in the process, you just got to get it approved by 75% of Congress, and it's ratified and added. That's about it.
Okay, then. So again, that's a play on separation of powers because
Only
Trump
Congress,
is in the
right?
executive branch.
So
Well,
what
no,
branch
no.
of the government amends and changes the Constitution?
The legislative.
Yeah, the legislative branch,
Okay,
Congress.
but then if
so
he
do we
comes
see
up
here
with the
how like you're
idea-
asking me how somebody that's not in Congress, one man, compared to nearly 500 men and women, trying to change the Constitution from a position of power where they do not possess that privilege to do so is an attempt to consolidate power to one branch or one person? It's
No,
common
because
sense.
he knew that it's very obvious that he knew that he would not be able to do it. He didn't sign an executive order on that.
He signed
It's
an
exact-
executive order to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. You didn't know this?
Oh no, I didn't read into that.
Yeah, it's happened in January.
Well, then I redact my clause on that. But I'm not saying he's fascist just based on that one argument. I mean,
I've already went over this. You already
Okay, but
already
also,
pulled
I
that
will
card
say-
of Dean. You just have one singular example / argument to demonstrate that he's
Okay, so-
fascist. I went over how I could yap all day about how he fulfills the other 13 tenets, and I even have like another billion examples that he fulfills this one tenet of consolidation of power. I'll be super quick, just repeating what I've already said. January 6th, fake electorate plot attempting to steal the election from Biden. December of 2022, when he explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution. Illegally deporting Abrigo Garcia, violating the due process of Venezuelan immigrants and sending them back to Venezuela, then having a federal judge rule that he could hold their administration in contempt because he ignored their ruling not to remove them. Blackbagging college students and then putting them in ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, even at you after having circuit courts rule that they couldn't take them any more than 45 miles away for the first 48 hours of detention. I mean, dude, there's so many examples of this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I'm not reading into all the examples you just listed. I couldn't even listen to how fast you were talking. But regardless of what you're saying on fascism, okay, for one, to call somebody a fascism, it's an insane insult. Because what he's doing for our country, regardless of the little things, amazing. The big outcomes that he's developing, amazing. I actually would argue that he's probably one of the best presidents in the last 50 years. I've seen a lot of polls say this. Back to shit. Sorry. Back to what we were just talking about on the 14th Amendment. I just lost my train of thought. Damn. So, oh yeah, sorry. That's where I was going. I forgot you were talking so long. Executive orders have been signed by thousands of presidents. I don't know why you think that's fascism. That's happened a lot.
So, dude, oh my gosh. So if a white person says the N word, is that racist?
I mean, sure, for the sake of argument.
But words have been spoken by so many white people. I'm a white person speaking words right now. Does that mean all the words that I'm saying right now are racist too? The relation to the argument you just made was I'm pointing towards one specific executive order signed in by Donald Trump like explicitly like an indication of fascism because it consolidated power to one branch and circumnavigated Congress, or was at least an attempt to. That doesn't mean that all other EOs are fascist. No, specifically EOs that attempt to circumnavigate our checks and balances and break the explicitly contradict the Constitution are fascist. And then also your responses there about white people saying the N-word were very questionable. I think I heard a sure, and apparently some people in my comment section heard for the sake of the argument. Definitely questionable.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that, but I will say, do you think that it's racist for a black person to say the N-word?
I thought you just said we're not going to get into that.
No, not what I said. I'm just to get your thoughts on that. Do you think that's racist?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't really explain that one though, because again, it was created not even really by white people. So I mean, again, I don't. That entire argument is just so stupid. But
I don't think it's too stupid. I mean, it's not necessarily regardless. I'll give you a little bit of insight insofar as why it's not stupid. The N-word was used as like a tool of oppression to systemically exploit, enslave, kill, and torture black people for hundreds of years in this country. It was just like one part of a multifaceted scheme to further dehumanize these humans into an existence socially as non-humans at the hand of the white man, to lend towards their exploitation, to lend towards their torture, to lend towards many systems of oppression. And it was a tool used by white people against black people. So, I think, when like white people use that term today, when we still have particular systems of oppression that still do exist and oppress black people in America, it's just further lending towards those same systems that it did historically. But I don't really think it's going to lend towards those same systems when a black person uses it. But I mean, there's differing thoughts on this. If you ask, black Americans on the left their thoughts on black people using the N-word, some will say I think that it's fine. Some will say I think that everybody should stop using it. So if you want to explore more takes on that, I mean, I'd definitely direct you to black creators on the platform.
Yeah, I would say that that's the best take. If some people can't use it, no one can use it. Again, that's just me, but that's just really stupid. For one, if it's oppressive, if it's so like offensive to you, then why do you say it yourself? That makes no sense. It's like calling myself fat. So, anyways, and
so like when a black person calls another black person like the N-word, like they're not doing it to dehumanize the other black person. They've adopted.
And do you think white people are?
And have used it as as reference of camaraderie. And there's not only that distinction in intent, but there's also a distinction in like the impact of said usage of the term. And I gave you the historical explanation. The only reason why that word exists was a tool of dehumanization to use against black people. And I mean, if you want to argue that, well, it can be the case that like white people say the N-word today without the intention of like the dehumanizing black people, like I agree, a lot do, like
100%.
That's something that I did when I was 14. That's like that was like something big a while ago. Was screenshots of me saying the N-word when I was 14. So I definitely think white people use the N-word today without the intention of like being racist. But we also have to make a distinction between intention and impact. And I think that the impact of white people continuing to use that term, even in lack of an intent, just continue to perpetuate the same system that has roots in history, 400, 500 years ago.
Well, realistically, I think it's stupid to ban a word from the Latin language which literally just simply means a color. Okay, that's really silly.
When you say ban,
But
do you just like suggest not to use because of like moral implications?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying how
Like
often.
you shouldn't use that term?
No, 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 I'm
I think that
saying
that's fine to do. Obviously we could probably agree that there's a lot of words and phrases that we shouldn't say because of their impact, implications, etc. Like
yeah, but name
we do
another
this
word in the English
we
language that
do
you.
this we do this all the time. Like this isn't mutually exclusive to slurs too. Like for instance, like there's like a particular like set of words that I think we agree that we shouldn't use. For instance, coming on live and screaming about how you love Hitler, et cetera, et cetera. Like those are words and phrases that like I bet we could agree people shouldn't say. Saying screaming bomb in an airport, that's some shit we think should be banned. I mean, I just don't understand why like people on the right like really freak out so much. When we have conversations about words that we shouldn't use because of their impact, but then are just like totally fine with their grandma saying that they shouldn't use the F word, or totally fine with law enforcement agencies telling you that you shouldn't scream bomb in an airport. But I mean, we could go on all day about that. You got a flag, Mr. Kent. In fact, you got my live stream a flag too.
You had me muted. Anyways, yeah, I mean, it's honestly a stupid conversation to have, but I just think it's silly to have one side of the world say we can only use this word. It's kind of like, I don't know, separating America. Like again, because America is supposed to be the great diversity mosh pit, right? So
Separating
for,
America.
I mean, I feel like that's almost as bad as how separated our political parties are
So
at
you
this time.
so so
Like
are,
if you
wait,
look
so
back in the hold on,
separation
hold
on
on,
the
hold on, hold on,
basis
hold on, hold on,
separation here.
hold on.
Are
If
you
you
saying
look
that
back in
our
the
country
90s,
are you saying that our country would like be like more like together? There'd be like more people together as like one unit of white people who are screaming the N-word every day?
no. I'm saying if you're going to make such a big deal of to get rid of it, then get rid of it entirely. Nobody says it because again, like I was saying, it's created a lot of separations in America, just the same as, and this is honestly a driving impact on
So are you saying that
separating our political parties,
are you saying that
like
you want to
liberals.
say the N-word because
No,
black
that is
people say
not
the
what I'm
N-word?
saying. I just said get rid of it entirely. Stop twisting my words, bro. No,
I mean, I'm
it's
just confused with the view.
no, I'm saying get rid of it entirely. Why do you allow one certain, oh, but we can say it, but you can't? Again, that separates. And what that does is it looks just like our political parties now, like Republican versus Democrat. Look how separated it is compared to like the 80s.
Well,
Have you seen
I
how
gave
crazy?
you I gave you an explanation on this earlier. I don't think that you were listening to me. If you want to go back to my explanation, because honestly, like I'm not going to give it again. I gave you like a pretty like thorough explanation of why it is the case that I think it's a very acceptable view to suggest that white people shouldn't be able to say the N word, but I don't really take issue with black people saying the N word. Earlier, I gave you like a pretty nuanced view as it how that term related to like an historical usage and perpetuating systems of exploitation exploitation and oppression on the basis of race, the outcomes that we saw in history because of the usage of said tool, and the outcomes that we still see today, and who is using the tool as a weapon of hate and exploitation, and who is now reclaiming said word to demonstrate camaraderie and shared experiences as a victim of said system of oppression.
Okay, but nobody
I'm
in
not going to give you that whole
America,
I'm not going to give you that whole explanation again. I mean, feel free to go back in my live and re-listen
nobody
to
in
it.
this world has suffered from slavery or the usage of that word in slavery. So I don't think that that's a good argument because again, nobody alive. Yeah, you could. Hold on, it just closed me.
I mean, I mean, I don't know why you'd make like such a like an abundantly like ridiculous claim. Right now, black people are being sold in chattel slavery in Libya. So
Yeah. Okay. Outside of this world, slavery is everywhere. Not just black people.
outside of this
Every
world,
single, or
are
outside
you
of our
saying that
country.
there's slavery on the
Outside of
moon?
our country, bro. Come on. Outside of our country, slavery is everywhere, and it has been forever, and it's never going to go away. Okay.
I mean, like
Honestly,
even like
actually,
slavery in this country. I mean, I think that like child sex trafficking, that's slavery, man.
Yeah, that's slavery. Actually, slave rates are actually the highest they've ever been, and I think last year was the number that I read. So
You think that we had higher rates of slavery in America last
in
year
the
than
world,
in 1840?
in the world,
On the global stage? I'm not so sure. I haven't looked at
look
data
that
on the
up.
global stage.
I just,
And
I
I
mean,
also
this
don't
is super
understand how this
random.
relates to our conversation. You know, honestly, Ken, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I think that you're doing something very similar to what a lot of people on the right have done when I get into debates with him.
Right.
It's where you come up here expecting to have a conversation about your views, why you support Trump, why I don't. And, you know, we went over fascism because you called me ridiculous for calling Trump a fascist. I bring up a consolidation of power. I give you more examples than you could handle, and you quite frankly didn't have a response to a single one. And I mean, you even brought up that you wanted to have a conversation about immigration policy, mass deportation, mass amnesty. But, you know, then it's like the next step is like, well, actually, let's talk about slurs. You know, Emily Wilson did the same thing. Andrew Wilson, funny enough, did the same thing to Parker. It's just kind of like the typical like line of thought for a lot of people on the right, because you don't expect me to be able to, you know, answer your questions and give you an explanation on these things. But
I actually
mean,
have no
I've spent
idea.
the last like 10 or 15 minutes giving you my explanation on these things. I've re-explained to you twice where the N-word comes from, what it exists in America today as, and how it's been used as a tool to generate real-world material harm, and even a little bit of an explanation of how we can explain why black people, you know, it's permissible for them to use it, but not permissible to white people to use it. You had me give that to you twice, and you didn't even respond to that explanation. You just went on to say that we have more slavery today than we did, you know, 200 years ago. I mean, I just feel like you're really trying to detract from, you know, the conversations that you came up here to have. And you rather want to like run that pretty typical argument that people on the right do of saying, what about slurs?
I don't even know how we got on that argument. I don't think it was entirely me. So I don't remember. You can go back and look in the live, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, well, we'll get back to immigration then, if that's
Quickly,
what you want
before
to
we
talk
move
about.
on, I want to thank a handful of people here. Sharon, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. Sharon says he doesn't get to decide what is a big deal, speaking from his privilege perch. Well, I mean, I think that, you know, it's more so just like existing in like ignorance, if that makes any sense. I just wish that people were, you know, better informed, better educated. I mean, that's why I do what I do. I appreciate you for the $20. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as, oh my gosh, yo, Christian, thank you so much for the $200 donation over on PayPal. Mr. Christian, that is incredibly kind of you. If we could please have everybody watching show some love to Christian down below in the comment section, that would mean the most to me, Christian. You are so incredibly kind. That is so much fucking money. Jesus, dude. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, while we're hopping into the continuation of this conversation with Kent down here, everybody, please show some love to Christian down below in that comment section, literally right now. Thank you so much for the love, Christian. Holy crap, 2,000 Christian W's down below. As well as Emma, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Emma says, thanks for the entertainment while I'm at work, Dean. Keep gentle parenting these Trump supporters. You know, I think I've been a little bit more chill, a little bit more gentle recently. I'm enjoying it. It's better for my cortisol levels. You know, I was cortisol maxing there for a couple of months by just freaking out every time I had anybody up here. But I appreciate you for that love, Emma. As well as Alex, I appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal. Alex says, can't watch long. I'm at work, but had to stop by. I love you so much. You are amazing. I love you too, Alex. Thank you for the love. Continue to show some love to Christian down below, but also make sure we're spamming some W's for Emma, Alex, and Sharon. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, or in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. I appreciate everyone so much for all of the love. One more person I'd like to thank. Here's Mary, 13 seconds ago, the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Mary. Show some love to Mary as well. And Mr. Kent, let's go back to it. I think I did want to talk to you about, you know, immigration policy, particularly mass deportation. So what are your thoughts on the mass expulsion of undocumented immigrants from America?
I mean, okay, so let's just say a bunch of people break a bunch of crime, a bunch of people break the law, sorry.
Right.
They should be punished correctly.
It depends on what the law is.
Okay, let's just say, I mean, you said it earlier, it was a misdemeanor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the act of breaking the law is literally showing up in our country don't you think that should be reversed? I mean, that's just so simple. It's just so simple to me.
Okay, the act of
Illegal.
breaking the law shows up in this country. Should it be reversed or changed? So yeah, absolutely. 110%. No, we actually agree here. I just think that like quote unquote reversing that action doesn't always mean like punishing or removing or issuing a ticket. You know, like the way that we reverse the act of like black people breaking the law and going into quote unquote white-owned businesses as white-only businesses as protests during Jim Crow law era segregation was by ending Jim Crow era segregation. You know, so I mean, I don't think that every crime always should be punished, if that makes any sense. I think that's a little bit too much of like a blanket take. But as it relates to a conversation about mass deportation, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's like the obligation of the state to write and enforce laws that makes the country better?
To write and enforce laws that make the country better? No, I mean, actually, it's
People in the country better?
the purpose of the state.
It's
So
like
you
an
said this-
obligation of the state to write and enforce laws that makes the country better, the people in the country better off, etc.
Okay, when you say state, you're talking about the country, not literally a state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yes,
Okay.
of course.
Do you think that this would imply that if there exist laws that make the country... Sorry, I get it in
Nice.
a notification from TikTok. So this means if the state does have laws that make the country worse, that make the people in the country worse off, that we should get rid of those laws, or at the bare minimum reform them, right?
Okay, so where are you going with this?
You'll see
Yeah.
that. I just want to see. So you do agree to that?
Yeah, in the general sense, if a law makes life worse in the country, but again, there's stipulations to that, but
What are the stipulations?
I don't know. You'd have to give me a specific instance.
Okay. Well, I mean, one law that I think makes this country a whole lot worse is mass deportation. I think that every single one of the outcomes of mass deportation is negative. And then, like, the few positive outcomes of mass deportation, A, are not exclusive to mass deportation and could be achieved through other policy, and B, could be achieved better and faster through other policy. So I think when we just kind of like look at it on the broad scale, is mass deportation a good or bad law? The cons outweigh the pros every single time.
Okay, explain further. Like, what would your solution be then? If you
Well,
see that
we
mass
can-
deportation is bad, what is your solution to get the illegal people out of our country who are
You make sure there's zero
consistently-
undocumented immigrants.
consistently breaking our laws? I mean, realistically, in a perfect world, yes.
Check
if we wanna
this
be-
out. Mass amnesty. Boom. We offer a pathway of residency or citizenship to any and all undocumented immigrants that don't have prior violent offenses, outstanding warrants from other countries, or pretty crazy criminal offenses on their records. That's what we should do. It's better for them. It's better for us. It's better for the country as a whole.
Well, actually, sorry, but increasing the population in our country is actually a bad thing if it's too many, which it has been, specifically where I live. It has been lately. They take jobs for lower wages under the table because they're illegal. Okay. So all of these construction companies that are local, which I live in the middle of nowhere, so there's a lot, right? They pay under the table, which is illegal, and they're honestly taking part of the illegal activities, and I think they should be punished as well. But they're paying under the table, untaxed, lower wages to these illegal immigrants, which take jobs from local people who actually need jobs, and it increases homelessness
You're telling
and
me-
a higher population
You're telling me here.
increases needs of what?
You're telling me here that undocumented immigrants are paid lower wages because they're undocumented, and undocumented immigrants are more likely to work under the table because they're undocumented. Are those your two claims?
Yeah, basically, I see a lot of that actually.
So both of the two claims that you just made are true. I agree with both of them. They do get paid lower wages because they're undocumented. They don't have as much bargaining power as residents or citizens. They are more likely to work under the table because they're
Yeah.
undocumented. They don't qualify for federal benefits and they can't file a tax return. Check this out. Check this shit out. This is why I support mass amnesty. This right here is why I support mass amnesty. Get paid lower wages, more likely to work under the table because they're undocumented. Give them documentation without any material change in their employment. They're all of a sudden more likely to make more money and contribute more to our GDP. And they're more likely to work over the table and receive those benefits from our federal government. So they're contributing more in taxable revenue.
Okay, yeah, but then how do you get rid of the problem that it's taking jobs from people? Because again, the job market right now, terrible. Not for me specifically, but I have friends who can't get a job anywhere. So, how do you argue with that one?
So why did you call it a problem? What would be the negative outcomes of naturalizing undocumented immigrants? They're making more same as anybody else in our country right now, and they're paying even more in taxes, making our country better off. What's the problem with that? Because you call that a
I
problem.
think
I just like, what's the problem?
okay. Again, taking jobs from American citizens.
Well, they would be American citizens.
Okay, yes, but again, they're not legal Americans. They didn't come here legally.
They
Okay,
didn't
for
come here,
one,
so they didn't come here legally.
they broke
Therefore,
the
we
law
should
and
make
they're
the
just
country
like,
worse off to remove them. I thought that you agreed earlier that we shouldn't enforce legislation. We should change legislation that makes this country worse off. Because you like, I bet you could acknowledge that if we were to like forcefully deport the 8.3 million laborers and 12 million consumers that are undocumented, like our economy is going to experience like massive losses. The Center for American Progress tells us that the total GDP contribution of undocumented workers is 8.3 trillion. Sorry, whoa, is 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, and B, it costs a shit ton of money. It's like close to $2 trillion over 10 years, and C, it just make our economy less productive because we less people to make the goods we need and less people to sell the goods inside of our markets. So I mean, it just really shake up our producers here. I mean, these are all very negative outcomes. I mean, that seems to like lead us to the conclusion that if we did a mass deportation, the American economy would be significantly worse off. But what comes with an economy that's significantly worse off is more poverty. What comes with more poverty, more crime. So at the end of the day, right, our manufacturers are going to be destabilized. They're also going to be selling less goods, meaning their overall growth and contributions to our country's GDP is going to go down, meaning that poverty is going to go up, meaning that crime is going to go up. I mean, this all seems to be a pretty ugly picture that we're painting here. That's going to be caused by mass deportation. And it seems like the only argument that you have to justify mass deportation is to say, well, they broke the law when they came in. Okay, all right, I agree. They did. They committed a misdemeanor. You don't care about that. You put a felon in the Oval Office. I say we focus on proactive solutions here to
well, I will
actively
say
make
his
this country better.
felonies are very silly. It's actually right down my alley in the accounting. It was literally just 38 counts of misdocumentation of a charge, but that has nothing to do. I just wanted to comment on that.
It's not technically. That's not technically true. What you just said isn't technically true. You're describing the misdemeanor of what he committed in the state of New York. The felony was falsification of business records with an intent to commit a second-step crime. So that's not technically all the way true.
Well, yeah, but that's what that meant. Anyways, it happens all the time. I've literally falsely recorded things before.
You didn't.
It happens.
You didn't meet the statute of the felony in the state of New York. It also would require a second-step intent to conceal the documentation to commit a crime.
Okay. Well, anyways, that's not the
Right.
point
He's
of
also held civilly liable for SA. He's pardoned people that try to kill cops on J6.
Okay, I've got to leave in 5 minutes. I got to go to class, but let's finish this before I go because I've got to. All right, sorry, I have class at 4. All right, so to what you said about mass deportation, let me remember what you said again. It was something about like.
It just sucks because it hurts our economy, it increases poverty, and it weakens our manufacturers.
Where are your facts on that? Okay.
The Center for American Progress, PNAS, and just general macroeconomic trends that we could speak about principally.
Okay, I can't look those up right now, but I think specifically that when you send these people back to, okay, so what are the main ones from like what, Mexico? It's like the majority of legal immigrants.
I'm not aware.
Okay, but when you send them back, they're not just gonna stay there, right? They're gonna come through the legal way. You see that happening a lot right now. I've actually seen a lot.
That's just gonna cause more undocumented entry. Come a next president that doesn't support or uphold.
No, coming back the legal way. No,
yeah, so you mean you're just going to backlog the already terrible legal systems that already exist? And also, by the way, the main incentive for undocumented entry in the first place is because they have viewed the legal means of entry as unattainable for them, either because it takes too long or it's too expensive. So I actually don't think we'd see a lot of those people just getting back in the legal means of entry. And if the end result you want to seek is them getting into the legal means of entry, that's basically a description of mass amnesty, plus the massive inefficiency of removing them from the economy for 20 years first, right?
Well, we've already seen lower illegal passes, right? They're not coming in, not even nearly as the same rates, right? That's amazing. Okay,
so I don't think that's amazing.
So do you just think max out the population in America, let everybody?
False dichotomy. The reason I don't think it's great is because of what's caused it.
What?
What has caused the reduction in undocumented entry?
Elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump hasn't really done much to reduce undocumented entry with the use of sturdy policy in the long term. I just think that it's been his fascism that has reduced undocumented entry, like violating the human and constitutional rights of immigrants and undocumented immigrants that are already in this country, like playing judge, jury, and executioner and sending Abrigo Garcia to be beaten, tortured for 3 weeks in El Salvador, or keeping Mahmoud Khalil caught up in a nice detention center for 3 months, even though he's a legal green card holder. I think that restructured the incentive for undocumented entry and is, kind of now scaring undocumented immigrants by telling them that they're going to have a lower quality of life if they come into the country. And I mean, I think that's the same reason why we've seen a reduction in travel for business or leisure, tourism, etc.
I mean, I have nothing to say towards that specific argument. I mean, I don't know about all that, but you've obviously read way more into the, mistreatment of illegals. But again, I think in a perfect world, if you remove every illegal immigrant in America, okay, it's just boom, gone, right? And then encourage them, which is what we've been doing, to come into America legally, we will have a better economy. And I think we'll see better benefits from that, other than just like, okay, yeah, you're all good, guys. Go to your local DMV and get a card and you're chilling. That's not going to happen, for one. When you grant national amnesty, most of the people might not even know that thing exists, for one, okay? They can't speak English for the most part. So again, I think that there should be tests required to become an American citizen. I mean, they should know some of our laws. Like my dad is a judge. There's no telling how many times he's had people come into his court who have traffic law violations, and they broke, a simple, driving law or whatever, and they don't even have a license. They don't even know the road laws.
So you're telling me that maybe if somebody tries to drive on the roadways without a driver's license, and then they get caught for that, and their answer is, well, they didn't know they had to have a driver's license, that should be disqualifying for citizenship. So answer this. When Donald Trump passed an executive order to ban birthright citizenship, which explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment, he was then interviewed by ABC, and they asked him if he has to hold to the Constitution. And he said that he didn't know if he does or not. That sounds a little bit worse than not knowing you need to have a license to drive on the roadway. Should that be barring Trump from serving as our president?
No, I just think that, again, I haven't watched...
So rules for thee, but not for the most important human alive. Wow.
Okay. Tell me how him saying that, for one, endangers lives of others.
Oh, wow. Really?
Well, tell me how. Okay. Hold on. Would you feel safe driving on a highway full of people who can't even read our signs, for one? Our highway
actually,
signs?
Road signs are meant to be able to be understood by anybody just by looking at them. So
right,
so
but
road
they don't
signs
know
are
that.
road signs
okay,
are
for
visual.
one. Okay, if you don't take
you don't
take a driving exam.
It's not something you do that by looking at the signs. They're meant to be visual.
Okay, so how do you know that an orange sign means construction? How do you know that? It's not because you were just born with a name.
Typically it would be combined with symbolization on the sign.
Right. It's because you know that it's orange. You took a driving course that probably
are you telling me that people on the roadway should have to take a driving course? I agree.
Yeah, and
you should have to do license to be on the roadway. It's fucking duh.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's a big thing where I live, specifically because legal immigration is really high where I live.
Yeah. Guess what? They can't fucking qualify to take that test, so therefore they're more likely to drive on the roadways without proper documentation. I actually fucking agree. That's why, once again, I support mass amnesty. Do we see how mass amnesty is the solution to all of our problems? Oh, they're more likely to work under the table because they don't qualify for federal benefits like Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. Give them residency, give them citizenship. All of a sudden, they do qualify for those benefits, and they're more likely to work over the table. Oh, they could garner lower wages on average, reducing median real wages because they have less bargaining power because they're not a citizen or resident. Well, give them citizenship, give them residency, so then they have more bargaining power. So then all of a sudden, real median wages are increased on average. Oh, they're more likely to drive on the roadways because in many states they don't qualify for a driver's license, CDL, etc. Well, just give them residency, give them citizenship, give them the ability to qualify for those things just like citizens do, and then all the fucking sudden, guess what? they're going to go out and do it at the same rates we do. Not to mention, I actually don't believe that undocumented immigrants are more likely to drive on the roadways without a driver's license compared to citizens. Because when we look at the crime stats from PNAS, they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent criminal offenses, 3 times less likely to commit property criminal offenses, than like 3 times less likely to commit petty criminal offenses. And I don't know if that would include a misdemeanor of driving without a driver's license, but the trend seems to follow that you would have to demonstrate a pretty high burden of proof here to describe and prove your claim that they're more likely to drive on the roadways without a driver's license. But I think you got to go to class. I don't want to make you late, bro. You got to dip, no worries.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, it was a good talk, anyways. I had more questions, but I do have to go.
Yeah, man. Have
good discussion. Sure.
Thanks for the convo. Have a fun time in class, bro. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Make sure to hop in that queue. If you support Trump, we'll bring you up here. Keegan, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Keegan. If we could get 200 Keegan W's down below in that comment section, it would mean the world to me. As well as Jazz with the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Jazz says, with respect to Trump's financial crimes, he earlier said it happens all the time, so no big deal. Okay, fine. Then guess what? Crossing the border illegally historically happens all the time, so therefore no big deal. You know what? That was a great point, Jazz. You outwitted me. I didn't even think about that one, but that was a perfect 10 out of 10 connection, Jazz. I'm not gonna lie. Jazz Music 79, whoever the hell you are, you outwitted me. Yo, Shirley, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Shirley says, hello, Dean. Just wanted to say that you're an amazing young man and you deserve everything good that comes to you. So very proud of you. Shirley, you are so kind. If everybody watching could show some love to Shirley down below in that box while we're getting our next Trump supporter loaded in, it would mean the world to me. Shirley, you deserve everything in the world. Thank you for your kindness. And then tomorrow with the $5, I appreciate you. Then A, thank you for the $6, and Tava with a 1. You guys are very kind, and thank you for the love. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in right now. Going to put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age if you want to come up. We've been trying to get our next guest loaded in, but nobody's connecting, quite frankly. We got Angry loading up right now. They're connecting. They're loading in slowly. Looks like Angry's loading in. David Hurst is loading in. Honestly, I'm looking at the queue right now. There's a lot of like really good profile pictures of what looks to be like angry old men. But whenever I'm accepting any of these people into the live, like you'll see we have 4 people attempting to load in right now. They just don't load in. It actually looks like we got Johnny in. Johnny, if you unmute that mic, I'd love to have a chat. Sent you that invite. Yeah, you got Johnny Smith, David Hurst, Angry Ninja, Lawrence. All these people are just unfortunately disconnecting. It looks like Johnny's up here, but he doesn't even want to speak his mind. How about this? We're going to pull from the chat. If you're watching on TikTok, go ahead and drop a mag with your age. We'll get you pulled up, as well as Lindsay. Thank you for the galaxy. And then Silence, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Silent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Silent. Thank you. It means the world to me. Thank you, Silent, for the $20. They said, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? I'm a big fan of just straight chocolate. Straight chocolate ice cream is my go-to, let me tell you. All right, we're still trying to find the next guest. Nobody's loading in. I wonder if there's an issue in my end. Oh, never mind. We got Melissa, but Melissa very quickly left. So right now we have 8,000 people on the TikTok, but no guest requests. So if you're watching and you want to see some debates, you would really be helping me by double tapping on that phone screen and showing up the live with a handful of friends. It'll help get more people in here. So hopefully more people are going to be likely to come up. It's crazy how we could have 8,000 people in here with only 30 guest requests. Keeping in mind that most of those guest requests are probably trolls. Samantha, age, please.
Nigga.
Likely to come up. It's crazy how we could have 8,000 people in here with only 30.
All right, see what I mean, you guys? Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Alex loading in right now. For the 8K people in here, guys, make sure they were double tapping. We are so close to 1 million likes, everybody. We are so close to 1 million likes. We are going to move on to the next guest. Here we go. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age, please.
33.
Have we spoken before?
No, sir.
I don't know. I feel like I speak to somebody with your same tone and cadence every day. I don't know. Maybe it's just some shared characteristic of people on the right. But take it away. Tell us why you support this terrible president. How the hell do you still support him? I'm very curious.
Before I do, can I mind if I ask a question about what you've said before?
Yeah, for sure.
So in the past, when you've talked about
Ooh.
Trump pulling out of the JCPOA that it greenlit Iran to make nukes, would you say that that's also fair if you do mass amnesty, that you're greenlighting more undocumented immigrants to come to the country to seek the same thing?
Yeah, so like theoretically, I understand what you're saying. And I think that we just didn't have any strong evidence of this happening historically. When Reagan granted amnesty in the when he was serving as president, I think that there was a lot of research done on undocumented entry that followed from that, and we just didn't see a huge uptick. So I mean, historically, we just haven't seen it. And then also, I think that mass amnesty would kind of play a part in a larger plan. Because I agree if like we continue to let the legal means of entry into this country take 20 years, but then we're allowing undocumented immigrants to become residents or citizens in like 6 months and stay in the country while they're doing it, like undocumented entry is going to be the obvious way to come into the country. So I think if we did mass amnesty, we would also offer that same expedited pathway to residency or citizenship to anybody that was seeking legal means of entry into the country in the first place.
Okay, so
Good
would your
question. Good
salute?
question.
Okay, thank you. Would you say that the solution would be first to grant the mass amnesty and then fix the overarching issue of the system in which it takes so long for them to get into place to get their pathway to citizenship instead of, resorting to undocumented means?
I think that our $28 trillion bureaucracy can probably do both at the same time.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be one then the other.
It should be both.
Okay, I agree. Um, because I don't agree with his deep mass deportation.
Oh, shit.
Um,
Then why do you consider yourself a Trump supporter?
well, mostly because I think with I know anecdotal experiences don't matter a whole lot in the overarching aspect of, the greater America. But what I've seen with me personally is like economically with the things that have changed. I know you can't necessarily attribute it to just the president who's in, but I think I don't know if I would have seen the same, drops in gas prices, the drops in, everyday essentials as we've seen in the last 170 days under a different president as
What has Donald
fast.
Trump done in the last 170 days to drop the price of so many things so much?
Well, I think something could be said about whether it was the implementation of the tariffs or the threat of the implementation of tariffs. Although I didn't agree with the blanket, I do think that what it did do was cause um, other countries to maybe think twice about the maybe the prices on which they are selling America goods, as well as
Can you give me any
incentivize.
evidence of that?
No, I can't. This is me just speculation.
Okay. Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to debate against speculation without just calling it speculation.
Well, that's why I said like the it's anecdotal, right? That's just kind of what I'm seeing is the
Right.
the cost of
I
things
mean,
going
I
down.
appreciate your perspective, but like I think that the only thing I could say to you is that we're gonna need evidence. It's like
Well, the
that,
evidence.
and we
Well,
shouldn't believe in things without evidence. And if the evidence is just like an alignment with the some things dropping in their price in the last 170 days with Trump's administration, that's what's called a correlation causation fallacy. You're saying because it happened under his term, he caused it. But I
Well,
mean,
that's why I prefaced it by saying I know it's not directly just because who's in office, but I'm saying because it's happening under his administration, even if it's not necessarily something he's doing specifically with, executive orders or
so we
a
should
certain
attribute
policy
things
in
that
place.
happen under his administration to him. So do you attribute the highest level of unemployment this country's had since the Great Depression to him because it happened in his first term in April of 2020 at 14.8%?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you think that this guy's the worst president for the economy since the Great Depression, probably shouldn't be a fan.
Yes and no. I think that, at that time maybe there was things that hold on a second, I got background noise.
I mean, yeah, that's just called a correlation causation fallacy. I mean, I don't know if like I could go much further than that. Yo, Zilly, I sent you an invite. Love to chat. I mean, I just don't think it could really go much further than that. I mean, um,
Sorry, I wanted to mute while I moved away from the background noise so I didn't disturb you. Um, but no, and I agree, and I'm trying not to be fallacious with the correlation causation. I understand that aspect of logical fallacies. I get that part. And um, first, I should have started off this way by congratulating you on your 4 million on your main account. That's super awesome. I was watching yesterday.
that's very
So
kind of you,
congrats
man.
to you and all your supporters. And I do support you as well. I think what you're doing is great, educating the public. And I wouldn't say I'm a diehard mega
Here, I'm gonna
or supporter.
I'm gonna leave you with
Um,
this. I'm gonna leave you with this. I think that this is
yes,
probably
sir.
the best way to continue. Like I'm not like there's no other argument than I have than it's speculatory without evidence, and a correlation causation fallacy is just that, a fallacy. That's my only response to your position. I mean, maybe I could like recommend you to like try to investigate your claims here. Maybe like an actionable like piece of homework almost that you could take away from your conversation with me here today is to turn around, to go to Google and to explore and try to find anything that Trump has done in the last 170 days to cause lower prices. But I mean, I think our conversation ends there, unless there's any other thing that you have to argue here, insofar as why you support Trump that doesn't kind of reduce to what we've both acknowledged as speculation.
I would say his big beautiful bill is something. Like I said, this is the anecdotal portion of it that it does affect me rather than the because I'm not part of the bottom 20% earners. That's why I support it because it positively affects me.
Well, you shouldn't support things that marginally affect you if they disenfranchise the lives of so many others.
Um,
Like
yeah,
I mean,
I would.
I feel
No,
like that's
I would agree with that. I would agree with
right.
that. I think that if he could do the same tax cuts without cutting the Medicaid and the SNAP benefits for those who desperately need it, that would be more preferential.
It would
And I
be. It
think
would be more preferential. That would actually be similar to his tax cuts in his first term.
right, and that's kind of maybe my ignorance with the big beautiful bill is
Okay.
that I thought because it was reinstating his 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that it was going to be not cutting the.
All right. Okay. Well, you went on pause, man. I mean, I think I'm gonna move on to the next guest. I mean, I don't really know that if we have a debate, if that makes any sense. Maybe just do your research and explore these things more. It sounds like you're kind of conflicted, and I think that confliction is good because it sounds like maybe you've been in a position before where you really did support Trump, and you're starting to realize that you might have got played. But I'm gonna move on to the next guest, man, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, hey, Dean, thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, guys. Keep in mind that we are just looking for people that support Trump, preferably those with arguments. We're going to move on to Hallie. Everyone, just give us a minute here, you guys. If you're watching and you want to support me, support the stream, support the show, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, y'all. Also, do you guys hear an echo? Is there an echo that's going on at all? I mean, I've been seeing a handful of people commenting about an echo since I started the live stream. No? No? Okay. All right, good. I'm over here like fucking with my volume to try to prevent the echo. And I'm like forcing myself to like barely hear the guests because I'm thinking that maybe the audio is coming from my headphones into the mic. Welcome in. What's going on, Monet? Okay, well, there's a little bit of an echo there. Welcome in, Monet. Do you support Trump?
Okay, so I'm actually from England.
I'm so sorry that I have to kick you because the 3 rules are simple. You got to be at least 18 years old. You got to be from America, and you got to support Trump. We're going to move on to the next guest, the servant of Christ. Hopefully this person's not a Trump supporter. Hey, you're a big time liberal socialist, right? Leftist socialist.
Big time liberal socialist.
Leftist socialist.
What?
Because you're a servant of Christ. He's furthest thing away from the right, bro. Guessing you're not MAGA.
What?
Are you breaking the rules?
What is... Jesus was a liberal?
Leftist, I'd say.
Oh, sorry. Jesus was a leftist?
Probably.
Oh, so we're just making claims that aren't true.
No, definitely.
Why are we making things up?
I don't know, man. Maybe I'm feeling like a Trump supporter today. Do you support Trump?
I absolutely do.
Oh, dude. How? Tell me how.
I had to pick him over Kamala. We all know that men are better leaders than women.
Pronounce her name. Oh.
Kamala.
No, her name is pronounced Kamala.
Wait, does it matter?
Yeah, for sure it does. Are you telling me that Republicans are so effing stupid they don't know how to pronounce words?
Well, I'm not a Republican,
right.
But
so you just told us that men are better at leading than women, right?
Yes.
All
yes,
right, tell
absolutely.
me why. Why do you think men are better at leading than women? Let's hear the argument.
Wait, for reals?
Yeah, I'm being serious.
Oh, okay. Well, normally we just agree on this. This is like not even a debate.
Oh, it definitely is a debate.
Really?
Yeah, because you're wrong.
I'm wrong?
Yeah, give the argument.
Was Nick Fuentes wrong when he debated you on that?
Yeah, he was. And you're wrong too. So why do you think men are better at leading than women? Because right now you don't have an argument. I guess I'll take the mic and I'll start. I mean, like, I'll make an argument up for you since you don't want to give me one. I'll just kind of go through anything that you could say. Maybe you'll say that men are better at leading than women because you think that women are more emotional than men. I mean, that's not true. We see that men are actually more likely to drive their decision-making processes with emotion compared to women. My evidence would be in like empirical stats. Like, I mean, 92% of all violent crimes are more likely to involve in reckless driving, drunk driving, where insurance premiums are higher. And then when we like, oh, they're also more likely to self-unalive. They're more likely to use hard D or UGS as a coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. But then when we look at like people that maturely manage and process their emotions, like women, they have higher EQ scores on average, higher IQ scores on average, and things which are inductive of high levels of intelligence and logical thought processing, like schools. Women outperform men. They have higher graduation rates, get better grades. And I mean, they're also just kind of like biologically designed to deal with like stress better, for instance. Evolution gave that to women because of childbirth. They have thicker dendrites in the context of their spinal cords, which make them better when dealing with stress. Maybe that's why women surgeons outperform male surgeons. Yeah, I don't know. Just a thought. We saw that from a study done by the Journal of the American Medical Association. So I don't know. I made an argument up for you. Maybe you'd say that men are better at leading than women because women are more emotional because you didn't want to give me one of your own. So now we know that that's not true. I'll go back to you. Do you have an argument, or should I just keep on going through the potential arguments that you could give?
Oh, so your argument didn't change at all, 7 months later from the debate. That's insane. But no, that's not what I was going to say at all.
Facts don't change, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. The Earth was round 500 years ago, and it's round today. I'm so sorry that I'm consistent in alignment with reality, and you're not. Typically, the only people who have their beliefs oftenly change in the same subjects are those that don't seek truth and just seek whatever's popular and makes them feel good.
Well, that's not the case if you're consistently wrong. Like,
well, I mean, big talk coming from a small guy saying that I'm consistently wrong when you don't even want to give an argument or a counter argument. I'm waiting though. What's the position? Why do you think men are better at leading than women? You didn't come up here expecting this. I hope you know, before I debated politics, I debated feminism and a lot of like this shit for, like a year straight every day. I loved it. I mean, unfortunately, I don't really do it much anymore because of like changes in the TikTok terms of service. But I actually think it's like easier to argue that Trump is a good president than it is to argue that men are better at leading than women. And I mean, I'm trying to prove that to you, but you won't even give me an argument because you know that you're fucking wrong. How does that feel? Like you told me that you're a friend of Fuentes, or like a fan of Fuentes.
You just muted me twice. How can I give an argument if I can't talk? Like, what is this?
Oh, here we go. I'll mute myself. Go ahead and talk and give me an argument.
Do you promise? I won't get interrupted? I won't get muted? Okay, perfect. All right. I think that men are better leaders than women because men are better at the leadership qualities that the qualities that I attribute to being a good leader, which is, you got to be comfortable taking risks. You got to be decisive. And the whole stress thing that you said, I mean, maybe different types of stress, but not all types of stress. And we'll get into that. But men handle the types of stress that I think are necessary to be a leader. Men are more willing to be violent, which is also important, and they're better protectors. So that's the reason why. And we can see the whole risk thing from men are all these daredevils. They have all these risky careers. They're in the military. They're in security. They're in all these careers that entail risk, and they're comfortable with that, which also requires them to be decisive. So they also handle that stress better of being in that risky career where
you suck at this.
So that's your argument? You suck.
I'll get into it. Like, you're trying to give me an argument that like men take more risks than women on average because of like the careers they choose. What a terrible argument. You know that there's studies that just prove that men take more risks than women based upon like psychosocial phenomena and like a methodical testing taking advantage of like the scientific method. Like there's like so many academic studies out there that will like prove the claim you're trying to make, but you don't want to reference studies. You want to reference like very vague career choices. So that's why I said that like you suck at this. But no, you're right. On average, men do take more risks than women. And I agree. Sometimes some risk can be indicative of being a good leader. But I think that we need to be able to make a distinction between good risk taking or rational risk taking and bad risk taking or irrational risk taking. And I think the reason why we see that pendulum of risk taking being something we see more in men than women on average is because they're more inclined to engage in irrational bad risks, right? And obviously, like irrational bad risks, like possibly sending a nuke to Moscow to prevent Russian expansionism, is not going to be something that we're a fan of. And I mean, we see men take more of these irrational bad risks. They're more likely to gamble, like significantly. Obviously, you know, somebody that spends their life in the casino isn't going to be better at being a leader than your average woman, right? So, I mean, I think we need to consider that. Same thing with drunk driving, reckless driving. I think that we need to be able to examine rational, good risk-taking skills. And I don't think that you're going to be able to give me any evidence that men are more likely to engage in rational risk-taking compared to women. Now, to move on to your second argument of decisiveness.
Well, that wasn't my argument. You addressed.
You did give an argument that men are better at leading than women because they're more risk takers, right?
No, I said that they're more comfortable with taking risks. I think we need to draw a distinction here.
That's what that means.
That's not what it means at all, actually. And I'm going to explain exactly why.
Is it because they don't consider the fact that it's a risk because they're less likely to engage in rational
I said when we talk about like, all right, you take more risks, I'll definitely I'll agree with you. Like, okay, if you take more risks, it doesn't really make you a better leader because it's a neutral, really. That's what it is. I mean, the risk could be good, the risk could be bad, but I'm talking about being comfortable taking those risks. You can't freak out. You can't, you need to show that you're comfortable taking risks because as a leader, you're going to make risky decisions, and men are more comfortable doing that.
How do you know that men are more comfortable in making rational risks?
They literally like
literally. So your explanation is the word literally. That's cute.
Why are you insulting me so much? I've gotten on this live and I've been nice to you.
I think that my facetious jab calling your counter argument consisting of one word cute is probably going to be the nicest thing I could say to you in the moment. I think that you need to stop being a snowflake.
I got muted again. Very typical, Dean. Very typical.
I'm so sorry for silencing you, man.
Yeah, don't do that. I'm empowered. It's ma'am. It's ma'am, Dean. I'm empowered. Don't silence me. You should know this by now. It's oppressive. White man.
So now, like, your new direction in the debate is to make fun of women empowerment after you failed to give me an argument that men are better at leading than women.
We haven't even gotten into
this dude literally
this
dude gives me a one-word counter argument to the question I asked him of saying literally. Then I'm like, oh, that's cute. And then he starts like making fun of like woman empowerment. Dude, groypers are like I'm gonna get bad. I just can't say that. But you guys just aren't that smart. Let me tell you.
Well, first of all, I'm not a groyper. I'm not a complete fan.
No, not a complete
Love the
fan.
guy, but he does say some things that I disagree with.
There you go. Well, do you have an argument?
We
I mean,
haven't
do you
gotten into my other points,
have an argument? I mean, you don't want to finish exploring this one point? My question was, how do you know that men are more likely to engage and take rational risks than women? And then your response was one word. You just said literally.
Okay. I don't really consider that, I just said comfortable taking risks, whether the risk is rational or not. I mean, sometimes you have to sometimes you got to take irrational risks as a leader.
I actually don't think that leaders should be more comfortable in taking irrational risks.
It might seem irrational. I mean, if you're uncomfortable taking what seems like an irrational risk, that's a problem.
No, I don't think that's a problem. Like, I mean, like you were talking about like companies, CEOs, leadership, execs, etc. Like people get booted off the board if like they're comfortable and are taking all of these irrational risks. Like that's what leads to, people losing their life savings in, casinos and getting kicked off the board because they made an investment into the wrong sector at the wrong time just because of a thought in their back of the mind that said it might be beneficial 100 years from now. It's decisiveness and risk taking can be important, but only when the risk taking is managed and rational. And if you don't believe me, just go ask any CPA ever, go ask any investment firm ever, go ask any businessman or woman ever.
Well, it's funny. My dad is a businessman, and he'll tell you that you're wrong because the whole idea that you're talking about. I mean, I could even bring this up right now: the 2008 market crash, when people were buying stocks against, or bonds and swaps against the housing market. It was deemed an irrational risk. People didn't want a part of it, and boom. But when you're a leader, you have to make those decisions. You have to make those calls.
According to whom was it deemed as an irrational risk to invest into a market at the pit of a collapse?
Yeah, this is prior to the collapse. People didn't want to. Why would you invest into? Why would you? Why would you?
Yeah,
bet
prior to the collapse,
the
it
housing
wait,
against
wait,
the
wait,
housing
wait, wait,
market
wait,
at any
wait.
time unless you knew a crash was coming.
Wait, holy shit! Donald Trump just admitting to having one of his underage masseuses that worked at Mar-a-Lago who's 17 years old. Wait. We are gonna kick you because we got to research this story. Goodbye. Looks like this just broke, everybody, from a text from Parker. Trump says Epstein stole underage victim Virginia G from his Mar-a-Lago spa, leading to a feud. Donald Trump said on Tuesday that he ended his friendship with Epstein because his disgraced financiers stole young women working at Mar-a-Lago spa too many times. What? He confirmed that Epstein took people that work for me and so again, despite being admonished to not poach Mar-a-Lago workers by Trump. He, quote unquote, Epstein, quote unquote, took people that work for me, and I told him, don't do it anymore. And he said, and he did it. I said, stay the hell out of here. What do you mean, took people? What does that even mean? What? And his response was to say, don't do that anymore? Because if he's like taking like these girls to like sexually exploit, traffic, rape, like why would Trump's response be don't do it anymore? Also using words of like saying like quote unquote poached. What does that even mean? Huh. I don't see. Is this like a breaking story? Did this just come out? So Parker sent this over to me. It looks like this was published like a couple minutes ago. But I've Matt sending me a text saying that he's known this for a couple days. So is this old news? Is this new news? This is yesterday's news? Okay, I'm hearing about this. It was out earlier today. What's up, Parker? Sorry, not Parker. Santan, I saw your text. Is this new?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no. I just saw that you were in the request. Do you know anything about this?
Yeah, I just got it in real time with reading over it as well. I was about to try to find more information about it. But the interesting thing from this is like reading the article, it highlighted the fact that he hired young people away from him, and he kept getting upset because Epstein was hiring young people away from him, or specifically hiring people away from him. And the 17-year-old was hired from Trump to Epstein. So
Interesting.
uh, I'm like real. I got it at the same time as you, and so I'm looking through it right now.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Well, if you happen to figure out any more information about this, feel free to come up here and let us know. I think maybe for the moment I'm just going to move on to the debate. So I mean, it could develop a little bit.
Yeah, just an FYI, like everything that I'm seeing, uh, it looks like this is like really new. Like everything that because there's a couple of different articles, and the oldest one that I'm seeing, I don't understand how no one saw this yesterday, but like PBS ran an article
Here.
about it yesterday.
I'm gonna go ahead and just
She said, "Oh, you're beautiful."
turn on some MSNBC real quick.
Who she did know, who owned Victoria's Secret. It was all very credible. And then she trapped them and also molested them. And I feel like that needs to be told more and more, is that she was involved in this.
I actually cannot play that. It'll get the stream banned.
Yeah, well,
I appreciate you so much.
I'm gonna I'm gonna see if I can find more. I'll let you know. But like everything that I'm seeing, like there's the independent. Reuters has something an hour ago. Like local news has things within like last 30, 40 minutes, but PBS has something from yesterday, but that's like it. So this is really new.
Okay, I think I'm actually gonna try to find a Trump's statements on it.
Yeah. All right. I'll let you know. I'll send you if I find something.
Okay, have a good one, man.
Yep.
All right, yeah, let's try to pull up what Trump was saying about this yesterday. Looking for the link right now. Okay, yeah, this looks like this is coming from. Here's a 2-minute clip. Let's just see what they have to say in this 2-minute clip here, real quick.
I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein.
President Donald Trump attempted to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein again.
I don't want like the reporting. I don't want to hear anybody else talk. I wish that like more like news channels would just like supply like raw clips of this shit. You know what I mean? Like I don't want like the coverage of like a news reporter speaking over the clip. I want just
all of the things that we all want.
Mr. President, you have said that you have not been briefed on the Epstein files, but or your name has not appeared in the Epstein files. But doesn't the AG have to tell you if your name is...
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. You know, it's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this, those files were run by the worst scum on earth. They were run by Comey, they were run by Garland, they were run by Biden and all of the people that actually ran the government, including the auto pen. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax. They ran the files. I was running against somebody that ran the files. If they had something, they would have released. Now, they can easily put something in the files that's a phony. Like, as an example, Christopher Steele, a person you know well, happens to be from your country. But Christopher Steele, as an example, wrote a book, a dossier. We call it the fake news dossier. And the whole thing was a fake. The whole thing was a fake. They can put things in the file that are fake. But those files were run by bad, sick people. If they had anything, why didn't they use it when I was killing Joe and then he gave out because he was 25 points down? And then I got somebody new. Nobody even knew anything about her. She was a horrible vice president. She was a border czar, but she never went to the border. She never once called a border patrol agent to find out how we're doing. But she was the border czar. Her name was Kamala. Nobody knows her last name. It was Harris. But nobody knew her last name. So I ended up, how would you like to end up in a race where you're killing somebody, you're beating him, and then they say, all right, we'll take him out. He's not working. Let's put somebody else. And then she had a 6-week honeymoon. It was amazing. They predicted she will have a 6-week honeymoon, and she did. And then she got slaughtered. But think of it. Those files were run by these people. They were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election. Yeah.
Do you think that drawing, I think I heard you say something the other day, that the drawing that was the subject of the Wall Street Journal report.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person.
You think it was fraudulent?
I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, you know, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women, that I can tell you. They say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women. And also, you know, Epstein was always a very controversial guy.
Dude, he's just yapping. Like, what the fuck? Okay, he's about to start talking about Epstein. Well, I was just getting ready to talk it off. I was just getting ready to turn it off because he's just like literally like yapping. But let's see what he has to say about Epstein.
I was at a very high position, you know, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was a very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? Now, with that being said, they say there were many letters done by many people, and many big people, big successful people. But I just don't. When you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct, because if we had it, we would have used it on the guy. It's a bad issue. They say it's a good issue for Trump. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points since this ridiculous Epstein stuff? My poll numbers have gone up 4.5 points because people don't buy it. Okay, people don't buy it.
Basically, like the culmination of this is him calling Democrats enemies, saying that it's a big hoax and he's so popular. I also don't think that this is the clip that we're referencing. I think it's, I heard that it was an audio clip from Air Force One that we're supposed to be watching. So if anybody in my Discord has that clip from like Air Force One, feel free to go ahead and drop that in the Discord. I'm going to be in the live channels here here in a second to grab it so we could all listen to it together. It doesn't have a video. Yeah, it's just audio. Yeah, let's try to find that audio real quick, and then we'll get back to the debates. But I want to listen to this audio where he's talking about Epstein and whatnot with you guys super duper quickly. So give me like 30 seconds here to pull it up. Because I'm reading the reporting. I'm not going to understand. I'm not going to lie. I don't really understand the reporting on the surface level. It kind of seems like all over the place. Looks like somebody in the Discord already has the video pulled up. Whoever you are, thank you. Phenomenal. All right, so we have the audio. We're going to go and listen to it.
Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them
young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but
Can you guys hear that all right? Or is that like absurdly quiet?
everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women?
What did they do? In the spa.
In the spa?
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen,
Here's my question. So, I mean, it sounds like what he's describing here is like taking the workers in the sense of like hiring them himself. And like, I understand, like, you're running a big business, like you have employees, like you have a friend that is also like a big businessman. If they like, quote unquote, steal your workers from you, like, okay, like, oh, well, you shouldn't do that. But he says at the end of the clip there that because of this, he ended up like rejecting Epstein and throwing him out. That tells me that Trump probably knew what Epstein was doing with those girls. You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and listen to the rest. I just had to add that on real quick.
person? Does that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
Yeah, so it just goes on to say that he quote unquote stole Virginia. And he was like framing his reaction to that. Oh, we threw Epstein out. We no longer let him in Mar-a-Lago because he was stealing all of these young girls. I think that informs me that he knew what he was doing with the young girls. I mean, I don't really see like what other conclusions we could yield here, if I'm being honest. That is like highly suspicious, very, very fucking creepy. And I think that my honest take is that here soon we're gonna see like the rest of this the story drop, and it's all gonna piece together, and it's gonna make sense, and Trump is gonna drown. Anyways, that's my commentary on it. Why would he like ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago for hiring some of his employees? Unless he knew what he was doing with them. We're going to move on to the next guest. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're at least 18 years old. You support Donald J. Trump. and you want to come up here and have a debate, we're going to go to get that next guest up here. But I mean, guys, the Epstein files are, I don't know. I think that we're going to see a big drop soon. We're learning that Trump lied about not knowing he was on them. He's now calling them a hoax. He's like now threatening to prosecute Obama, Kamala, Oprah, Beyonce. I mean, it sounds like he's just creating all of these distractions. He's saying that nobody cares. They're all just a hoax. Like, I wonder what we're going to end up finding out here. You know what I mean? I wonder. I do. But let's go to get that next guest up here. Go to put a maggot down below in that chat with your age if you do want to come up and have a dialogue with me today. Let's go to get that next guest W up here. Let's see here. Oh my God, Randy!
Yo, Dean, you the fucking goats. I love you, twin.
I appreciate you for that love, man. Yo, Randy, I appreciate you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Jeez, Randy, that is so incredibly kind of you. Randy has some kind words as well. Randy says, Randy, keep it up, Dean. I've learned so much. Your generation is giving me some hope. You know, Randy, I hope that my generation ends up turning out all right. I think that we've seen a pretty heavy drain on the men in my generation to the right. Natasha, I didn't mean to invite you. Just don't accept it. But I'm hoping that, you know, kind of what we do here is working to help hopefully get some more people in my generation back to the left. Thank you, Randy. That is Randi, everybody. Thank you so much. As well as Jessica, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for your kindness. Brittany, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Guys, thank you so much for the love. And then this was 42 minutes ago, but Dania, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. And then also real quick, Marty, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you, Marty. Marty says, keep it up, man. I appreciate you for the love as well as the rest of your kind message. I appreciate you. Show some love to Marty. Dylan with a 5, Abigail with a 5, and Sabrina with a 5. I appreciate you, everyone, so much for the love. And then just one last thing here. Jazz Music. Thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Jazz, thank you. That is insane. Thank you so much, Jazz. Thank you for your kindness. Jazz says, Dean, your shout out made my day. Bro, I mean, you had some good insight. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. Your theological debate yesterday with the anti-abortion preacher was a masterclass, as most of your debates are. Love how your brain works. Much love, man. Much love to you, Jazz. Everybody, show some love to Jazz and all the other kind donors down below in that chat while we're hopping into the next conversation here. Welcome in, Gio. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Gio, why is that?
Well, I supported Bernie in 2016.
Okay, big switch here. So what led you from a democratic socialist to a fascist?
I think that the DNC is flawed. I think that they are in a place where someone who can make big good changes to the country is unable to. And I feel like we need America to see the destruction that Trump will cause.
You are not a smart guy. You are not a smart guy at all. You're the opposite of what a smart guy is. That is crazy. Because I agree the DNC is flawed in so many ways. You'd be surprised by the amount of disdain that I hold in my heart for the DNC and a lot of people in it. Okay? But to sit over here and say that therefore we need a fascist to run the country to point out these flaws is completely ridiculous. No, what you need to do is get people to be more aware of the flaws in the DNC so we know who to vote for and against in the midterms in the next presidential election. And I think that we already see this happening with people like Zohran Mamdani out in NYC. What we don't do is install a fascist in the Oval Office to further regress this country while proactively taking more attention away from the DNC and getting moderate liberals to accept more shortfallings from the DNC because then they could just say, but Trump. I just think this is a terrible argument.
Yeah, I can completely understand why someone would think that. But I think there's, would you agree that there's a problem with echo chambers in our current, with the emergence of short form content and the way that things are now?
I'm not going to answer your question because I want you to be able to address the argument I gave you to demonstrate that you have no reason to support Trump.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I don't think there's a way that through promoting the good things that the DNC could do, I don't think there's any way that the people that we need to support.
So do you still support Trump?
I support him being in the White House.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that you have any grounds to take any issue with the DNC.
Why not?
Yeah, because you're telling us that the DNC has these flaws, yet you support a literal fascist in the Oval Office. No grounds.
Yeah, I mean, how else are we gonna I don't think there's been any success in the methods that you've illuminated because he's in the Oval Office.
Okay, why do you care about shortfallings in the DNC?
Because I want someone like Bernie or Marianne
Okay,
to be
why?
able to. Because I agree with their policies.
Oh, so in other words, you think it's because if the DNC was better equipped, they'd better serve the American people. So you ultimately care about how the American people are served?
Yeah, absolutely.
How are the American people being served with Trump in the Oval Office?
I think that he can't do enough damage in the 4 years that he has to fully break America.
Yeah, imagine if you were a woman in 10 of our red states where they ban access to abortion from grape victims, and you got raped yesterday, and you figure out in 3 weeks from now that you're pregnant, and the only reason why you can't access health care is because of Donald Trump's appointments to SCOTUS. It sounds like a pretty privileged take to me.
Yeah, I can see why you'd say that, but at the same time, like, if it's not, do you think that Trump is like the only person that would have done what Trump did? Do you not think that? To me, Trump isn't.
All right, have a good one, man. We're going to move on to the next guest here, everybody. Yeah, I mean, we come across people like that all the time where they are so progressive that they just kind of go through the horseshoe theory and end up on the other side. I absolutely believe in like the political horseshoe theory, and that was my evidence. He was like so progressive that he turned out to be pro-Trump because of how progressive he is. I just think it's a fundamentally flawed way of thinking that is exclusionary of the of the ways in which so many individuals in this country have been hurt by the Trump administration. And it's just so sad to see, and I really do think that he needs a reality check, you know? Imagine if he was a woman, how would he be feeling? Imagine if he was an immigrant, how would he be feeling? Imagine that he's been the subject to an illegal deportation and was beaten, tortured, and CCOT for 3 weeks. How would he be feeling? Imagine if he was a legal green card holder and was kept up in an ICE detention center for 3 months. How would he be feeling? Imagine if he worked for, any of like the media organizations that have now been targeted by Trump, like CBS, NBC, CNN in 2022, AP, the Wall Street Journal, etc. How would he be feeling? It's just because he is in a position where he isn't personally immediately impacted negatively by the administration that he says, well, I'm in a virtue signal and act like I care about people and good policy for this country, and I'm just going to act like the fascist in the Oval Office isn't doing enough harm, and any of the harm that he is causing is ultimately inconsequential to my goals. Very, very, very terrible take. Welcome in, Taylor. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Trump said he never had the pleasure of going to Epstein's Island. Don't know if you'd seen that.
I did see that. Do you support him?
Lovely. No, and I hate when people do this.
All right. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I did see that yesterday. Yeah, every time he talks about Epstein, he just makes it worse for himself, and he loves to talk. So, I'm happy he's making it worse for himself. Welcome in, Kyle. How old are you?
34.
34. Do you support Trump?
I'm kind of on the fence, but he has some pretty good takes on how to make our country better by increasing our workflow. As automation continues to expand, jobs are going to be limited.
Can you disconnect any type of Bluetooth device that you're connected to your phone?
Oh, yeah.
There you are. So why do you support Trump?
So, he create more jobs.
Sorry, Kyle, I had to kick you. Nope, he's still technical. There he goes. Oh, sorry, Kyle, I had to kick you. Your internet is really, really bad, and we couldn't make out literally anything that you said. I apologize, man. Hope you have a good rest of your day, though. Welcome in, Useless. Do you support Trump? Useless Farm, hello?
Total accident. That was actually my duck that... So sorry.
No worries at all. No worries at all. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I was looking at their page. They have like 5 million followers, and they post a bunch of like farm content. So I fully believe that, they had a duck hit the butt. It's really funny. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute. Yo, Denise, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Denise, that is so kind of you. Denise, thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Denise with the $50. Denise says, give me a second, Denise. Hello, Steven. How old are you?
I'm 48.
You have like a headphone, something connected to your phone here, making it really hard for us to hear you. If you could disconnect any and all Bluetooth devices that you have connected to your phone so you don't sound like you're scuba diving, that'd be sick. Now, while you're doing that, I also want to read out Denise's message here real quick. Denise says, Trump is a textbook example of a malignant narcissist. While today Trump's discussion of poaching the quote-unquote employees, he speaks transactionally. Everything and everyone is transactional supplied to his dark triad personality. He has no consciousness. Denise, I want to be your friend. You sound like a very intelligent person. Can we show some love to Denise down below in that comment section right the hell now? And then also, Alyssa, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Ruben, thank you for the 100 and okay. And ACH, thank you for the 200 units of whatever currency that is. I'm not too sure what currency it is, but just know that I appreciate you. Now, Stefan, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Bro, no, you shouldn't support him. He's the worst president of your life. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
Well, because I think you're educated far beyond your intelligence. As the economy continues to soar, as the border stays closed, and as everything in our lives get better every single day, you still sit up here and preach fascism as if. I mean, he meets the 14 facets. You're insane.
You support Trump because I'm insane. Sir, I've heard it all, but that one has to be one of the worst arguments I've ever heard.
I mean, I support Trump because of what he's doing.
Oh, okay. What is he doing that you like? What are you a big fan of?
Well, you realize no one crossed the border, right?
That's not true.
You also realize that we brought in, what, $27 billion last month in tariffs, and it's headed toward $300 billion.
I also don't think that's true, but I mean, I'll still listen.
How can it not be true? I mean, the money's either there or it's not.
Because the $27 billion figure I heard reported from the administration was like a surplus of the month. I don't think that like the tariff would be the only thing generating said surplus, if that surplus even exists in the first place, because their administration has a tendency to lie.
Let's just say it's zero. Let's compare it to last year.
I do want to quickly ask you, do you think that our government making money off of tariffs is a good thing? Because I think it's a bad thing. And the reason I think it's a bad thing is because once those goods that are tariffed are in the market, inevitably it is the American consumer that's paying for them. So in other words, it's just a regressive tax that poor people are disproportionately paying. Why would I support a regressive tax on poor people?
But that's not true, because prices are steadily down.
Actually,
and inflation remains a constant.
We've seen core inflation slightly rise, but once again, that's on the macro scale. When we isolate for the specific products that have been impacted by tariffs, we have seen their prices increase. Not to mention that there's just a bunch of like pausing and resuming on the tariff. So like we never really know what products are going to be hit and which products aren't going to be hit. But like, for instance, the chairman of the Fed, Jerome Powell, did say he was going to cut the rate at which he was cutting rates, like interest rates and whatnot, because of the inflationary effects he expects to see from Donald Trump's tariffs.
No, you don't typically cut rates on an economy that is absolutely soaring. The only reason to cut rates right now is because of the housing market. And the housing market is seeing a hold right now due to interest rates.
So like interest rates are cut when inflation is low and they're increased when inflation is high. They're just a tool that our Federal Reserve uses to, by proxy, control consumer spending.
I understand interest rates quite well. I also don't care for the Democrats' view on immigration. I like the fact that Trump is deporting non-documented immigrants.
Okay.
I think they are.
Name one way that this country materially benefits from a mass deportation.
Well, because it's a net loss. I know that you like to preach, oh, well, they bring in $100 billion in tax revenue. Yeah, and it also costs $59 billion a year just to educate them. It costs $37 billion a year in our ERs. It costs $27 billion a year to chase them around the country. It's a net loss.
I'll respond to
several studies.
I'll respond to all three of the points that you just made. You said it costs around $50 billion to educate them. It costs around $30 billion to serve them in our ERs. Then it costs like $30 billion to chase them around the country. So the last cost of the $30 billion, that's a cost that's incurred from deportation, and it's a little bit more than that. It's projected to, it costs around $88 billion to $100 billion per year to do a mass deportation, and that's an expense being incurred by an operation that you support, you hypocrite. Now to your second point, that they cost our ERs $37 billion per year. I think that Medicaid expenses around $18 billion per year for all insured people using emergency rooms, which includes uninsured citizens. So I'm not sure where you're getting that $37 billion figure from. Then from your first claim saying that it costs $50 billion per year to educate the children of undocumented immigrants. Fun fucking fact, the children of undocumented immigrants born in this country are citizens.
Not necessarily the ones born in this country, my friend.
Necessarily, yes, necessarily that every single child of an undocumented immigrant born in this country is a citizen. Yes.
And what is changing with that right now?
Nothing is changing with that right now. That's our 14th Amendment, buddy. At least part of it.
Well, do you understand that they're here because of immigration? Now, whether the fact the law let them skirt around being legal or not is a totally different conversation. But do you understand that they're here because of immigration? So that the drain on the economy is because of the illegal immigration?
Just like the drain on the economy of educating children born to natural U.S.-born citizens is because of birth. So if you think that's a reason to restrict immigration, would you also say the net loss we have on young Americans, American children born to American parents, and the fact that birth needs to be restricted too? Or are you going to recognize that every penny we spend on education for children in this country is not a penny we will get back immediately, but it's rather an investment into them and into the future of this country, because ultimately, with a better education, we will produce higher skilled laborers?
It's a direct result of illegal immigration, period. Their parents came here. How they got here, it's irrelevant. It's a direct cause. We would not have the expense if it were not for illegal immigration, period. That's how that works.
Just like the money that we spend on other American students in school is a direct cause of birth of American citizens. Should we restrict birth too?
See, no, you're pivoting.
Wait, no, it's an analogy because you're using this as an argument to say that we need to restrict said immigration. So wouldn't this also imply that therefore we need to restrict birth?
Well, then let's take the same argument to crime, right? Switch the same argument to crime. If an immigrant comes here and commits a crime, it would not have happened if they had not broken our law to be here. Is that not true?
Wow! If they weren't here in the first place, they wouldn't have committed that crime in America. Dude, honestly, you're blowing my mind, man. That is true.
Okay, we'll switch the argument right.
Oh, you cut out there. Hello.
Switch right back to the argument that we were discussing. If their parents had not come here illegally,
I don't think that you really care about crime.
$50 billion a year. Or are you going to pivot now to Donald Trump because, the Democratic Party attacked him?
No. I mean, I definitely can bring that up, how Trump is a criminal, and that wouldn't be a pivot. It would be conceptually relevant. Now, the reason why I'm telling you I don't think that you really care about crime is because undocumented immigrants are A, less likely to commit crime, B, only account for 1% of crime, meanwhile men account for 90% of violent crime, and you've never talked about that fact. And then C, if we were to do a mass deportation, we'd actually see more total nominal crime in this country because of the negative effects of mass deportation on poverty rates through weakening our economy. That's why I say that you don't care about crime. Now, if I want to paint the picture that you're a hypocrite, that one's easy. You put a felon in the Oval Office. Simple undocumented entry is nothing more than a misdemeanor. So it's funny that you care about one misdemeanor more than 34 felony counts for something that should require less qualifications to achieve. Not to mention that Donald Trump has pardoned violent offenders like DJ Rodriguez, who tried to kill a cop by driving a stun gun into the neck on J6, and you haven't said a peep, and you still consider yourself MAGA. I just think at the end of the day, you don't really care about these things, A, for the reasons I described, and B, you're a raging fucking hypocrite because of the second argument I made.
I'm a raging hypocrite. I work with immigrants every single day. I'm a contractor here in the state of Florida.
Are you driving?
No, I'm sitting in a car because I'm on a job site.
Okay.
If you were to look at my TikTok, you'll see I employ immigrants every single day. We sponsor them. We bring them here legally. They do it the right way. And you know what? They're MAGA as well.
So you're saying that there's some immigrants out there that vote against their best interests? I don't think that this speaks towards how good or bad. I don't think this speaks towards how good of a President Trump is. I think this speaks towards how much he's been able to take advantage of propaganda in American media. Also, if you want to make the argument that you could like identify immigrants that are MAGA, therefore Donald Trump is good for immigrants. Well, I think it was like 93% of Black Americans that voted for Harris and voted against Trump. Does this mean that you think that Donald Trump is really bad for Black Americans?
No, but I think you should hear things.
Oh wait,
from the
so then why?
horse's mouth.
So then why would you say that because you could identify immigrants that are MAGA, that means he's good for immigrants? Even though I could identify a vast majority of Black Americans that are against MAGA, wouldn't this imply the opposite?
What percentage of Hispanics voted for Republicans this time?
I don't know the stats of Hispanic.
And why was
individuals
there
that
such a
voted
huge
for
switch this time? If they're voting against their best interest, do you just find them stupid?
Well, I mean, I already went over the effect and byproduct of the exploitation of propaganda in American media. I don't think all people are stupid. I think that most people, regardless of
no, they're not stupid. They recognize 2% inflation from 9.2% inflation.
Bruh, you're going to let me finish making an argument before you talk about inflation. Because now if I respond to that argument, I point out the simple fact that the reason we saw much inflation in America was because of the pandemic, and it was not local, it was global, and we actually had the best comeback from said inflation compared to any other country in the G7. And we were actually expecting less inflation if Kamala Harris won, because one, her policy was less expensive, and two, Donald Trump's policy is directly inflationary through tools such as tariffs. I'm completely detracting away from the argument that I did want to make by you calling out the fact that we've seen a massive increase in the amount of Hispanic voters that support Trump. That must mean that Trump's good for Hispanic voters. You didn't respond to my counter argument by suggesting that because 93% of Black voters don't support Trump and haven't in the last 3 elections, this must mean that Donald Trump is bad for Black Americans, yet you denied that conclusion, meaning that you are contradicting yourself by holding the conclusion that he's good for Hispanic Americans because 54% of them supported him. But I don't know. I guess I just responded to all the arguments you gave, even the ones that you tried to make when I was mid-sentence in interrupting me by trying to gish gallop and overwhelm me with points. Guess what? My brain is big. I could remember everything that you said, and I was able to refute it all.
I would use your same argument. The Democratic Party have been using Black people for years and years.
So now you're not.
It's a known.
So now you're not
fact.
You're not going to respond to that. You're not going to. You never responded to the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that mass deportation would have caused more crime. B, you never responded to the argument that I gave you about how you don't focus on the fact that men commit 90% of crimes. Instead, you focus on the fact that undocumented immigrants commit 1. C, you didn't respond to my argument detailing you as a hypocrite because you support a president that's guilty of 34 felonies, held civilly liable for rape, and has personally pardoned people that attempted to kill cops on J6. D, you didn't respond to my argument showing you to be, a logical mess because you're saying because more Hispanic individuals voted for Trump than not in this election, it must mean that he's good for them, even though you don't think that Donald Trump is bad for Black Americans, even though over 90% of them voted against him. Instead of E, you just like to make a whole new argument saying that Democrats have exploited Black Americans. Honestly, man, I'm going to need you to convince me that if I give this argument a response, you're actually going to address it instead of just pivoting, dodging, and running away from it like you have the last literally 5 points I've made.
Every undocumented immigrant that's in this country has already committed a crime, and they don't continue to commit crimes because if they do get captured, then they get deported. And that's pretty
And what argument did I make that this responds to?
I'm responding to the fact that you say undocumented immigrants commit less crimes.
Okay, so
that's not true because 100% of them have already committed one.
So I'm talking about crimes committed in the country, silly goose.
Yeah, when they came into the country, they committed a crime. It's our law, therefore it's in our country
the statistic
that it was broken.
The statistic is excluding the misdemeanor of undocumented entry.
So, why are we excluding?
Yeah, because you're talking about the crimes that they commit when they're already in the country. The original framing of this position was addressing you saying that they come in this country and commit crimes, right? Such as like rape, murder, stealing, like eating pets and dogs, or like raping wives. So obviously, right, the context in which the conversation is framed is talking about once they're already in the country, right, in our 50 states, you're saying that they are committing all these crimes that are hurting American citizens. All right,
that's not what I said, and obviously your brain's not good.
the framing of the conversation suggests a sense of crime that would exclude undocumented entry on its own, but would rather be crimes committed against American citizens that are making our like streets less safe or whatever the fuck.
Well, your brain's not that big, because actually what I said was none of the crime that they commit would happen if they were not here.
Oh, then maybe obviously you didn't hear my response by arguing that mass deportation will only cause higher crime rates and a higher total nominal amount of crimes by weakening our economy and increasing poverty. So if your whole deal here is just reducing the overall amount of crimes in this country, you would never support mass deportation because it will only cause more total crimes.
Okay, I'll talk to him right now. Hold on. Okay, I gotta go. I actually have to talk to an immigration attorney. Have a good day.
All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Let's go and see who's next. If you are watching and you want to support me, help me pay for my therapy. But after these dense-ass guests, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. But we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go. I'm not enjoying these people today. They're pretty tough. They're pretty dense. Not too fun to talk to, quite frankly. It doesn't even look like we have too many people in the guest request. So right now we have like 7,000 people in the TikTok stream. There's like 10 people in the queue. And I'm going to go ahead and assume that most of the people in the queue are trolls. Welcome, Indie Sport Trump. Yo, Woot Woot, please hop in that queue. I'd love to chat. Woot Woot, if you do want to come up, you just have to take your account off private. All right, Jason's not here. But Woot Woot, seriously, if you want to come up, just take your account off private, then hop in the queue. I'll happily have a chat. Moving on to the next guest here. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello. I don't, but I love you, Dean. You're so good.
I appreciate you for your kindness. It's going to move on to Lucas. Here we go, everyone. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean.
Wow.
I like your hair.
Very impressive, Lucas. Very nice. All right, moving on to our next guest. If you're watching and you want to come up, let me know down below in that queue. I'll happily load you up. We're going to go and get Ice Cream Bears up here. Damn, bro, we've only been live for 2 hours? These last 2 hours have been taxing because it feels much longer than that. Hello, Ice Cream Bears. Do you support Trump?
Oh, no. that was an accident. My bad.
Oh, no worries at all, man. No worries at all. We may try to do a restart on the stream. Possibly. Let's see here. Yo, Seb, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying hair's looking good today, brother. Yo, thank you. I've been doing something new with it, paying a little bit more attention to it. So I appreciate you for that love, Seb. And then also Haley, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Haley says, found you through my mom years ago. She loves you and watches you every day. If you could give her a shout out for her birthday today, her name is Gail. Dude, Gail, if you're listening in, happy birthday. I hope you live it up. And shout out to your amazing daughter, Haley. Shout out to Gail and happy freaking birthday. And holy shit, yo, Amy with a $65 donation over on PayPal. Amy, that is insane. Thank you. That is so much money. Holy shit. Amy says, haven't donated in a bit, but I wanted to make sure you knew Charlie Kirk is going to be featured in a new South Park episode. Oh, that's so funny. I know exactly how they're going to draw his caricature. That's going to be great. Amy, thank you for telling me. Everybody, show some love to Amy down below in that comment section right now, not only for the $65 donation. That is a huge donation, but also for the really cool update. It looks like he is going to be. Oh, dude. I have a picture up here right now. Oh, man, this is great because this is exactly what he looks like, too. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull it up on the TikTok live stream real quick. For everybody on YouTube, if you want to see it, just type up Charlie Kirk South Park and you'll see it. This is a screenshot of apparently what he's supposed to look like inside of the South Park episode. That's so funny. And the people that he has behind him, like IRL, like his bodyguards, actually look identical to that motherfucker right there. I think that's PC Principal. Apparently, like he's already like embracing it and has made it his profile picture on X. Yeah, they made it his profile picture on X. Oh my gosh. Oh, looks like we have a teaser of it too. Let's listen.
On an Wednesday, August 6th.
You can just shut up, baby, because you hate America and you love abortion.
On an all-new South Park. Okay. The epic season continues.
We want to honor the president's courage.
Stop. South Park. New episode Wednesday, August 6th at 10 on Comedy Central.
Dude, I fucking love South Park. For really just digging into the right. I mean, out of like all the time they could be spending on this content that they're putting out, I'm happy that they're just digging into the right with it. You know, they did that with the first episode of the season, and I think that they ended up seeing some really good returns for that. Obviously, the episode blew the fuck up, so now they're just gonna continue with it. I think that's great. He's trying to get ahead of the bullying by making his PFPs to somebody over on YouTube. I agree. No, he's just like fully embracing it, making it a joke. I mean, that's like the best PR response that he could have. I wish they put me in South Park. You know, that'd be fun. One of these days, chat. One of these days. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and do a quick restart on TikTok for everybody in here. I'm gonna be right back, y'all. I'm just gonna do a super quick restart. I think that we need to do restart in order to get the stream to push out for the remainder of our 4 hours here. If you want to know how to come back, just real quick, make sure you hit that follow button. That's one way to ensure that you're coming back. But then also, once the stream ends and you see my profile picture pop up on your phone screen, just click on it and then go to my account and count to 10 and then refresh and you'll see the glowing orb of my profile picture. Every single time I restart, a lot of y'all just don't come back. So, I mean, if you're one of those people that doesn't plan to come back, you should. You know, we're going to have some good debates, but I'll BRB, y'all. We're going to restart. Nobody on YouTube is affected, by the way. The restarts are only on TikTok. Our push was a little bit lower than usual, which just made it really hard to get debates in there. Okay. All right. We're already back live. Okay, welcome back in for everybody tuning in over on the TikTok live stream. Phenomenal. By the way, the account on YouTube, guys, we're on @DNCDean. Okay, everybody, welcome in. Welcome back into the stream over here on TikTok, guys. Make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out that live with a handful of friends. If you're tuning back in here and you are MAGA, go ahead and hop in that queue for me. We're not going to skip a beat, and we're going to hop right back into the debates after we thank two people real quick. Emily, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you, Emily. Show some love to Emily in the chat. Let's get at least 150 Emily W's. Emily says, thank you so much for everything that you do, Dean. I'm so concerned for my generation's future living in this country. You've shown me there might be a chance because of people like you, Emily. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your kindness. And there is a chance, not just because of people like me, but because of people like you too, Emily. And then Renee, that is RENE, says, the lack of self-awareness, empathy, and ability to critically think in these Trump supporters you deal with on a daily basis is staggering. Keep it up. We need voices like yours. Well, Renee, I appreciate you for making your voice very clear. Thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate you for being here, and I don't plan on giving this up anytime soon. I just love it too much. She also donated $15, so show some love to Renee and Emily down below. While we're working on getting that next guest up here, y'all, make sure we are in that queue that we're following the rules, please. You know, make sure that you're at least 18 from America, support Trump, you know, all of the rules and whatnot. I'm going to go ahead and assume that Hannah didn't mean to be here, so we're going to kick her and move on. We got Paul loading up right now, y'all. We got Paul loading up right now, quite frankly. Okay, all right. While Paul's loading up, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, folks. And also, if you want to skip the line and come right up here, just go ahead and put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age. We'll get you loaded in. We're going to move on to Ava. Here we go, everyone. Ava's loading up. Hi, Ava.
My name's not Ava. I'm sorry.
No worries. What's her name?
Hunter.
Hunter. Do you support Trump?
Yes, 1000% I do.
Why?
My two contentions are that he is preserving human rights and he is ending conflicts.
Who's he preserving the human rights of?
Fetuses in the womb.
Oh, so true. What happens when they're out of the womb and then they start like going to school? I mean, he kind of defunded free school student lunches for like 18 million school students. Or what happens if they're a woman? All of a sudden, they've lost access to health care. You know, or the fact that the leading cause of death in children is guns, and he doesn't really seem to be doing much about that either. Now, about fetuses and human rights. Why do you think fetuses have human rights?
Because they're human and they have human genome, human DNA, and they're the product.
You think
What?
all
They're an
humans
individual.
have the human right to life?
Yeah?
Okay. Even dead ones?
No.
No,
Because
okay,
they're
so
not
it's not all humans. But all alive humans have the right to
all
life.
living humans.
Okay. So if somebody like violated the right to life and killed like 1,000 living humans, what should happen to them?
They should be imprisoned, rehabilitated, like Biden with the Houthi conflict that Trump ended. That was another one of my contentions.
I thought we were talking about abortion, not Biden and
Okay,
the Houthi
okay.
conflict.
I'm
So do you
just
think it's
drawing a
murder to
parallel.
do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on brain dead patients in hospitals since they're alive humans?
I mean, to an extent, yes.
Okay, so
I mean, okay.
doctors working in brain dead patient, sects of hospitals that have pulled the plugs on like thousands of them, they're like mass serial killers.
If they have no
like
right,
fucking domestic terrorist type shit.
is there any chance they're coming back? Like,
When you say coming back, like, is there any chance that they're going to experience like a cognitive, like conscious experience again? No, but that doesn't matter to you because you just value humans that are alive.
I mean, they should be allowed that obligation to live. Like my position is that we shouldn't go out of our way to murder them. At the same time, just let things be how they are.
So do you think that there's a genocide going on in America today of like brain dead patients?
I think of fetuses, yes.
Why not of brain dead patients?
Isn't your whole thing sentience? If you value sentience, why do you eat animals?
That's my whole thing, and I could answer that question after you answer mine in a weird deflection.
I mean, animals are sentient. If you value awareness and
Why are you
sentience, then
pivoting?
surely value animals.
What? Do you know you're pivoting, or is it something that you're doing unintentionally? Because remember, like the point I got you on right here is that under your view, there's a literal fucking genocide of brain dead patients in American hospitals. And then you were like, "Oh, Dean, you value sentience. Must mean you're vegan."
I mean,
so
the difference.
Let's respond here to my
respond.
questions about your claim without pivoting.
I'll respond.
Holy fuck!
My bad. All right. Unlike the brain dead patient, the fetus is going to become something more than what it is at that moment.
Oh, so you don't actually think that all humans have the right to life, and you don't think that our value is derivative of our genome and our DNA. So why did you say that earlier? Seems like you're contradicting your own position, unless you'd like to change your position and give me a new one.
That's my bad. I didn't give a specific enough definition. So essentially,
Well,
I value.
I don't even think that you could pull that card either, because it's not like, now you're just giving me more clarity into what you think. This is contradicting what you said earlier.
Yeah, that's true. I'm giving more clarity. That's my fault. That's my fault completely. You're
Bro, but
right.
It's
You're
not,
correct.
It's
No, you're
not
right.
just giving more clarity. It's contradicting it. But whatever.
Well,
Just continue.
Okay. Essentially, what I'm saying is that sentience is arbitrary, and whether or not it attains the right to life, it's a human, and it's going to become something more, whether you like it or not. Just because it isn't that at that moment doesn't mean it should, be murdered, and that should be the norm.
So what is it going to be in the future that makes it valuable now?
A fully developed human.
When you say fully developed human, like what is like particularly valuable about a fully developed human?
Do you not ascribe fully developed humans value?
That wasn't the question I asked you. I don't think that it made an implication that I don't. I'm simply interrogating your view. So once again, like what specifically about a fully developed human is very valuable enough to give anything that might be a fully developed human in the future the right to life?
It's not brain dead, right? It has a brain.
It has a brain, so like a functioning brain. What is valuable about a functioning brain to you? Is it sentience?
Well, is it that way for you? Because you eat animals, don't you?
You're still asking me about my view. Once again, I'm interrogating your view. Is it sentience? Is that the aspect of the brain of a fully developed human that you think is valuable?
No, I don't value sentience.
Yeah, because you already said that. You can't contradict yourself. So then what in the fuck is valuable about a fully developed human brain to you if it isn't like a conscious experience? Like, what is it?
It would be, God made humans in his image.
Okay, you're
In the
trolling.
sense-
No, this guy's trolling. You're a troll, right?
No.
Okay, then what the fuck? Are you saying that it isn't in God's image when it's a fetus, but it is when it's a fully developed human?
Well, he made like trees in his image too.
What do trees have to do with the question that I'm asking you? You told me that you give the right to life to a fetus because it's going to be a fully developed human in the future. Then I asked you, well, what about a fully developed human being is so valuable that it makes you extend the right to life to anything that may be a fully developed human being in the future? And then you said a brain. And now I'm trying to determine, like, what is it about about a fully developed human brain that you think is valuable? Okay, because the obvious answer is sentience/consciousness, a subjective experience where and when we interact in the world around us. But you said you don't value that. So what is it? What about a fully developed human brain is morally valuable?
I answered your question earlier and you never answered mine. You said you'd answer it after I answered your question and you never did.
What a way to tell us that you know the answer sentience, but you've already affirmed that, to me at least, in bad faith, that's not something.
Well,
valuable.
I think sentience is a dead end because you are morally contradicting that position when you eat sentient animals.
Once
and
again,
condone
I'll happily explain that view to you once you're able to respond here. Because you haven't responded. I need you to tell
promised
me what you
that
find morally
earlier,
valuable.
and I responded.
Yeah, I promised to answer your question after I finish interrogating your view, and I'm still not clear on your view. Like you're given an unclear view. Like you haven't even taken the first step into having a debate with me, because so far you're telling me that you think fetuses have the right to life because they'll be fully developed humans in the future, and the aspect of fully developed humans that you think is valuable is the brain. But now I'm asking you, what about the brain makes is morally valuable, and you can answer. So far you haven't even taken one step in the direction of affirming a clear view for me to rebuttal.
I mean, do you know the functions of the brain? I feel like, to an extent, a brain-dead human is not living. And so, therefore, my original contention that a living human is what has value doesn't apply to brain-dead humans because I don't consider brain-dead humans to be alive, really.
What does life support do?
What do you mean? It keeps their body sustained, but really, their human qualities...
What do you mean by sustained?
There anymore. Sustain as in their body functions are still functioning.
When you say body functions are still functioning, do you mean biologically alive?
They're brain dead.
Their brain dead is not an answer to my question. Are they biologically alive?
I don't ascribe them any value because they're brain dead.
Okay, now saying that you don't ascribe them value or assign them personhood is not equivalent to saying that they're biologically dead. Right?
This is true.
That's not equivalent at all. Like for instance, I don't prescribe personhood to fetuses. I don't find fetuses morally valuable, but fetuses are biologically alive. They are both human and alive. But I mean, if now you're telling me, because so far your argument is that you think brain dead patients are dead, that was your claim, because you don't ascribe them any moral value, guess what? Now I'm going to hold on to your same position. I think that all humans that are alive are morally valuable, and I just think that fetuses are dead for the same reason that you think brain dead patients are dead, because I don't assign them personhood, and I don't think they're morally valuable.
I'll go back to what I said earlier. I'll restate it because you were right in that it is biologically alive. What I meant is what you said earlier, clarity. Is personhood. I don't consider it a person. Sure, it's biologically alive, but it's not a person.
Okay. So now you're completely shifting the argument into telling us that you value personhood, and instead of saying that you value a human genome.
I think human genome is a part of personhood, but it's not what makes all of it.
Are you sure it's a part of personhood? I don't think it is.
It's part of the things that I value.
Answer me: if there's identical twins with identical human DNA/genome, do they share the same personhood?
Well, identical twins don't have completely identical DNA.
So, given that they did, would they share the same personhood?
Of course not. As I said earlier, there's different factors to personhood. That's just one of the qualities. And so
then, would they share the same factor of personhood related to their genome?
No, because there's different related to their genome. If their genome is the same, of course they share the same, identical DNA.
Wait, 1 second.
Of
I need
course.
to understand. What do you think personhood is?
It's kind of the quality or condition of being an individual person. It's a status. It's
Okay, it's a status of identity, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
so what is our genome like doing in informing us of our status of identity? Are you telling me that if your head was like cut off your body and then put onto the body of another person, that you would not be the same person you were before the switch because you have a different genome, and our genome is relevant in informing us of our status of identity? No, you'd have the same identity.
No, I disagree. I think you're still a person because you have that quality
But
of
are you
human
the
genome.
same person?
No, you have different DNA. Like if you lose an arm, you're not the same person as you were.
Wait.
It
So
inflicts on your personhood, but you're still a person regardless.
I have a question. So let's assume that somebody was. Let me ask you a question. How many biological parents do you have?
Alive or dead?
It doesn't even matter. I retract that question. You're telling us that like our DNA informs us on personhood. So like once again, if you had a heart transplant, you would have like slightly different like DNA in your body, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Would you say that you'd be a different person if you got a heart transplant?
A part of you is different. That
part
doesn't
of
mean
you
that
is a
you're not a
person?
person. You still have personhood.
But has your identity as a person changed? Are you a different person?
No, the same thing. It's you're still a person.
So you are are you the identical person you were before the heart transplant?
No.
No?
No, you're not. That part of you has changed.
Well, I don't think that part is a part of you as a person, speaking in who you are as an identity. Do you possess the same identity that you did before?
I mean, it depends what you define as identity. I would say identity is a factor of personhood.
That is what personhood is. It's a theory of personal identity. I think that you've done like some research into the basics of like philosophy of like theories of identity and whatnot, but you're just not too you've only done like the basics. You haven't really gotten too in depth. Like typically in like theories of identity, like we don't prescribe any relevance to like our DNA.
I mean, I do.
Okay, well, I'm showing you why that's absurd. The reason why that's absurd is because if you got a heart transplant, you would be a different person under your view. And that's completely absurd.
I genuinely don't think that's absurd. I think that's a part of you that's changed. I mean, in normal terms, we refer to, if I lost an arm, I'm not the same person as I was before I had that arm. Every second I have a new experience or old experience or whatever.
So now you're equivocating between the way that we use these terms like normally or colloquially with the way that we use these terms in philosophy. That's very bad faith.
Of course not. What I'm saying is that there's a certain relation between those for sure. But what I'm saying is that
if I change my clothes,
but in normal terms it's not.
If I change my clothes, I'm a different person because I changed my clothes, I dyed my hair, and maybe I grew my nails out and shaved my beard and started looks maxing. I'm a different person in normal terms, right? But like obviously when we're asking, do you possess the same identity as an individual? Are you the same individual in relation to your personhood today as you were before you shaved your beard and started looks maxing? The answer would be yes. Like when tracking theories of identity and like identifying individuals as individuals, like typically we'd cosine like variables associated with one subjective experiences, not related to anything to do with like your biology, your genome, etc. Right? Like I don't think that your DNA informs us of anything to do with who you are as an identity or person.
I mean, I was interrupting earlier when you muted me. I was saying that because I agree. In relation to your personhood, you have not changed. But in relation to part of you, you have changed.
So then in relation to your personhood, you haven't changed, even if your DNA changes. So then DNA doesn't inform us of said personhood.
It's a factor.
It can't be a factor, or else you'd say that it would change given that factor changes.
I mean, a certain aspect has changed, but
that doesn't inform. Then a certain aspect of the personhood would have changed, but you told us the personhood didn't change.
it's really a matter of yes or no.
It's not a matter of yes or no. You're saying that there's a relevant factor in determining personhood that hinges on your DNA, but yet you're saying if your DNA changes, your personhood doesn't change, right? So like with all due respect here, that is ruling out your DNA from being a relevant factor in your personhood if that factor can change without your personhood changing.
It could change in a certain manner. That doesn't necessarily mean that, it could change in manners that doesn't inflict on personhood.
Okay, so then it's not relevant to personhood, meaning it's not a factor of personhood.
No, it is. It is, because it could change in a way.
So then what do you mean by the term factor? How can you say that it is a factor of personhood without it being relevant in determining personhood? That is contradictory unless you're assuming some definition of factor that is completely like atypical. Define factor.
Okay, let me explain. If you have
define factor.
Biology, it's an element of the greater. So
an element of the greater.
No biology.
So when we say element of the greater, okay, well, like your DNA is not going to be an element of the greater personhood, given that your DNA can change without a change in your personhood.
Let me just explain for 2 seconds. I think you'd understand.
I'm gonna let you explain, but I wish that you'd read like more than like one thesis from like a philosophy paper on like theories of personal identity before you come up here and you try to argue these things.
All right. So it could if you had no biology at all whatsoever, if that was the change in terms of your genetics or biology or whatever you want to consider it, if you had no biology whatsoever, then I don't consider you a person anymore. If you lost an arm, you still have that personhood. Now you can lose an arm, you can lose a heart.
I want to test that real quick. So if so we're living in a Black Mirror episode where we've taken your consciousness and we've uploaded it to a computer, and you have the same exact experiences, free will, and consciousness that you do now, but you're in the body of R2D2. Are you still a person? Are you still you?
No, you don't have biology.
You're not still you?
I mean, is that even possible? I don't think so. I don't think that's.
Wait, you don't think that's possible in what sense? Like, are you saying it's not physically possible, metaphysically possible, logically possible?
Any of those. I don't think logically it's possible.
You don't think it's logically possible for conscious robots to exist?
You require biology for consciousness, so I can't really answer that question.
Wait,
you require some biology.
In accordance with what theory of mind is biology a prerequisite for consciousness? So there's physicalists or materialists saying that like your conscious experience is grounded in some like physical or material existence, but who's to say that that physical or material existence has to necessarily be organic? Can you please give me a paper co-signed by any reputable philosopher or professor of philosophy or just academic in philosophy of mind ever that has purported a position on philosophy of mind that would describe a materialistic view where the existence of a conscious experience would logically entail like the existence of like organic material that it hinges upon?
Any scientist will tell you that consciousness awareness stems from the brain. There's a reason that
now you're equivocating between like scientists and like philosophers.
No, I mean, do you negate that? Do you negate that any biologist or scientist you ask will say that
I don't negate that like scientists or biologists will like describe that consciousness comes from the brain, but there's different theories of what its relation to the brain is. So like in philosophy of mind, we have like materialist theories that will describe the relationship between consciousness and one's brain as something that is material. It is directly consequential of the material of your brain, and the material of your brain is your conscious experience. However, there's like immaterial, positions on philosophy of mind that describe consciousness as a byproduct of the material operations in your brain. But
are you telling me that you subscribe to immaterial?
I am a substance dualist, meaning that I do think that the mind is immaterial. But this isn't relevant to like a conversation about it hinging on some organic biological existence. Because you could be a materialist, you could think that the mind is material, but we could still describe like the possible existence of a mind that would hinge on a material existence that isn't biological. Like a material existence of like a really advanced like CPU, for instance.
Right. I mean, I think the reason
seriously,
we
give
disagree
me
is because I'm a
I
materialist and you're
want
immaterialist.
that doesn't matter. That's actually not relevant to our discussion.
I think most of your
because
audience would agree with me, actually.
okay, are most people materialists? Yes, but once again, this doesn't change like what I proposed of the idea that just because you're materialist, this doesn't necessitate the material existence of some like biological of like organic biological material. Like it just means like a material existence that is like creating this material consciousness. But who's to say that that material existence must be biological?
I mean, I don't think there's any evidence to say the contrary. I think any evidence will.
Wait, are you saying if we don't have evidence of something, it's necessarily false? Is that your claim?
No,
it necessarily doesn't exist. Wait, that is your claim. Wait, so I just have a question. So before I met you, I had no evidence of your existence. Did that mean you didn't exist?
Hello? I'm restating what I said.
Oh, really?
I'm saying that
Absolutely
there's
not.
no evidence.
So then what is your argument? That it is logically impossible for consciousness to be a result of some non-organic processes?
Right. Again, I'm going to say what I said in greater detail. Before you cut me off, I don't want to like frame it like that, but you cut me off and I wasn't able to finish. What point I was trying to make is that there's much more evidence for my theory as opposed to your theory.
Oh, this actually wasn't the point that you were trying to make, because the point that you were trying to make was to reject the hypothetical question I'd asked you by arguing that it was like contradictory or logically impossible to be the case. And now
that was my original point.
Now you're equivocating by trying to make an argument that it's more likely your theory is true than my theory is true. Good thing we're not here to debate our theories on substance dualism or materialism as it relates to what the mind is and how it exists. I would be able to give you an argument for substance dualism. I'm not going to do that. That's not the point of these streams. The point of these streams is to influence people's votes politically. But I want to go back to my original question, right, to test your theory of personhood here. So I just want to be clear. Do you still defend the proposition that it is logically impossible for consciousness to be generated by non-organic material? Or are you just saying that it's unlikely that that can happen?
I would still negate that.
I negate what? That it's impossible or unlikely? What?
I would say that's impossible.
You would argue that it's impossible. Okay. So what makes things logically impossible?
I'm working off the scientific method.
The scientific method doesn't inform us on what makes things logically impossible. What makes things logically impossible, sir?
If one thing is required by another thing, and that other thing doesn't exist in your reality, then the other thing can't exist either. So if you're asking about a world,
just tell me that you don't know. Just if you don't know what makes things what makes things logically impossible, just say that and I'll tell you.
I mean, I'm just applying it to the situation that we're in.
Then you're not answering my question because I'm asking you a simple question. It is a simple answer, but if you don't know it, just say that. What makes things logically impossible?
I mean, it just violates our laws that we have that we've established.
Violates the law of logic?
Sure.
There we go. What are the laws of logic? You're googling it. I'll tell you.
I mean,
so if you have the law of excluded middle, you have you have the law of contradictions, and I forget the third one. It's been a couple years since I've been inside of a classroom. But basically, in a nutshell, right? We're not going to be having a conversation here in which where you'd be making the claim that this is logically impossible because what I'm saying is neither true nor false. So in other words, basically, right? You're saying here that what is making what I'm saying logically impossible is that it's logically contradictory. So what is logically contradictory about saying that it is possible that consciousness can be derivative of non-organic material?
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's that you're...
Oh, so it's not contradictory? So then it's not impossible.
No, it's that tied in with your hypothetical.
Right.
Is contradictory.
So what is contradictory in the statement, or I guess in the possibility of consciousness being derivative of something non-organic? Give me the argument that it is logically impossible or contradictory for consciousness to be derived from something that is non-organic.
That alone isn't contradictory.
Oh,
It's just
so
that
if that alone
just
is not
that-
contradictory, then it's a valid hypothetical. So fucking answer the question. If we took your consciousness in a Black Mirror episode and put it inside of a fucking robot, and you had the same consciousness you do now, you have the same memories you do now, you have the same experiences you do now, would you still be you?
the reason why, okay, please, I'm going to answer. Please, just let me ramble for 10 seconds before you say anything. The reason why I label it as contradictory is because I'm a materialist, and I believe that consciousness is tied to material, and so that alone violates my rules.
No,
right?
because
And so I don't
it could
value
be
that
tied
at
to
all.
non-organic material in the robot. Silly fucking goose. Like, dude, consciousness in a robot would definitionally be material. It would be like a set of binary zeros and
like a
ones
synthetic
located
human
on
brain?
like a synthetic CPU. Like, consciousness in a robot would literally be material. It would be material electric processes inside of the robot. Materialism
then
is
yes.
not contradictory to the question I'm asking you about
No,
if
then
your
yes.
consciousness was purported into a fucking robot. In fact, the hypothetical assumes materialism. If your
Then
consciousness
yes.
was taken out of your body and put inside of a robot, and you had all the same experiences, all the same memories, all the same goals, expectations, and the same level of consciousness, would you still be you?
Then yes, and that would be your biology then.
So,
the robot would be your biology then, right? That's your biology now.
Okay, so weird usage of the word biology, but I'm going to ignore it because a robot body is definitely different biology from a human body, meaning that your
For sure, I
biology
agree.
100% would have changed, but you're still holding to the view that you're still the same person. You would still be you. Therefore, biology, genome, DNA, etc., does not inform us and is not a factor of personhood.
Okay, please, I'm just going to respond to that. The biology of you has changed. The personhood of you has not changed. I consider that new robotic synthetic
therefore-
body to be part of your biology.
Okay, so therefore biology doesn't inform us of personhood. If the biology
It does,
changed-
because if that biology is non-existent, then it's not. Then you're not a person anymore.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, that's just not okay. So now we're having to go into what we mean by biology. So biology is going to be like organic material. Like biological life forms, organic life forms. Like a robot is a non-biological life form, meaning it's not biology. You're just changing the definition of the term biology and in order to attempt to make an argument. But this argument literally doesn't fucking matter because you are telling us now that one's biology, right, does not inform us of one's personhood. Because if all biology were to change, then their personhood would not change. Now, I'm going to move on because we're supposed to be debating with people about why they support Trump. But dear God, dude, please read. Read.
Am I able to ask you the question?
If you want to have arguments about philosophy, fucking read. Read more. Read so much more. Please, bro. I find it so annoying. It's like a virus on TikTok debates. And I was a part of this virus myself at one point. It's where you either listen to some debates or you become friends with people with some level of knowledge in philosophy, and you maybe read half a book, but then you think that you are a philosophy professor, and you start trying to debate and argue philosophy, and you make like really silly, redundant, stupid mistakes, like saying that a theory of materialism in philosophy of mind would necessitate organic material. And then when you're corrected on that, you experience a Dunning-Kruger effect because you're somewhat educated on philosophy and the average American is not educated on philosophy at all. So you think you're a smart guy. So then if anybody tells you that you're wrong, you're not likely to believe it at all. So then you spend like 30 minutes going back and forth with somebody that does have a little bit more of a background in philosophy than you do. I'm not calling myself an expert either about a very, very simple fact of materialism in relation to a philosophical theory of mind. So please never do that again. But we're going to move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Trump. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I donated it to your PayPal and you never read my message.
How long ago?
It was like a little after that Jesus guy. I can say it out loud. I thought it was really important. Basically, I just find it funny that when people make the argument that abortion is okay in instances of rape, but yet they don't believe women like E. Jean Carroll when they say they've been raped. So it's like, if you don't even believe rape victims, how can they ever receive access to abortion?
Well, actually, I will agree. That is a good point. Yeah, if you're not even going to believe the great victims, then how could they receive access to abortion? I'm actually going to start bringing that one up. Appreciate you. However, I would also appreciate if you'd follow the rules and only request up if you support Trump. But that was a good point nonetheless. Good thought. Very good thought. Very intelligent. Very intelligent thought. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Go and put a MAGA down below in that comment section if you want to come up. Welcome in, Aaron. Do you support Trump?
So I don't, but I had a couple things.
I'm so sorry, Aaron. I am going to kick you because we are just looking for Trump supporters. We're moving on to the next guest, Tanner. Everyone, just give us a minute. Donna, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Everybody, show some love to Donna down below. Thank you so much. Donna says, I'm 54 and have never really had my own opinions on politics. You were helping me understand it to form an opinion and to have the ability to discuss with MAGA supporters. I'm so proud of you for how you're putting up with the online bullshit for the future of our country. Donna, I fucking love you. Thank you for being here. That is so crazy that I'm helping to inform people over twice my age. And I really appreciate you for that, Donna. Thank you for being here. And thank you for taking something away. Honestly, if I was 54, I don't know if I'd be willing to hear a 20-year-old out. So I appreciate you for that. And hopefully I'm as humble as you are when I am your age. This was 23 minutes ago, but yo, Andrew, thank you for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit, Andrew. Show some love to Andrew down below in that comment section. Andrew says, just found out about the 4 million subscribers. Awesome job. Keep up the good work. Dude, Andrew, you were fucking amazing. Thank you so much for congratulating me. I want to just thank everybody for that because that was you guys, not me. And thank you for the $40 donation. Show some love to Andrew down below. And then also Emily with I already thanked you. Then Nikki, thank you so much for the $15 over at Venmo saying it's my birthday. Bro, Nikki, I really hope you're still in here. It's been a while since your donation, but happy fucking birthday, Nikki. Show some love to Nikki down below, y'all. Show some love to Nikki down below. And then also Isabella, I appreciate you for the $5 over at Venmo. Let's see what else we got going on here. Stacy, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Marta with a 5, Magali with a 5, and then Sarah with a 10. I appreciate you guys so much. Now, welcome in, Tanner. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
26.
Okay. Give me some energy here. Give me some oomph. Why do you support Trump?
I just think that for raising my son where we live at, everything, it's best to have him in office than the liberal or Democratic side right now.
Okay, why do you think that Republicans are better for your kid? I mean, like they wanted to like reduce, like child tax credits when compared to what Kamala Harris wanted to implement, to fund the Department of Education, to fund free school student lunches, to fund social programs that keep kids alive across the country. Why the hell would you ever say that Republicans are good for our children? Also, you gotta unmute. I sent you an invite. You just have some background noise, so I've been muting you when I'm not speaking. When you're not speaking. Okay. Bye, Tanner. Okay, whatever. Moving on to the next guest, DJ. Everyone give us a minute. Hi, DJ. You MAGA?
Former.
Base. In fact, you were literally too cool to be on the live. I'm scared of your aura, so I gotta kick you. That is awesome, though, man. Seriously. Unironically, good job. That is awesome. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
19.
Why do you support such a bad president, sir? Take it away.
Well, I mean, the stock market's booming. I'm up 400K in the past 3 months on NASDAQ.
Big boom, big boom, big boom. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's my president.
Yeah, how the fuck did he make that big boom go big boom?
I don't care. My bank account's going up. That's all that matters, sir.
Yeah, you're a silly fucking goose, man, because if you don't know how he caused it, then how do you know he caused it? Silly goose.
Well, I mean, like, you're gay, so...
I mean, that is a great comeback. I have to ask you a question. Why do conservative men think about gay people so much? Like, you guys think about, like, gay people and gay sex more than, like, gay people.
Because you're not, like... Because gay people aren't really guys, you know what I mean? Like, they're, like, woman men. Like you, like...
Okay. Well, I'm laughing in your face because of how absolutely ridiculous you sound. Watch this. If gay men aren't men, then you're telling me what makes a man is something other than his chromosomes or penis. I'm so sorry. Hasn't the whole like alt-right movement for the last fucking 5 years been, if you're a man, you have a penis. If you're a woman, you have a vagina. But then like the moment you could be homophobic by endorsing some sense of gender identity that isn't directly related to your like sex organs or whatnot, you embrace it as long as that means you could be a bigot too. Holy fucking like L. What a self-dunk. I would be embarrassed to be you. I want to give you the mic right now just so you could address this nonsense and embarrass yourself even more. Take it away.
If I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be with a guy like you. Let me just tell you that one.
Yeah, man. I mean, I honestly don't care because I know you know absolutely zero about women. Like alt-right finance crypto bro that supports Trump for no fucking reason, and then when countered with somebody more intelligent than themselves are like, haha, you're gay. Like, dude, you literally like have zero information on women. Like that statement was meaningless to me. Anyways, he left. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Trump. Go ahead and put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age if you want to come up. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, y'all, you know, like I like being calm, I like being professional, I like chill debates with people that are also coming up here to chill. But let me tell you, one skill I've developed in the last 2 years of doing this from like fucking bullies that will come up here is God. If you want to start, you know, like a little back and forth to be an asshole, oh, I will happily oblige. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Liam loading up, and that was a very quick crash out we just all witnessed together. We got that next guest loading in right now. Everybody, do give us a minute. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, it doesn't look like Liam is here. Go back to spamming MAGA with your age down below in that comment section if you do want to come up and have a conversation with me. Last guest was a very quick crash out. Literally lasted less than 30 seconds. At least he lasted longer with me than he did his ex-girlfriend. Welcome in, Roberts. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Oh, that would be a child. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Give us a minute to get that next guest, Thomas, loaded into the stream. Yo, real quick, Emmy, thank you so much for the 20 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Emmy. Emmy says, much appreciation for taking a harder stance on people who can't follow the rules. I get that people want to talk to you, but it's frustrating as a listener to have people ignoring instructions. Well, honestly, I don't like taking a harder stance on getting people to follow the rules, but I've just noticed that the harder stance actually produces like more optimal outcomes. And then also Alex with the $20 Super Chat says, Dean, you're amazing. Keep up the good work. Do you have any advice on how to get into the debating field? Yes, experience. Just practice. Start joining small debate lives. Have fun with it. Join debate Discord servers. Like you need that experience of being in that like moment of debate in order to become comfortable with it, in order to get good with it. That is the biggest piece of advice I could offer to anybody. Welcome in, Thomas. Do you support Trump?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great, Thomas. Age, please?
I'm 19.
19, what year are you born in?
October 28.
All right, that's a month and a day. What year?
2005.
I'll choose to trust it preemptively. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I don't really know, to be honest.
Well, then I'm going to kick you just for that. I would honestly recommend that you watch the streams. This is a perfect place for you to be, Phoenix. Not Phoenix, sorry. I want you here. Like, I seriously really do want you here. But if like you don't know why, the better place for you to be is to watching the stream. And this is the stream for you, man. You are more than welcome to hang out in that comment section, be here and hear me out for what I have to say. Welcome. Do you support Trump?
Why won't you debate Nick?
Debate Nick who?
Fuentes.
I did. I mean, it's funny that you say that because I did.
No, he's been asking you to debate him again. Why won't you?
He has?
Yeah.
So you're
watch his new show.
So you're telling me that Nick has been talking about me. Nick has been trying to get into contact with me to debate me for like a while now, according to you, and I didn't even know.
Bro, the rage debate just went crazy, dude.
Damn, that's great, man. Honestly, I'm happy. I'm happy that he told us that. That makes me feel good, man. That's crazy. Yeah, Nick's talking about me, and I am just over here like completely unbeknown, like have no clue at all. Welcome in. What's going on, Keaton? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Blah. Moving on. Here we go, guys. Going to put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section. Moving on here. Do be patient. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now. Kai, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate that, Kai. Show some love to Kai down below. And then also Alpha Phoenix with the $10. Thank you so much for love, Alpha Phoenix. And then Fiend with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Fiend says, and I quote, "Hot girls listen to Dean while doing their makeup." Is this true? Is this true? I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not a hot girl. But is this true? Okay, the numbers are in, Fiend. The answer is yes, according to the chat. Welcome in, EV. Do you support Trump?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I was on the other side of the room. Okay, so I have a small question for you.
Okay, just so I want to make sure real quick. Are you MAGA?
Yeah. Well, to an extent. Okay, I have a couple questions. Okay, so like early when Trump had first got to office, I was huge on the whole world peace, right? The whole let's get peace pushing, let's get it all around. But as you could see, that's not so much the whole case right now.
Right.
Do you have so why was there so much peace at the beginning, his first term, but now there's no peace?
Roll the dice, luck.
You think?
I mean, yeah, and there wasn't really that much peace either. Like, we had the Afghanistan war, and I bet that there's a lot of things that were going on in like the global stage that like both you and me are ignorant to, that were like raging during his first term. But if you're just like referencing like larger global conflicts that most people in America are aware of, like there probably wasn't as many of those because of like luck. I don't know. I don't have a good explanation. I don't think that he's particularly like good for peace. In fact, I think that his ego, his narcissism, and his low IQ play into why he's bad for peace. You know, like he defunded Ukraine just because that's what would appease the people, but it literally led to a more destabilized region with more conflict. Like I just don't think he's really good for peace.
What do you think about Putin's statement that stated that if Trump would have won over Biden, that there would be no active war in Ukraine as of right now?
Yeah, that's just Putin getting more people to try to support Republicans / Trump. I mean, he's doing it for free when he says that if Trump would have won, it never would have happened. But he also pays for it. Like he gave Tim Pool $500,000 per month in order to get Tim Pool to shout pro-Republican, pro-Trump, pro-Kremlin talking points. Putin does better when Trump's in office, so he'll do and say anything that he can to ensure that there's more social support for Trump.
As someone who's had quite a few I've lost a few friends in this active war. Do you think Trump will put an end to it, or do you think this will just be all in Putin and Zelensky's hands?
Listen, I'll say that we definitely would have seen a faster end if Kamala Harris was elected. She ran on continuing to fund Ukraine and fighting for them 10 toes down. Looks like that was like the winning thing to do, and now even the Trump administration has conceded to this. When they won, they revoked funding to Ukraine. 170 days later, things have only gotten worse, so now they're resuming funding to Ukraine. Looks like Democrats were right all along.
So as someone, like I said, who has friends who have been killed and are actively still fighting there.
In Ukraine?
Yes, I have 3 friends that went originally when the war had first started, and then I have 2 that just went back last December.
So where are they from, if you don't mind me asking?
One's from Texas area, the other's from here in Illinois with me.
So they just went to go fight for fun?
But sort of, kind of. It's more of there's innocent women and children being killed on both sides, and
to protect them.
Just pretty much, yeah. Women and children shouldn't be affected in a war.
Well,
at
I
all,
mean,
in my personal
I would
opinion.
personally never do that, but I mean, if there is like like mercenaries from America that have traveled over to Ukraine to fight Russia, good for them. Were they fighting against Russia or with Russia?
Yes. Oh no, Ukraine side totally.
Okay. Yeah, sad to hear that you've had friends pass away. That's I mean, think about all the Ukrainians that are serving.
Yeah,
right now
yeah,
that have
absolutely.
been disenfranchised,
Absolutely.
ethnically cleansed. That's why we should support Ukraine.
And I mean, and I wouldn't, as someone who is a Ukraine supporter and supports Ukraine 100%, there's both sides being killed, and many of them say that both sides are absolutely tired of the war, and it needs to be put to an end. But I feel as Putin is too big of a bully to put an end to it.
Just out of like curious, like where are like Russian civilians being like killed in mass?
Well, wasn't there quite a few bombings that went in from Ukraine to Russia?
Like I think that there's like strategic bombing on like military sites, but you're like saying like innocent like women and children, like civilian areas.
Oh,
I mean,
Ukrainian innocent women are slaughtered many times. There's many stories of Ukrainian women and children getting murdered.
Right. I mean, I mean, I'd assume that there's been some, casualties of Russian civilians that are innocent, and of course, I disagree with that too. I actually think that a lot of Russian civilians don't support their own government.
Oh,
That's pretty
absolutely.
bad.
Well, no, my
Anyways,
original question was my original question was with we have U.S. veterans who don't have places to eat, don't have places to sleep, who are suffering and hurting, but we are funding another government instead of our own and helping our own. So you think funding Ukraine was a good idea?
Yeah, obviously. And yeah, I think we have enough money to be funding both. Not to mention that the funding for Ukraine was pulling from the DoD budget. That even if we weren't funding Ukraine, would have just been allocated to like other 1,000-pound AR rounds. Thousand like $10,000 AR rounds, and not going to homeless people starving on the streets. But if you care about homeless people starving on the streets, why would you support a president that just revoked food stamps for like 3 million Americans, causing more Americans to starve on the streets?
I've never really had a side. I like I said, I went for Trump purely for the world peace, the no conflict, and now I'm starting to see another side of that, and that's why I came is to get
an
opinion on why I should be blue instead of.
Right. I mean, I guess we're here to debate. Like, I mean, do you want to debate a claim? Like, are you able to make an argument that he's good for world peace? Let's see.
I mean, my only argument is there was no world peace. I mean, the Afghanistan war came to an end
under Biden's term.
Okay. Trump had a good play in it. But my other thing too is there was the Ukraine and Russia war wasn't going, and there was
what did Biden do to start that?
Biden, I don't think it has anything to do with Biden necessarily. I'm just saying.
How would have Trump prevented it?
I'd say Putin fears Trump.
Dude, you understand that Putin has launched his largest attacks on Ukraine since the war begun under Trump's second term.
Well, I mean, the war was already 4 years deep.
I know, but he made it get worse after 4 years. Somehow, he made it get worse after 4 years. Because they defunded Ukraine. Putin wanted Trump elected.
Which, like I said, why
would Putin want Trump elected if we saw Trump as more of an adversary? Like, we know that he was involved with the 2016 election pushing pro-Trump propaganda. He was involved in 2020. He was involved in 2024. Why the hell would Putin want a man elected that he fears more?
I could understand. I like I said, I didn't know that Putin had rooted for Trump. I don't keep in. But I mean, the Israel conflict came to an end.
As we speak, I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify. As I'm saying these words, there's babies starving to death in Gaza right now, this moment in space and time, in Gaza today, like right now, this moment, babies are starving to death in Gaza. That has not come to an end. No.
Okay. Well, didn't they come to an end for like a short period of time? Correct.
The ceasefire agreement negotiated under the Biden-Harris administration that Israel then violated like a month later.
I know. Yes, I seen that. So how is that? How is, again, you say?
And what does this have to do with
Trump
Trump being good for peace? Yeah, I think that Donald Trump, like, he's gone like full on like pro-Israel, much more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris or Biden were. Do you think that Israel's for peace?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at first it seemed like that's what they wanted, and then they struck right after a peace agreement had been made.
The answer is absolutely fucking not. Israel's not for peace. And if Donald Trump is the most pro-Israel president we've ever had, what does that make him?
Yeah. Like I said, man, I'm not great at debates. I just figured I'd get in and ask my question.
Okay. All right.
But thank you for your time.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day, man. Take
You
care.
as well.
We're going to move on to the next guest for the 8,000 people in here. I appreciate you for being here. Make sure that we're double tapping. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal saying, don't support Trump, but I respect your boundaries. Got to get a base. Yo, base, dude. Base, Caitlin. Yo, show some love to Caitlin down below in that chat. Thank you. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Wait, I actually already thanked you. All right, phenomenal. Yo, Harrison... we're gonna look at Reddit. Harrison, I'm gonna go and ban you. Have a good rest of your day, Harrison. Put user in. There we go. Hey, welcome in. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Bonio?
No, but I just wanted to say I love you and I love what you do, man. Thank you. Sorry.
I appreciate you so much for the love, Bonio. That is fantastic. Thank you for being such a kind guy. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Trump. We got a bit loading up right now. Hello, Bit. Do you support Trump?
Nice to see him.
Hello?
She looked amazing. I'm so jealous.
All right. I think we're going to try to pull from the comment section compared to the queue. Looking at the queue, it seems like there's a lot of people in there that are just AFK. So if you're watching and you'd like to come up and have a debate, go ahead and put a MAGA with your rage down below in that comment section. I'll have you up. We'll have a conversation. Welcome in, Beefy. Do you support Trump?
No.
Base? Dude, get the fuck out of here. But you're very base. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Cody loading up. And oh my God! Yeah. Oh my God. Justin with the $150 donation over on PayPal. Holy crap. Justin says, respect to the people who put their life on the line for the freedom in life, for freedom of life and quality. No, I mean, that guy was talking about, militants going over to Ukraine to fight for Ukraine. I do think that is pretty respectable. Not something I'd ever do, but it is respectable. I completely agree with you, Justin. If we could all please show some love to Justin down below in the comment section, it would mean a whole lot to me. Let's get 1,000 Justin W's down below in that box right now, everybody. Thank you for the love. And welcome in, Cody. You said down below in the chat that you support Trump. I'm going to pass you the mic, man. Tell us why.
Well, I have a question for you first. I never see anybody ever debate about Alaska politics, even though it's like not very widely reported. There's a whole lot of stuff going on up here. I don't know if you're up to date about the most recent stuff he's doing.
I'm not. Listen, I'm going to be honest, man. There's a very diverse a group of creators on the internet with different focuses. I don't think my focus is Alaska politics, and I don't think it ever will be. But Cody, do you support Trump?
Well, that's all I wanted to mention. I just wanted to see if you were up to date on some of the news up here in Alaska.
Man, I don't think I am. You know, we all have our interests. We all have our specialties. We all have our focuses. You know, just because, like, for instance, a heart doctor doesn't focus on knee surgery, that doesn't mean they're a bad doctor, right? And maybe, the same way that I focus on things going on at the federal level and sometimes things on the state and local level, doesn't mean I'm doing anything bad, but I probably won't focus on Alaska, if that makes any sense. Welcome in. Do you support
I love
Trump?
you, Dean. I'm not even kidding.
Band. I appreciate you for the love, though. That's very kind. Moving on. Here we go. We got our next guest loaded up in. Going to put a MAGA down below in the chat right now if you support Trump. All right, everybody. Moving on to the next guest right now. Please only join the queue if you support Trump. We have over 8,000 people watching right now. Not one person that supports Trump that wants to come up here and debate. All right. Okay, if you're a Trump supporter, let me know down below in that chat, y'all. Then also, if you're watching and you want to support me, you guys, I got my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. They go straight to me. That is the best way to support me, to support the show. As well as I'll read off your message on live. Yeah. All right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Linda?
I do support Trump.
Quickly, what year are you born in?
I was born in 1983.
Let me do the math. Well, you're lying. Close, but not right there.
I'm 43 years old.
Your bio says 45.
Oh, yeah. I don't really know how to work the technology stuff.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Linda. Moving on. We got Mystic Man loading up in the box. Here we go, y'all. Next guest is loading in. Holy crap. Where is that next guest at, y'all? Please only request to join if you support Trump. Malik, join the queue. I'd love to chat. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Adam, are you MAGA?
Free.
They left before they finished saying Free Palestine. You didn't need to do that. Brittany, hi, are you MAGA? No. Mark, hi, are you MAGA?
Yes.
All right, Mark. Yeah, Mark. Woo! Trump's up order. Woo! Okay, let's have a debate, sir. Quickly before we do, I got to thank Sam for the 20 pounds over on Super Chat. Sam says, can I butt it in with a quote-unquote, big brain moment from Elon Musk? He said a few days ago that AI would help boost birth rates. Do you believe that? I wouldn't, so I'd love to see you tackle some Musk supporters. I mean, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know how I would be able to debate it. I'd have to look into it some more. But anyways, Mr. Mark, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I originally voted for Make America Healthy. Just a healthier America really was my main focus, but obviously I think that cuts to SNAP is beneficial because I feel it's not a nutritional program.
Do you think that low-income Americans will be healthier with food or without food?
You said lower income Americans?
Low-income Americans, would they be healthier with food or without food? Regardless of what the food is, would they be healthier with food or without food?
According to the USDA, people on SNAP benefits that are in low income the bracket and people who are not on food stamps in the same bracket, the people off food stamps are healthier.
Okay. So go ahead
That's
and
according to the USDA.
Okay. So can you give me an explanation for this that is justified with sources?
Well, according to the USDA and NIH, 40% of people on SNAP are obese, which is a major risk factor for chronic disease.
Okay, so you're saying if we take people's, actually, I'm not so sure that you're right. Yeah, I have a study from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities here. It's titled "SNAP is linked with improved health outcomes and lower healthcare costs." And this is a full-on study that demonstrates that what you're saying here is wrong. It also looks like we have a bunch of sources for this from dietitians, nutritionists, etc. It looks like the endnotes here literally include, wow, over 50, over 60, it keeps going, 70, 80 studies to back that point up. So when you're telling me here that you have data that demonstrates that they lead to worse health outcomes, can you please give me said study?
That's according to the USDA.
Okay, so give me the study from the USDA that shows that SNAP benefits are linked with worse health outcomes. Cause worse health outcomes.
Worse. I can't exactly give you the title or any references to it, but that's what the USDA said.
I mean,
So
how am I going to believe that they said that unless you can't give me any evidence? And I just gave you a huge study from a very, very reputable think tank called the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, which is nonpartisan, that shows they're linked with positive outcomes and gives over 80 different references to justify that claim.
Well, I can see. I don't have my notes with me, but I can go and look it up for you. I don't have the opportunity for Google to look it up because I'm on my phone.
Okay. Well, how about this? Obviously, like if we want to be annoying, I'm right and you're wrong. I have evidence, you don't have evidence. That's how debates work. But if I want to be a little bit more lenient with you here, let's think about it this way. Maybe instead of causing people to starve to death by revoking their benefits, we just simply reorganize the way in which the benefits can be used, and also ensure that healthy food options are the least expensive food options. Because right now, like non-healthy food options are the least expensive food options. Eating organic costs more than eating non-organic. Eating healthy costs more than eating not healthy. A 10-piece McNugget at McDonald's will run you like $5. If you have the app, you could get it 50% off for $2.50. That's a lunch for a lot of low-income Americans. Why don't we make a healthy lunch with all the dietary needs that somebody that needs to survive and live a healthy life to $2.50?
So I'm guessing you never heard of the Thrifty Food Plan.
I mean, I've heard of it. I'm not super familiar with the intricacies of it, but I would love to hear your response to the fact that I'm willing to be a little bit lenient with you, even though I was able to give you a conglomerate of 80 studies that refuted what you said. Yeah. Unmute, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I can agree with reform. The thing is, the Thrifty Food Plan gives people guidelines saying if you're on food stamps, they even give you a diet plan. Here's a diet plan you could even follow that's healthy and nutritional, and it's for your specific budget.
Oh, okay. So it looks like they've already done the reform, which has led to the outcomes that we see from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities that tells us that SNAP is linked with improved health outcomes.
I would disagree.
Bruh, okay, give me your study then.
Well, I can't right now. It's on the US. It's from the USDA.
Now, this
I
is
promise.
a very cute. Trust me, bro. You were literally saying, "I promise, bro." Oh, yo, listen. The USDA is wrong. I promise, bro.
And why do you think the USDA is wrong?
No, well, it just is. I promise. Why do you think the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities is wrong?
Well, it's not a government agency.
Okay. I'm not a government agency. You're not a government agency. Does that mean that we're both always wrong?
I'm not sure what that question is referring to.
You're telling me if not government agency, then wrong. That's your argument. That's your logic.
Well,
so you're not a government agency. You're not a member of a government agency. Are you wrong?
Well, I got my source from the government agency.
We actually still don't even know that because you haven't given us your source.
Yeah, it's the NIH. That's the source.
The National Institute of Health. So, the NIH, anybody could upload their work to the NIH. It's a conglomerate of work. And what's your...
I meant to say USDA.
You don't have a USDA source. Stop lying. Stop saying that. It's just not true. You don't possess... Then what is it?
According to the USDA, that's who says it.
Where?
I guess you would have to look it up. USDA and...
I did. I typed in USDA SNAP link to negative health outcomes. The first thing that popped up was the reference from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities saying that it's linked with improved health outcomes. Literally go to Google, anybody right now, type in USDA SNAP benefits lead to bad health outcomes. The first thing that will pop up is the source that I gave of the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities linking them to positive health outcomes.
Well, in all cases, it don't lead to that, but for low income, it does, it says.
Then I need your source. Honestly, if you can't give me your source in the next 3 seconds, I'm going to either ask you to completely shift and change the topic of conversation away from this, because this is annoying, you making claims and being like, trust me, bro. Then I'm like, I'm not going to trust you, bro, but here's my source that references 80 research studies that proves you wrong, and then you just being like, no, Dean, it's wrong. Trust me, bro. Like, it's very annoying, big time waster, huge time waster, quite frankly. Either give the source or completely move on, and if you can't do either of those two things, I'm going to kick you.
So USDA is not a source?
USDA is a government agency. The source would be the title of the reference inside of the USDA website in order to demonstrate the claims of what you're saying is true, and you can't do that.
Gotcha. I thought USDA would be good enough. I gotcha.
Why, dude? Why would a phrase be good enough? Oh, dude. By the way, just wanted to put this one out here, right? Donald Trump, okay, is a big time bad guy. He's committed at least 1 million felonies. My source is the FBI. Now, if you ask me for any specifics, I won't be able to give you them. Just trust me, bro. Please, I promise. The FBI says this.
Well, if it's a real thing from the FBI, then why wouldn't you believe it?
Right. I told him I was going to kick him if he can't move on or give a source, and he just kept on repeating himself. He did just keep repeating himself. So, he's kind of sounded like a broken record there. We're here for productive dialogue, so we're going to kick him. Everyone, just give us a minute. Welcome in, Lauren. Do you support Trump? Lauren, hi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
No worries at all, Lauren. Yo, Andres, thank you for the $15 donation over on PayPal, man. Everybody show some love to Andres down below. Andres says, El Paso strong. Remind all of the brain dead MAGA that there was no
Legend,
peace.
keep doing what you're doing. Kamala for president 2028.
I appreciate you for the love. That there's no peace in Trump's first term. Patrick Crusius wrote a manifesto under Trump and other fascists. Never let them forget August 3rd, 2019. I'll look that up, man. Yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't peaceful as a whole. Like, we know that. That was a train wreck. As well as Anna, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying improve nutrition education and addressing lack of resources in food deserts rather than cutting SNAP. Fucking W Anna, you are phenomenal. That is a great statement. As well as Aurora, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. And then, yo, Beth, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo, Beth. Jeez, Beth, that is so kind. Thank you. Thank you so much, Beth. That is so much money. I do not deserve that much money. Jeez, Beth. Beth with a $50. Let's get 500 Beth W's. Beth says, Dean, you are so smart and are doing a great job. You are way more patient than I would be. Keep up the great work. Beth, thank you for your kindness. As well as, let's see here. Reagan, 30 minutes ago with $20 donation over on Venmo says, it seems like there are no MAGA left to debate. Did we do it? Are they all finally gone? It definitely seems like that at point. Suffering from success, right? And then also Emily with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. And Lex with the $5. You guys are phenomenal. Let's go ahead and load up that next guest right now. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Trump. If you're watching and you're a woman that supports Trump, I'm going to let you skip the line and come right on up here. We have not debated a woman that supports Trump in like 3 days. So go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. Specifically, if you're a woman, I will let you skip the line. We have not debated a MAGA woman in a couple days. Katie sent you an invitation. Somebody in the chat says, what's my Venmo? You could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of this TikTok account. All right.
Guys, not Trump's not good.
Hi, Katie. Do you support Trump?
Hi. You're doing it.
Katie, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
23.
Did you just apologize for supporting Trump?
No, I was talking to my friend.
Oh, okay. Is it possible that you could either go into a different room or turn down the country music?
Oh, you don't like country music?
No, I actually love country music. Funny enough. I know,
It's just
weird,
too loud or
right?
it's too Republican?
Well, a little bit of both, I guess. So when you're a Trump supporter listening to country music, then the country music is like, boo, terrible. All right. But when you're like a base liberal listening to country music, awesome. That's phenomenal. Like, don't even get me started. Right?
Okay, I get that. I do get that. I respect that for sure.
Okay. All right. So,
But we like country around here.
so why
I'm
do
from
you,
Texas.
why do you support Trump, Katie?
Why wouldn't I? First of all, okay, as a businessman, he's probably the most like president we've had who has done more like good for us.
Okay.
'Cause, like,
Tell us one of these
Biden
good
brought us
things
down.
he's done
Well,
for
actually, no.
us.
It was who was it? Obama? Brought us down
Obama
into
was
it.
a president.
I'm not saying president. I'm saying like I'm trying to get my facts straight. First of all, I was literally just talking and yapping, but no. Okay, so we had presidents, obviously, that brought us down. Trump is the first one to get us out of debt. We're still in debt, but he's the first one to get us out of debt. First of all, I'm sorry, but like talking about immigrant wise, dude. I hear all immigrants, quotation. I get it. I'm Irish. I'm a fool. I get it.
Okay, Katie, can I hop in here real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So you're telling us that Trump is like bringing us out of debt? In his first
He is.
administration, he spent $8.4 trillion.
No,
In
he's
the-
bringing it back.
One
He's
moment. Let me cook, Katie. In Trump's first administration, he spent $8.4 million. When Biden was president, he spent half of that.
Dude, Biden can barely speak.
Yeah, but he was damn good for the debt. Okay. All right. And if we want to
can barely
talk about
speak.
presidents being
I'm
barely
sorry, he
able
can
to
barely
if you want to talk about presidents being barely able to speak, I think that we should load up a couple Trump speeches. And honestly, Katie, neither
Alex
can
Trump
you.
was funny. Alex Trump was funny.
Honestly, Katie, neither can you. You might be worse than Biden. But let me finish what I was saying, okay? So you told us that you support Trump because he's good for the debt. In his first administration, he spent
Well, that's not why. It's one of the it's one of the things.
Katie, focus, Katie. You're telling us in his first administration he spent $8.4 trillion. Big number. Woo! $8.4 trillion, huge. When Biden was president, he spent $4.6 trillion, half, right, of what Trump spent. And so far, in the first 170 days of Trump's second administration, he's already spent almost as much as the totality of the Biden-Harris administration did in their 4 years. He's terrible for the debt, Katie. It is so bad. He spent more in his first term, and now he's spending more in his second term. He says debt, gimme, gimme, gimme. Debt ceiling, no, 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 no. Tax cuts for rich people, yes, 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 yes. Defunding social programs for low-income Americans, so we're not like spending $10 trillion, but only spending 4. Yum, 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 yum. You know what I mean, Katie?
So you rather Kamala?
Well, Kamala is how you pronounce her name, and yeah, I think she's great.
Kamala Toe. I'm sorry. My bad.
Did you just call her dude? You understand that's like a misogynistic phrase that Trump supporters have called like camel toe Harris? Like that's a misogynistic term of reference. Why are like you as a woman using a misogynistic phrase to refer to a woman? What?
I didn't say camel toe, did I?
What did you say?
I said Kamala Toe.
Oh, Kamala Toe. So is it like a combination of a mispronunciation of her first name with the misogynistic reference?
Maybe. Well, I don't ask her name. Maybe I don't.
Okay, can you like?
Matter.
Okay, so her name is pronounced Kamala. Kamala.
Thank you.
Kamala. Kamala. Can you say that for me real quick?
Kamala.
There you go.
Thank you so much. You're such a gentleman. We love it. Respect it. Anyway, go ahead.
I did support Kamala. That's right.
Oh. Okay, so you want like what? Like what do you get from that? Low key though.
I got you. Well, tax cuts for low and middle class Americans.
But that's literally what Trump's doing right now.
No.
Yes,
His
it is.
Big beautiful
Yes, it is.
bill.
Read the bills. Read the bills.
Cite me one phrase, one sentence, one statement, or one paragraph from anywhere in the big beautiful bill. Because if you're telling me to read it before I can talk about it, obviously this informs me you are a well-informed intellectual individual that has read it yourself.
Have you not? Have you not? Like as a server and bartender myself, that's great. We love it. We respect it. But y'all come in there. I'm saying y'all come in there. And y'all fucking tip goddamn shit. So damn right, fuck that taxes.
Katie, are you like working right now? And did you sneak a few behind the counter?
Am I on the job right now or no?
And you like snuck a few behind the counter?
No, I did drink a lot. So.
I bet there's some like middle-aged bald white dude in the bar screaming, "Oh, where's my tequila soda?" Well, it's because Katie took it, right?
Well, of course not. I mean, yeah, I would, but
No,
not.
okay. No, not okay. All right. So
I should though.
okay. So no, you shouldn't. That'd get you fired, Katie. You shouldn't do that at all.
Nah. Anyway.
So let's talk about the big beautiful bill. So the big beautiful bill, boo, bad. Okay, super. And here's why. Although it does cut the taxes of low and middle class Americans, it does. Gives them a little bit of a tax break. Very marginal, by the way. It removes many benefits from low and middle income Americans, and it makes them pay more for things like energy. So at the end of the day, think tank, super cool, like the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, say that 3 times fast, am I right? Tell us that their after-tax income is going to go down, right? So the big beautiful bill is really dangerous because it's emboldened and allowed people like Trump and yourself to say, woo, tax cuts for everybody. But then what you guys don't talk about is even though you're giving them some tax cuts, you're hurting them more than you're helping them because it's cutting things from like energy, food stamps, like healthcare, etc. Does that make sense?
Technically, no. Like as of literally from Houston, no. Like I'm literally from Houston. I don't get any of that shit that you're talking about.
Okay. All right, Katie.
So technically, no.
Technically,
so, no. I
no.
don't have people weird supplying my energy and like stuff. No.
You don't have people supplying you energy? Do you like have a hand crank that you?
We went 3 weeks, like literally anything. no water, no like internet, nothing for 3 weeks after a little itty bitty like flood. No.
Texas Republican
We're built
infrastructure sucks,
We're built
Katie.
different. It does suck, but at the same time, it's like no, we don't give a fuck. Like, we're here to work. We're only here to work.
Right. Katie, you told us that you've had a couple drinks, right?
Maybe.
Honestly, you know what I'll recommend to you? You should come back when you're sober. I bet we could have a great conversation. I just think you're a little bit too far over that edge to intellectually get a debate done.
I just scrolled on you. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and move on. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and move on to the next guest here. All right. Dean debates drunk college students and dunks on them. That's like worse than Charlie Kirk, you know? That's worse. That's worse than Charlie. Like, that's like below Charlie Kirk level. That's yeah. Welcome in, Cal. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say I love what you do.
Hi, Cal. I appreciate you so much for your kindness. You are awesome. Let's go to move on to the next guys. We got Kristen loaded up in. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump, y'all. Moving on to the next guest right now, everybody. All right. Somebody in my YouTube chat says that I'm gaslighting. I actually thought I was being pretty kind. Okay. All right. So, I'm a decent guy. I was being all right. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in right now. Hello. Do you support Trump? Hello, Brandon. Are you MAGA?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely
Fucking beast. Guys, stay out of the queue unless you're MAGA. Love y'all, though. But if you're not MAGA, please stay out of the queue. I really do love you guys, though. You guys are too based to even be here. That's right. Moving on. Here we go. Wow. I'm surprised I haven't been live for 4 hours yet. That's pretty nutty. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but my sister's right next to me and she does. She's not going to talk, but she made a statement that I want you to correct. She said that in the campaign, Kamala Harris said that kids don't deserve Christmas. Can you just correct that for her real quick?
One second. So she actually did tell Americans to not say Merry Christmas until DACA was fixed a couple of years back in 2017. She said, and I quote, "How dare we speak Merry Christmas until undocumented immigrants aren't basically just being exploited." Donald Trump's on the Epstein files. He's a fucking rapist. I think we have bigger issues. There we go.
Dean.
Have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. And she didn't like literally say that don't tell kids Merry Christmas. It was more so of like a rhetorical statement that wasn't literal, but more metaphorical, that was supposed to represent the idea that how can we act as if the day is jolly and happy when so many people are losing their rights and being exploited. You know what I mean? Now, like, I understand if, the right wants to frame this as some, like, literal statement she made. I just think that there's significantly bigger issues. Welcome in, Connor. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, what's up, Dina?
What did you just call me?
Dina. D-I-N-A, because you're a little fucking bitch. Yeah, Dina.
Yeah, I have a magic ball in my hand. Can I tell you what it does?
Yeah, go ahead and fucking do it, Dina.
So the crystal ball in my hand tells me you're going to come up here, your emotions are going to explode, big boy.
Yeah, that crystal ball is reading
and then you're going to, like, leave. Like,
I'm right here.
Connor, Connor, buddy, it happens every time. It's like nothing.
No, I'm not going to leave until, you kick me or remove me. I'm right here with you, Dina.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, Dina.
Why is that, Mr. Connor?
Man, Dina, I really just support him because, each and every day, you wake up, he is on your mind. You know, he's the first thing you think about when you wake up and the last thing you think about when you go to sleep, Dina. And that just makes me happy, man. It makes me happy, bro.
I know you know nothing about this because you live alone or in your parents' basement, but the first thing I think about when I wake up is my beautiful girlfriend laying next to me. So, I mean, you're wrong. I just, worth pointing out.
Oh, right? So it's probably maybe your girlfriend if she's real, Trump, and then so on and so forth, correct?
Well, I understand that women are just a figment of your imagination, so
as you can see in my profile picture,
I get it why you'd project that onto me. I
appreciate it, Dina. As you can clearly see,
I get it why you'd project that one onto me.
You can see in my profile picture that's not true, but I mean, I appreciate your concern on my life, Dina.
Mom or sister?
Mom or sister? That's cute.
Wait, are you saying that your mom and sister are cute? That's
I said that's cute of you to say.
You think I'm cute?
No.
Is that why you're calling me Dina?
Dina. I said that's cute of you to fucking say, idiot. You fucking idiot.
Dude, I'm so good at I'm so good at rage baiting, y'all. Connor, listen. I talk to
stop! Stop, Dina.
Dude, I swear to God, I'm so good at rage baiting, right? Like the emotional Republican men. It is like my favorite pastime ever. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you're MAGA. We're gonna get you up here. Yeah, let's go to get that next guest. What's going on, man? You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 23.
Great. Quickly, before we hop into a debate, there's a couple people I want to thank. Phantom with the $10 on Super Chat says, who the fuck is that soy boy? I was pretty soy, you know what I mean? So super soy. As well as Jackson, 15 minutes ago with the $15 over on Venmo saying, I love your videos. You give me future for the hope for the future of America. I'm happy that I do, Jackson. I think that our generation will turn out all right. I appreciate you for the love, Jackson. And the Mary with the $5, I appreciate you. And then John with the $10 as well. Thank you for your message, and you should respond to that with your TikTok handle. Check it out. Okay, Mr. Sir, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
All right, so I support him, and I appreciate everything that he has been doing for the middle class, including the food stamps and SNAPs, because he is taking away and preventing all of the fraud. That's what he's trying to stop. And he, in cutting the taxes on tips, is allowing people to actually be able to afford what these SNAP benefits are allegedly being stolen for.
Yes, because everybody that receives SNAP benefits is working a job where they receive tips that they report to the IRS. I couldn't have said it better myself, but I wanted to re-reference the first thing that you said. You said they use cutting SNAP to cut fraud. Okay, so what specifically is he doing to reduce fraud? Because just like cutting $156 billion in federal expenditure is not a plan to reduce fraud. It's just a plan to kick people off.
Well, in that he is cutting off a lot of people who are specifically frauding. Oh. There's a lot that you can
So you're saying he's specifically targeting individuals that are committing fraud. How so? Like, what are the provisions within the big, beautiful bill that are specifically cutting off people on SNAP benefits that are defrauding the system?
Well, there's people who are eligible to work that just do not work. And I understand that, certain situations...
SNAP benefits have always required work requirements. That's not true.
Just because you have the requirements doesn't mean that you are actually working. You can say... oh yes, I am working. I do have a job, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
So is he just requiring more veterans? So you're saying that the big beautiful bill is imposing stricter requirements of proof?
It could be, yes.
Okay, go ahead and show me what line in the big beautiful bill imposes such legislation, because that's absolutely not true. Only an assumption. I don't know why you'd assume it, but here we are nonetheless.
Well, I'll tell you this much: I have had personal experiences with SNAP benefits. My parents
I'm
both
sorry.
veterans.
I'm cutting you off because your personal experiences with SNAP benefits do nothing in demonstrating that your claim about the Big Beautiful Bill is true. Remember, your claim was that the Big Beautiful Bill is imposing additional and stricter requirements on food stamps to require more proof from people to demonstrate that they are meeting the work requirements. That was a very specific claim, and it's also like it's a falsifiable claim. It's either true or false, and the way that we could tell if it's true or false is by looking at the text of the Big Beautiful Bill. My counter response would be that the text of the Big Beautiful Bill doesn't include such provisions. That is a made-up hypothetical in your head to justify a bill that terribly exploits low-income Americans. So that is why I'm asking you to demonstrate what aspects of the Big Beautiful Bill would require more proof for people
Kamala
and their work requirements.
Okay, and the same thing can be said about the hypotheticals and assumptions with the going back to the previous debater where they brought up about the fact that she had said that kids don't deserve Christmas. Well, it was hypothetical that she was just generalizing. Nevertheless, she still said it. And people can just choose to take it at face value, or they can choose to look into it. There's a lot of things that are said and done and mentioned or seen that that have more hypothetical to it than you would think.
You're trying to make a connection. The connection is failing. There's a metaphor that she used to just point out the fact that people were dying, people were being hurt, people were being exploited. I see no connection between this. Can you allow me to finish to speak?
People?
I see.
You literally mute me to be able to hold your power. That's all you're doing.
I mute you because you're interrupting me. I do it mindlessly now.
You never let me finish. You interrupted me by muting me.
I let you finish.
No, you didn't.
Okay,
you muted me.
Whatever, bro. I thought you were done speaking. I think that...
No. You want to bring up people dying. I never even mentioned anything about that.
Let me know when you're done, bro.
Okay. Well, there's nothing about what we're talking about right now where people were dying. I'm talking about SNAP benefits.
Okay. We're going to go back in time real quick. We're going to I just really don't think that I cut you off. Like, I just want to be sure that I did.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it. We're going to roll back the YouTube stream, where we could listen to
that's
where
fine
I was
by
supposed to
me.
cut you off. I'm just genuinely curious. We're going to go back in time real quick. We're going to
Okay. I'll just have you know. Okay.
Stop talking.
Same thing can be said about the hypotheticals and assumptions with the going back to the previous debater where they brought up about the fact that she had said that kids don't deserve Christmas. Well, it was hypothetical that she was just generalizing. Nevertheless, she still said it. And people can just choose to take it at face value, or they can choose to look into it. There's a lot of things that are said and done and mentioned or seen that that have more hypothetical to it than you would think.
You're trying to make a connection. Yeah, buddy, I didn't cut you off. Why did you complain about that? You made a full statement. You finished the statement. Then I started talking.
You have to realize that, some people take a second to think about what they're saying, especially when it comes to debating people, because we don't want to misspeak or misstep in our argument. So it takes me a second sometimes. It doesn't not just me. It takes people seconds sometimes.
Okay, but I'm just saying, the audio clip that I just listened to, it sounded like a flow of a conversation. It didn't sound like tyrannical Dean muting his guest to interrupt.
Well, I'm not. You do mute your guests if there are moments where you feel like you're losing the conversation or anything like that. What? I've seen it done before. Okay. I've seen it done before.
What a weird,
but that's not what I'm.
What a super weird,
that's not what I'm debating about. That's not what I'm debating about.
We're
interrupting me. I'm not.
Can I speak without you interrupting me this time? Can I have the mic?
I was moving on to the next topic, you just are stuck on this about me allegedly whining.
Because you actually,
Go ahead.
funny enough, you haven't let me speak without interruption since you've joined. Funny fucking enough, it's absolutely hilarious when you guys do this. And no, the only reason why I rewind the YouTube stream is because I don't feel like I interrupted you or muted you. It turns out we listened to it together. It just sounds like a conversation, and you're fucking freaking out over nothing. Now we're
I'm not freaking out.
There's another interruption. That's why I mute my guests,
Oh,
bro.
yes, we're going to mark every little interruption. I'm just flowing the conversation, like you said.
So the difference between the clip we just listened to of your statement coming to a natural end and what you just did was you interjected when I was mid-sentence. I waited for your statement to finish and for a natural end to come to what you were saying. So how about instead of debating about the conversationalist tactics or more so the bad... I don't know why so many people do this, bro. You came up here, you made a dumb as shit point. I was just pointing that out, and now you're getting all like freaky, okay? Calm down, take a deep breath, sit back, open your ears, listen to what I have to say. We're going to go back to the first thing that you said. You said that the big beautiful bill was cracking down on people defrauding SNAP benefits. I said that's not true. You said the way it's cracking down on people defrauding SNAP benefits is by imposing a work requirement so people that can work are working. I said that's also not true. I responded to that by pointing out that SNAP benefits have had a work requirement on them forever. And then you got all freaky and you were like, Dean, actually, it's making it so the people have to actually prove that they're working and not lying about meeting the work requirement. And then I was like, that is pure phony baloney bullshit that you have no reason to believe. That is a made up thought in your head, and that is nowhere in the big beautiful bill. And then you got freaky as fuck and you started whining about Kamala Harris and me interrupting you. So let's go back to that main point of contention that made you get freaky, of me pointing out that your belief, or more so your argument there, that the big beautiful bill is just simply making people prove that they're working, reducing fraud of SNAP benefits. Prove that. Show me where in the big beautiful bill it says that or does that. Because that's not true. You're just making shit up.
Okay, well, either way, whether the claim of me making it up or anything, I don't have the big beautiful bill pulled up right this instant. No big deal, okay? We're debating, and I'm enjoying this debate. I really am. I want you to know that. I genuinely I like being able to have these conversations, okay? Now, I want to ask you about, you were talking earlier about the one, I forget who it was, but someone had came on talking about the Ukraine-Russia war. Now,
My God, bro, no, we're going to talk about the argument that you made when you joined, saying that you support the big beautiful bill cutting SNAP benefits because it's reducing fraud.
Okay, and I told you I don't have it pulled up right this second, so no, I cannot give you a
Okay, how about you just tell us why you think
Hold on, why are you interrupting me? You were just talking to me about me interrupting you. Now you're cutting me off.
Because you're repeating yourself. I want a productive dialogue. Just tell us why you think that. I'm trying to
literally
extend an
telling
olive
you
branch.
that Okay, and I am telling you I don't have it right this second.
Do you have any reason though? Have you seen reporting on this? Have you seen is Trump even said this?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
I don't know if Trump specifically has said this.
Where's this coming from?
I know of people who have done this. I've seen it firsthand.
Wait,
whether my firsthand account or not.
People defrauding SNAP benefits are trying to has no fucking association with the big beautiful bill apparently stopping those people from defrauding those benefits. What? I don't no. Have you seen anybody even say that the big beautiful bill is supposed to stop people from defrauding SNAP benefits? Do you have an article, even if it's from the fucking Heritage Foundation? Do you have an article from Fox News, Newsmax, or even the Heritage Foundation that says the big beautiful bill is going to prevent people from defrauding SNAP benefits? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because you literally just made that up on the spot. I just need to be so clear. You saying that you support the big beautiful bill because it prevents people from defrauding SNAP benefits is like me saying that I don't support the big beautiful bill because it's going to fucking kill 1 million people.
Okay, I have it right here. Work requirements. It expands existing work requirements to more individuals, including able-bodied adults without dependents aged 55 to 64.
Okay.
I'm not saying
So
people who are not
okay.
able,
So
they're fine. I have no problem.
so I just want
But
to be
people
clear.
that
I-
okay, go ahead. Cut
just
me
wa-
off again.
I
Go
just,
ahead.
I just want to be super clear. So you're telling us that it is stopping the elderly from defrauding the benefits, right? By ensuring that if you're 63 years old, right, that you need to be out there and working. So first and foremost, an expansion of work requirements is not stopping people from defrauding the system. I will prove this with one simple question. What's fraud?
Fraud? Well, here, let's look at the dictionary. We can pull it up. Because just because fraud, there's multiple different versions of fraud. Wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. That's the fraud
Thank you so much. We're just going to reduce it down to deception. We'll make it easy, okay? Fraud is deception. Before these new work requirements was imposed, how were 55-year-old people that weren't working, that were able-bodied, receiving SNAP benefits, deceiving our government? They weren't deceiving our government. They were acting in accordance with the laws set by our government. There was no deception. They were following the rules. They could claim benefits, and they did. What about that was fraud? Right? If anything, the only fraud going on here is you, because you're attempting to deceive me and my audience into believing that people that weren't committing fraud were committing fraud.
So, I'm not saying that someone who was aged 55 who could work, I never said that they were the ones, I never said anyone specifically was defrauding anyone.
But you told us
That's
the way that
just
the
a
Big Beautiful Bill
number
was preventing
for-
fraud was by expanding those work requirements.
Okay, but just because, I'm just saying, someone who is, let's make up a name, Joe down the street, okay, we're talking hypotheticals here, Joe down the street who's 47, he can work, but he isn't, but he's getting SNAP benefits, that is fraud. If he can work and he has found a way to get SNAP benefits, but he is not working, that is fraud.
Didn't you tell us that, like, Joe, 47-year-old that wasn't working, wouldn't qualify for SNAP benefits before the Big Beautiful Bill because it only expanded the work requirement in elderly from 55 to 64? Also, not to mention, what is deception about somebody claiming benefits that they're eligible for?
I did not say that he would be eligible. I said he was able to work.
Okay.
But he is not working.
Okay. And people that and
So
like
therefore,
people that
by
were
not
56,
working,
people that
he's
were
choosing
people
not
that
to
were
work.
people that were
Okay, you're
56 years old.
interrupting me.
People that
You're
were
interrupting me, bud.
People that were because you were spewing nonsense and I need to correct you. People that were 56 years old that were able to work but weren't working were able to claim SNAP benefits. If they claim SNAP benefits, who are they deceiving? Answer that. Who are they deceiving if they claim SNAP benefits?
The government.
Wait, why?
Because
Because our
guess what? They're
government
the ones
clearly said
providing-
that people that were their age, that were able-bodied, that weren't working, were able to receive benefits. Like think about it this way. Do you
if
think
you're working still, that's the whole thing. They have to be able to work to help provide it. They can't just give them it for free. That's the big.
where is this can't claim coming from? You told me that before the Big Beautiful Bill passed, there was not a work requirement imposed, meaning that they absolutely could have. That wasn't the rule before the Big Beautiful Bill, so they could.
It was. It's just extending the age range. That's all that it is.
I know. So
Not-
I'm saying,
that's not the
so I'm saying
only
that
thing
people that
it's
were
extending.
55, the work requirement didn't apply to them. So if there was somebody that was 55 years old, could work but didn't work, they could claim benefits. There's nothing that related to deception if they were to claim benefits because they could claim
Okay,
them.
but
Think
I
about it this
wasn't
way.
talking
Shut the
about-
fuck up! Let me finish my sentence. Think about it this way. All right.
You shut the fuck up. You're the one that's interrupted me.
Sorry, this is Brad. Okay, let's just listen. Okay, think about it this way. All right. Able-bodied 55-year-old could claim benefits. if they did claim benefits, even if they weren't working, because they still could claim benefits, that was not deceiving our government, because our government clearly had rules and regulations in which intentionally allowed them to claim benefits. Think about it this way. Any American can drive on the public roadways that are funded by our governments. You don't need to work to drive on our public roadways. So does this mean if there's an able-bodied 40-year-old that could work, that didn't work, that was driving on our roadways that the government paid for, that they were defrauding our government? No! Why? Because our government clearly allowed them to drive on our roadways, even though they weren't working. Our government clearly permits them to drive on our roadways, even though they weren't working. Just like with the work requirements in place set by the USDA prior to the Big Beautiful Bill passing, they clearly allowed able-bodied 55-year-olds that didn't make any money, even if they weren't working, to claim SNAP benefits. And if you'll say that that 55-year-old that was able to work but wasn't working was defrauding our government by claiming the benefits they were eligible and qualified to receive, well, then you're just telling me that they'd be defunding our government if they were to drive on our public roadways.
Okay, so how is driving on the road, a publicly funded road, just because you're able to drive the car doesn't mean you're legally allowed to drive the car. You need a license. There's certain rules and regulations in place.
Right. They meet all of the rules and regulations. If they drive on that roadway, are they defrauding our government?
No, if they're not, if they are in those rules and regulations,
okay, I have
they
a
are
question.
not.
No, okay, here's the fucking defeater question. Was a 55-year-old that was able to work but didn't work within the rules and regulations of SNAP benefits before the Big Beautiful Bill?
As long as they did not have dependents.
That's
the big thing.
Were able-bodied?
No, they're not.
They weren't eligible to qualify for SNAP benefits before the Big Beautiful Bill passed? So earlier when you said that the Big Beautiful Bill expanded work requirements, you were just a raging idiot liar that was just spewing absolute bullshit out of your mouth without knowing what you were saying. Oh, the BBB expanded work requirements to include able-bodied 55-year-olds that weren't working. But guess what? Able-bodied 55-year-olds that weren't working already had to meet that work requirement before the Big Beautiful Bill was in effect. So in other words, it expanded the work requirements to what they already were. So then what does the word expanded there mean if they remain the same? Oh, see, dude? Come on. You're making me pissed. You're making me so pissed. You're testing my fucking patience. Okay? Big time. Big time. Big patience test right here, dude. Big patience test, dude. You're rage betting me. You're rage betting me, motherfucker. Let's clear it up. Did the Big Beautiful Bill expand the work requirements for SNAP benefits or not? Yes or no? Did it or didn't it? Final verdict from the jury of one, Mr. Ninja. Take it away.
Yes, it did.
What was the expansion?
As I read before, expands existing work requirements to more individuals, including able-bodied adults without dependents aged 55 to 64.
Boom.
Parents.
So therefore, we'll just stop it there. So therefore, an able-bodied
Thanks for interrupting
50,
me.
because we just needed one of those expansions. So therefore, an able-bodied 55-year-old without dependents that wasn't working was able to claim SNAP benefits before the Big Beautiful Bill was passed, right?
Sure, yeah.
So therefore, an able-bodied 55-year-old without dependents that was not working met all the rules, regulations, and qualifications to receive SNAP benefits before the Big Beautiful Bill, right?
Yes.
Earlier, you told us if somebody does something in meeting all rules, requirements, regulations, and otherwise, they can't be defrauding said something. So therefore,
well, they can,
right?
Because if they're not, go ahead. Okay.
Who are they
if
deceiving?
If they are not doing what they are required to be doing.
Dude, you just told me that they weren't required to do that. You just told me that they weren't required to do that before the big beautiful bill passed. You just fucking told me that. You dude. Dude, you just told me that. You just told me that.
Connection is failing.
Listen.
Listen. There's a metaphor that she used.
Listen.
Listen to the clip.
Yes or no? Did it or didn't it? Final verdict from the jury of one, Mr. Ninja. Take it away.
Yes, it did.
What was the expansion?
As I read before, expands existing work requirements to more individuals, including able-bodied adults without dependents aged 55 to 64.
Boom.
Parents.
So therefore, we'll just stop it there. So therefore, an able-bodied
Thanks for interrupting me.
50
Go
because we
ahead.
just needed one of those expansions. So therefore, an able-bodied 55-year-old without dependents that wasn't working was able to claim SNAP benefits before the big beautiful bill was passed, right?
Sure, yeah.
So therefore, an able-bodied 55-year-old without dependents that was not working met all the rules, regulations, and qualifications to receive SNAP benefits before the big beautiful bill, right?
Yes.
Earlier, you told us if somebody does something in meeting all rules, requirements, regulations, and otherwise, they can't be defrauding said something. So therefore,
Well, they can, because if they're not... Go ahead. Okay.
Who are they
if
deceiving?
If they are not doing what they are required to be doing...
Dude, you just told me that... You contradicted yourself. Like, immediately after you said they weren't required to work. Like, immediately after you said they weren't required to work, you said they were required to work. Which one is it?
All right. Well, while you're trying to process that, and there is a break in the conversation that I can step in here on.
Which one is it?
It is a little bit difficult.
Which one
It
is
is a little bit difficult to try and follow the conversation when you're going in circles trying to prove the same point. You're trying to counter my point by just running in circles. So yes, words may get mixed up. You may contradict yourself once or twice, but guess what? When you're stuck doing the same exact thing, just spinning, yeah, you're bound to, when you spin, you get dizzy.
Okay, when you spin, you get dizzy. I agree. So can we agree that 55-year-olds who were able to work that weren't working with no dependents, they were not defrauding SNAP benefits before the big beautiful bill was passed, if they claim them, right?
Okay.
So in other words, Donald Trump's cuts in the BBB to SNAP benefits was not preventing fraud or reducing fraud.
See, that just doesn't make sense. I understand that that's what my point was earlier. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Are we? Do you want to debate
explain
something
yourself.
else?
Continue.
No,
continue
I don't
to
need
explain
to.
to me
I've already
how that
said
doesn't make
everything
sense.
that I need to say about this topic, and
Explain
I'm
to
willing
me-
to go and debate.
Explain to me how that doesn't make sense. You made an argument.
Why are you interrupting me again, bro? I was literally talking.
I'm getting ready to do a whole lot more than interrupt you.
Go ahead, kick me because you lost this.
Did he just say I lost? Why do we have a guest like that every day? Every day. Every day. We have one. We usually have like one guest like that. Like it's like every single day we have like one guest like that. That is just like so dense and so insufferable. Like they just will explode everybody's brain by being so irrational. Every day we have one guest like that. So the guest like that yesterday was that guy who was saying that removing somebody from the country isn't antithetical to allowing them to stay in the country. Remember that guy? That guy was yesterday's equivalent of this guy. Like, oh. Dean, I don't understand. Oh, Parker's in the queue. I wish I would have seen Parker earlier.
What's good? What's good?
Hey, welcome in, man. How you doing?
How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How's everyone doing, chat? What's up? What's up?
We're just doing.
I know you just had an interesting debate. Sounded like you were
Yeah.
having a great time.
No, I was.
Sounds amazing. Sounds really good. What's up, everyone? Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far, outside of everything that just happened on the stream. What's up? What's up? Good to see everyone. We're gonna get some debates up here. I think Dean's probably gonna do like a few more. I'm guessing he's hitting around
Yeah.
4 hours. I saw.
I'm at 4 hours. I'll probably do one more than head out.
Yo, Dina!
Connor, calm down.
Thank you, my guy. Thank you for letting me back in, man.
Calm
It's
down.
a pleasure.
Calm down.
It's a pleasure.
Calm down.
It's a pleasure
Wow,
to always be able to talk to you, man.
Yeah, Connor. Yeah, how about this? Okay.
What's up?
Just real quick. You know,
Yep.
I don't know what you're on, like Rad 40, SARMs, steroids, whatever
No,
it
no,
is.
none of that. None of that.
None of that.
No, all natural here. I appreciate it though.
And I wasn't saying that because of your build. I don't
No,
know.
it sounds like a compliment to me.
I don't know what your build looks like. I'm saying that because of your lack of emotional regulation.
Oh, okay.
If I was like saying that in response to your build, like
No,
yeah,
bro,
for
I'm
sure,
just
that would've been
happy.
a
I'm happy to talk to you. Why can I not be happy to talk to you?
compliment. You got it, Connor. How about
Why
this?
can I, Dean, be honest. Why can I not come up here and just be happy to talk
No,
to you?
you can be. You can be happy. to
Okay
talk to
then.
me.
Okay then. I'm happy to talk to you.
Very nice, Connor. So what? Why do you support Trump? Let's have a debate, and don't give me that same bullshit response you gave me last time. Actually, give me an argument.
Look, Dina, I'm gonna be real. Like I don't study that. I was just coming up on here, to talk to you. Like just see how you are and stuff.
Do you have like a reason why you support Trump?
Nah, man. None of that stuff affects me, man. I just try to keep it simple, bro.
That doesn't mean you shouldn't have a position on it.
Hey,
Just
I
don't care
feel
about
like,
it.
I understand that. I feel like, as life progresses, then I'll generate, my own opinion. But as of right now, I just try to keep it simple, bro.
All right. Well, out of curiosity, I'm gonna kick you obviously because we're looking for people to debate. I just
I
gotta
got
know,
you, Dean.
what did you want to talk about?
No, I was just coming up here, I was just, man to man, just happy to talk to you, Dean.
Very nice, Connor. You have a good rest of your day, Mr. Connor.
Yeah, you.
We're gonna
Bro's just trying to chill.
He's just trying to chill, trying to have a conversation. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. All right, we got Mullins leather work loading up. Let's see. I have a handful of people to thank here. First and foremost, Willow, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. I did know that the big beautiful bill caps FAFSA literally so fucking difficult. If I was still in school, I would be hit by that. Thank you for the love, Willow. As well as Riley, 25 minutes ago with the $10 over at Venmo, saying to all the MAGA supporters who support the BBB, it does affect everyday people. Absolutely, Riley. Thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you for the love. And then also Caitlin, 38 minutes ago, the $5 saying, please let my dad debate you. Caitlin, I'd love to debate your dad. Always. Okay. All right. Mullins, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say, Ninja Surfer, what an insufferable prick.
Moving on to the next guest. We got Keegan loading up.
Have you been getting a lot of debates today? My debates. It took me so
What the
long
fuck,
yesterday to
bro?
get debates.
Keegan.
This sounds like my guest box.
Who? This Keegan dude. He's like 5. Why does he have like some random 30-year-old as his profile picture? I don't know. It's been okay today. It's been a little bit on, a little bit off.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Hopefully we can get another debate here quick. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. How many restarts do you have to do?
Oh, we just had to do one.
Okay. Not
Yeah.
too bad.
Let's get that next guest loaded into the box right now. I'm pretty done for the day. I'm not gonna lie. Today's been tiring. Like I was 2 hours into my stream and I was done.
Yeah, I feel you there. I don't know. It's just a lot of the trolls recently that I feel like that makes it harder to keep going.
Yeah. What's up, not that guy, Mr. Joe? Do you support Trump? Oh, we got Vanna Jennings loading up in.
All right, do give it a second, everyone.
Hi, Vanna. Do you support Trump?
Oh my gosh. No, I don't, but my dad does. And he's here. And I want him to have a conversation with you. Please.
You know, you got it.
Please. Dad, come here. Dean's on the line. I want you to. Please have a conversation with him. 5 minutes. Please talk to him. See? MAGA running. MAGA's scared to debate. MAGA's scared. Dad, you better have one conversation. I've been waiting 2 years. Oh, see, MAGA's scared. MAGA's scared. 8,000 people in this live, and you're scared to debate Dean. All right.
That's just on the TikTok.
Vanna, I hit you with a follow back. I fucking love
Please.
you. I hope you have a great rest of your day, okay?
Thanks. You too. I tried. He's scared. He's scared. Won't talk to you.
You have a good one. You have a good one.
That was really funny.
Dude, I love her. She's awesome. Are you kidding me? No, that's like that's the energy right there, dude. That's great. That's great. No, man. What an icon. What an icon. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Welcome in, Leon. Do you support Trump? All right, they're not here. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute here, y'all. We're trying to find one last guest of the night to have a conversation with. I'm pretty worn out. I'm tuckered out, everybody. I'm done for the day. I'm fucking kapooped, right? You know what I mean? Fucking kapooped. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Kylan?
Oh, sorry. I have no clue how I even enjoying this. Sorry.
No words at all. Have a great rest of your evening. Moving on. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Hello. I actually don't support Trump.
Based. You've been in the queue for like a long time. Please follow the rules. Please. They've been in the queue for like 2 hours.
Rough.
Divided.
Do you see the difference in light? The blue light now?
Oh, I do. I like it, man. Very nice. Very light. I like it. A little bit of the blue in the background goes a long way. I don't know. I feel like kind of like dressing up like the look of the space. It does a lot. It just like subconsciously makes people take you more seriously when it's like a little bit more professional looking. I've learned that one. It's just completely like subconsciously, So I like the blue light. Adds a little bit of like contrast. I'm a fan. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump? No.
All right, everyone, give it a second. It will take a second for people to get up here. Dude, tap that screen, share the live, everyone.
That ass, shake that ass, shake that ass, shake that ass, shake that ass, shake.
I'm glad I didn't start my stream yet on YouTube. Like nothing going on quite yet.
Oh dear God. Hello, Harry. Do you support Trump?
The grape.
What?
No, I don't. But he admitted the grape.
I know the deposition clip that you're talking about. I think that came from E. Jean Carroll's, from the E. Jean Carroll case. I have to look into that further. My knee-jerk response to that has been to say that it's AI, because I feel like if I would know about it already from like right after all the deposition hearings came out and whatnot, and the court case was through. It's crazy that I'm not like hearing about it until now. But I want to confirm its authenticity. It is pretty easy to confirm because like there's a transcript from all of the official depositions, like in the court documents, and I just need to read through the court documents. It should be pretty easy. I just like Control F, highlight the words, and find it. Should be pretty quick and easy to do. Welcome in, Grumpy. Do you support Trump? No, Grumpy's not here. Dude, it is so bad today, Parker.
Hello. Yeah, I was scared that it was gonna be like that for me, man.
Probably
I was scared. Yeah, no, it was like that yesterday, and it took so long to get people up. I literally went 40 minutes, 50 minutes without a guest.
Yeah, guys, if we don't get somebody up here to debate with us here in like the next 5 or so minutes, I am gonna go ahead and just end for the night. I'm ready to get off. Big time. Real tired guy over here. All right. Hello, welcome into Sport Trump.
Hello.
Fetus.
Yeah.
I'm literally yawning from how tired I am. Okay. Guys, if you want another debate, if you're not a Trump supporter, you got to get your ass out of the queue. I'm telling you, bro, if you want another debate, it's just simply something you will have to do. Because I'm going to end here. So. Hello, Bill. Do you support Trump?
Hi, I voted for Trump, but I no longer support him. I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing. And I was up talking to Johnny today, and he said I should stop in here, so I appreciate you guys.
All right, yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day, Bill. Take care. Around 3 minutes left on that clock, everybody.
Means I'll probably start my stream here on YouTube.
Yeah, probably good. It's a good time too.
Hello?
What's up? Age, please?
Huh?
Age, please?
What? How old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
2004, August 31st.
Well, I mean, the dates line up. I guess you just sound young. Yeah, do you
Oh,
support
I'm
Trump?
sorry. I'm a little sick.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why is your profile picture a fetus flexing dough?
It's something between me and my close friends, all right?
I forgot. August is actually next month, not last month. I told you guys I was tired.
I didn't even listen to their birth year.
Dude, it's crazier because I'm also 20 as an 04 baby turning 21 in September. So I should have known that. Dude, unreal.
Yo, Dean's cooked, chat. Dean's cooked.
I'm so cooked. I want to bring
He's
this.
so cooked.
I want to bring this.
That dick, shake that dick, shake that dick, shake that dick.
Ducky, thank you for the $10 for Get Swifty. Thank you.
Also, I don't even know if August 31st is a real date. Is there 31 days in August? No, there is.
Is it? I think it is.
I love you, Dean. Keep doing Dog's work, bro.
Man, I appreciate that. You take care. It is, yeah. There's 31 days in August. All right. I'm gonna try with Kristen one more time. Kristen's been definitely trying to connect to the stream and whatnot. Let's see if we could finally get her loaded in.
Andrew, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Yo,
Absolutely.
Why is everybody talking about? Somebody in the comment section just said Obama have dick. Why are you talking about Obama's dick, bro? That's not cool, man. Not cool, bro.
Diabolical.
Yeah. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Dude, everyone's talking about Obama's dick, bro. Guys.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Guys, stop talking about
Dean,
Obama's
can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. How old are you?
21, October 12th, 2003.
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump? Are you
I
driving?
was gonna say, I was ready this time. Yeah, I'm literally just about to pull into a parking lot.
Yeah, pull in real quick and then we'll talk.
I'm at a red light right now. I'm turning left, but I can talk. I'm good. I'm not looking at my. I got an air.
Nah, shut up. Be quiet. Like unironically, literally, not only for TikTok TOS, but also for your safety, man. You know what? You said that you're at a red light. Hop back in the queue when you're safe. For your safety, for the safety of others on the road, and for TikTok TOS, gotta make sure we're following that.
He's never gonna be let on the live again. Who can say where the road
No, man.
goes?
I'll happily look for him because like we have nobody in the queue. So if that guy rejoins the queue, I'll happily let him back up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but my dad does. So I was just gonna screen record this and basically tell you.
I'm sorry, Lexi. If you happen to be with your father one of these days, feel free to request up and I'll talk to him. Unfortunately, only under those conditions do I think that will work. Hi, Lashana. Do you support Trump?
Hi, no, and I was just kind of wondering because there have been some things that I've seen, but I don't.
That's such a rip, dude.
He's back. You're
What's up,
back,
everyone.
Okay, no, I am. Now I'm in the parking lot. I'm pulling into a spot currently.
You're still driving?
Okay. Okay, now I'm not. I'm parked now. I was in the parking lot. Come on.
Okay. Turn off the Bluetooth on your phone so we can hear you through your phone's mic. Let's have a conversation. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah, why do you support Trump?
I guess my biggest issue is I can give a direct story. I'm not going to lie. I'm not exactly ready to have it. I don't have sources or anything, but I've got kind of two things that I wanted to talk about. First one is I know you were talking about SNAP earlier. And I guess with the whole EBT and stuff, it kind of bothers me is I feel like it's not regulated enough. Like I can give a direct story. I used to work at a Speedway a little bit ago, and it was like I had a lady yell at me one time because I wouldn't sell her backwoods with her EBT. But I'm not even joking. That's a true story. But like I constantly was seeing people just buy dog shit. It's like people, I know we're talking about healthy food. I don't think people want healthy food. That's not actually what people want. People would get their EBT and walk in, and I'd be cashing them out for hundreds of dollars worth of chips and shit. And like when people have unregulated free money, that's what they do. Like even I had an older cousin actually that much older than me. I guess it used to be an issue with the EBT. He found out how he was able to get a card when he went in college. So I mean free money. He used to just buy shit and then it would free up more money for beer or whatever. And I feel like it needs to be more regulated because I think we'd save a lot more money. It would go to a lot more like people who really need it if it was being regulated for the people that
I would be okay with more regulation on EBT if A, we were able to make healthy foods more affordable than non-healthy foods. B, we eliminated the existence of food deserts. And C, we advocated for more education about, what healthy foods are good for you and, kind of like how to, like, I don't know, properly grocery shop. I feel like that is actually a really important skill that nobody ever talks about, not in school, not in any professional environment, not in any like government resources. And I mean, I've like personally really struggled with figuring out how to grocery shop. So I feel like if we had systems that kind of taught people how to shop for food, I know it sounds like crazy, but I actually think that would be so beneficial.
I agree.
And then made healthy foods more affordable than non-healthy foods and eliminated food deserts. I would totally be fine with regulating EBT more, like 110%.
So I'm into the gym actually, and I feel like a lot of the time, I eat a lot of meat, I eat a lot of chicken, and I'm sure you've seen about like animal cruelty, all the stuff like that. And I do agree that it is pretty cruel, some processes, but that would be the only way to make lots of foods cheaper. That's the way that it would happen. I feel because like I think honestly, chicken's really not even that expensive right now if you look at that. I really like when I'm up at college, for example, I can't afford to be buying the most expensive food. I'm not going out and buying 97.3 lean beef every single time I go shopping, but I still make a lot of very, very good healthy meals with chicken, some frozen vegetables, and minute rice. Like I feel like there's lots of people that don't realize that it's not that difficult to eat healthy on a budget. But then at the exact same time, there's so many people that I'll still argue this.
I think what makes eating healthy difficult on a budget is going to be like particular dietary restrictions. Like, sure, you could definitely eat healthy on a budget if all you eat is chicken, beans, and rice. Okay, I've done that before too. That is a way to eat healthy on a budget. Not everybody can eat chicken, beans, and rice. And B, having access to the means that are required in order to cook chicken, make beans, or rice. And C, it kind of took me a while to like find that conclusion. Like the education that it required in order to know that I get all my micros and macros from chicken, beans, and rice, and I'm able to hit my protein goals was, like a little bit more like extensive research on like nutritionalism and education on like how to like form like a healthy diet on a budget. I had to seek that one out. And then also, I mean, there's plenty of places where food deserts exist. Like if I wanted the cheap chicken when I was living up in like the Denver area, for instance, I had to drive 45 minutes away to a Costco, right? And that's just simply unattainable for so many people. And then another big aspect is time too. It's really difficult to find time to cook and eat healthy. That's even something that I struggle with. I've condensed myself down to literal microwave meals every morning for breakfast, even though I could definitely afford healthier food if I wanted to, which I'm incredibly like privileged and blessed to be in that position, simply because of time.
I think that the biggest
Also, like, why do their diets need to be like controlled in that type of way? That would be my position, right? Like, I honestly, the point of these programs is to ensure that people can survive, right?
You're asking why it needs to be controlled? Because
Yeah,
I've
why does it have to be
literally
controlled in that
watched-
degree? If someone wants to buy chips, let them buy chips.
I've watched someone walk into my gas station before, I guess when I used to work there, and blow $200 worth of EBT on gummies, Doritos, and dog shit. Like it's like nothing.
I'm sorry. I don't really. How much did they buy? $200.
I'm not joking. I'm not even joking. Like
$200. How much was it?
I think that there's a good median. There's a good medium here. If people want to buy chips, buy fucking chips. But like at the same time, like I do agree, you know, like if we like have some level of like benevolent influence to like make people like live longer and live healthier lives by like influencing like particular levels of control within SNAP, when like paired with a bunch of other reform that I kind of already laid out earlier, I'm fine with it. I don't think it's as like black and white though. It's not either like super precise control where you're not even allowing people to buy chips or allowing people to like spend $200 on Doritos and then go without dinner for the rest of the week and they only have chips. You know, I think that there's a good in between of like access to like certain foods in certain areas while cracking down on food deserts, and in areas with food deserts taking off those controls and informing people on how to eat healthier and making healthier foods more like more affordable. I think that that's probably going to be the best take from my perspective, at least.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure you also want to know my big real decider on why I choose Trump. And that's that's not the food thing. Everyone says that they want everyone to be healthy. They just have different means of getting there and they disagree on that. My biggest thing is I hate the transitioning of children. That is the biggest thing. I know that's a giant turn, really, really big turn, and I know that. But it drives me insane just the fact that I know some children are genuinely receiving hormone replacement therapy. And I think that is just extremely wrong. And I'd like to hear your like real opinion. I don't really want to make some huge argument yet, but I really want to hear your opinion on that.
Oh shit! I'm not gonna lie. I was not interesting because I was expecting Parker to give a response, but now I'm looking down at Parker and he's gone. Repeat what you just said. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'm sure you want to know the biggest reason. I was gonna say, wait, when did you stop listening? What did you hear? What did you hear?
I stopped listening when you started speaking. I'm sorry. I've just
okay. No, you are
like
completely good.
Wait, actually, I kind of want to go back to that last debate about EBT. I'm thinking about it more. I don't know. I might actually agree with Parker. Instead of like controlling what foods people have access to, what if we just like gave them the incentive to buy healthier foods by ensuring that healthier foods were the more affordable options? Like we just influence that through like incentive-based structures instead of like force-based structures.
Yeah, I think like incentive-based structures, educational resources, things like that are like better. I mean, obviously there could be certain circumstances where someone has spent all their money on things that were not nutritional and then they don't have enough nutritional stuff for the week. Right? Obviously in that circumstance that we'd think that's like not intuitive, but like, I mean, I don't think that's happening in most circumstances. So in terms of like legal policy, I think it's a lot better to do like incentives and pushing people towards like doing more healthy options rather than like having like forced restrictions, especially because like you can have unforeseen consequences in terms of that, especially when it comes to food deserts that like you just can't take into account when you're like establishing that policy.
By the way,
okay, you're saying you're for it if we make healthy food the more affordable options, but it's not for a reason. It's really not for a reason. I'm sure you see it like. I'm sure you're against animal cruelty. How do we do that without animal cruelty? It's just not possible. We either put the like.
What if we like subsidized like healthy food producers? Like we incentivize corporations to produce healthier foods for cheaper through subsidies. Like I don't know. That sounds like an all right plan to me. And if you're like, well, where's that money going to come from? Fuck it, the DoD budget. Like I would rather, you know, like starving families in America have access to really affordable, healthy food compared to like an additional like truckload of bombs that cost like $3 million. Like, you know.
I just don't think it's realistic. I don't think businesses are going to go for that because it's just not the moneymaker. It's not like, it's not.
The subsidy would be.
Say it again.
The subsidy would be the moneymaker. The subsidies are cash money.
I honestly have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, like
You know what a subsidy is?
No.
Yeah, so it's just like essentially we're going to put like governmental investment into a certain industry to lower the cost of the good for the consumer.
Okay, so don't we already have enough money going many places though?
Yeah, sure. Like, but we're just saying that like we have a lot right now going towards, you know, businesses that don't engage in the most healthy practices, and he's probably saying that we should take some from those and put it into, you know, like healthier practices for food. Like that would be better. Like all the things that, you know, Trump and them have brought up and RFK and whatnot brought up for like making America healthier are all ridiculous. This country is going to be made less healthy with their policy. You actually need to base it in science.
I mean, I think the
in
food
evidence
dyes,
and fact
I
and
think the
critical
food
thought.
dyes are a good start. Like, I mean, for example, Red Bull. Why is food dye in there to make it more appealing? That's literally it. Like, and
Do you want to get rid of all food dyes?
Lots of food dyes. I mean, for one, they're pointless. They're only a marketing strategy. That's the number one thing that they're used for to gain the attention of children. And on top of that, they can worsen things like ADHD. That's been
It
proven.
depends on which ones you're referencing. Which ones are you referencing? And also, like, are you saying that, like, oh, because these are, like, banned in other places, it should also be banned here? Is that your position? Or are you saying anything that is considered to be not healthy to any degree should be banned?
I kind of like my Mountain Dew to be sparkling green. I won't lie.
Anything that has no purpose that could cause. Okay, I mean, obviously.
What do you mean that has no purpose? In a certain sense,
you like it being sparkly green. Obviously, you like it being sparkly green, but what's the point?
okay, well, that's aesthetic for him. That's why he likes it.
I won't lie. I'd be down with taking food colorings out of like Red Bull. I mean, any way to
It's
make
like
them,
me saying I want to walk down the street
any
smoking
way
a
to make
cigarette
the
and
Red
makes me
Bull a
look
little
good.
healthier, I'm down with. If the food coloring isn't doing anything to the Red Bull, and there's like demonstrable evidence to demonstrate that it can like lead to worsening impacts or effects on individuals with like ADD, ADHD. I'm fine with that, you know. How does this kind of relate?
But you also have to be specific with the evidence because oftentimes people will just apply this in a general sense without looking at any of the data or evidence.
Well, my point. The only reason
that's why I give pushback on these particular points is because a lot of these particular claims are things that are not banned in other countries around the world. They're just under specific different names. Like, for example, Red 40 is under E129, right, in other countries around the world, and it's considered legal, right? Yet people specifically are trying to say it's banned in other countries, right? Oh my gosh, it should be banned here, right? But we have to look at like the overall data. We have to look at the evidence. If there's demonstrable evidence indicating that something is not healthy and is harmful towards people and provides no positive impact, obviously all of us are going to support that. But there's a lot of people that go on the internet and spread misinformation about health-oriented things like positions and stuff like that. That it often muddies the water for what we believe in terms of health science. So you got to make sure that you're looking into things that actually do have evidence to indicate that they're not healthy before you just make general claims like that.
I mean, again, the only reason I brought up the dyes and stuff was because, I mean, that's really just the first thing basically that RFK did, and you kind of just did say like the whole RFK thing is bullshit. So
yeah, he doesn't believe in science.
Our RFK, listen, like even if like he's able to produce like some good outcome, it's not like by proxy of an intelligent man. It's like you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. Like RFK is like a fucking like delusional, like insane person. He's kind of always been that way too. I mean, I've personally met with, you know, families of the families that are friends with the Kennedys, and I mean they've told me stories about how he's always been like fucking insane and not a good guy and terrible to those around them, and how like badly he hurt and led one of his ex-wives to, I mean, self-unaliving. And outside of that, even as it applies to his like role as a government official, you know, he's straight up said not to take any like medical advice from him. He's like reinstituting like very harmful you know, bits of misinformation, such as the idea that vaccines can cause autism. And he's just kind of opened the door to a new wave of more anti-intellectualism in this country. And that's something that I think is so incredibly harmful.
I think lots of people have done stuff. I'm not educated enough on RFK to argue this, but I just like there is lots of things I guess about Trump that are not good. There is proof that he has done things that are not good, but then on top of that, there is also proof that he has done things that are good.
Like what?
Yeah, that was the next topic I was going to talk about. Hormone replacement therapy in children bothers me a lot. That's another thing. That was what you asked me to repeat earlier. Hormone replacement therapy in children bothers me a lot. And I actually kind of want to know your stance on that.
Does that bother you more than Donald Trump saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, bragging about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Tina say because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, his relation with Epstein, saying that he's a terrific guy, he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side, plus, right, something new that Donald Trump just admitted to, that specifically he knew about Epstein, right, going after people that were working within his businesses, actually a 17-year-old who was working at the time, who was working as a masseuse at Mar-a-Lago for Donald Trump, that Epstein specifically, right, Epstein abused, right, and actually, like, literally was, like, trying to get them to understand, or, I mean, to do, like, private, like, sexual, like, sort of masseuse sort of things, like, with Ghislaine Maxwell. That's actually something that's been widely reported on, and she was one of, like, the main witnesses within this. And Donald Trump said he thinks that she was one of the people that Jeffrey Epstein, right, specifically went after. And apparently now he's only telling us this information. Why, after so many years, is it the case that he's only now telling us this information when he knew about evidence and reasons that would be associated with someone being assaulted, trafficked, right, by Jeffrey Epstein, someone who he was really close with for 15 years?
I followed about half of that. All the Epstein shit with Trump is very, very new, and I have not seen it. But the only thing I have seen about that so far was him saying on TV sarcastically that he didn't have the privilege of being on Epstein's island as a joke. And
wait, can you respond to what I just said?
Which thing? You said a lot. You said many different things. I'm asking what you want me to respond to. I didn't interrupt you the whole time, so I was waiting.
What did I last just say?
Repeat it.
Okay, so I was referencing to the fact that Donald Trump, right, he had information to know that someone who was working for him, who was a 17-year-old masseuse at that particular time, right, was that Jeffrey Epstein, right, specifically went after her, right, to literally then be part of trafficking her, because it is the case that this story came out about her being trafficked and she talked about this, and only now has Donald Trump told us information that is related to that, indicating specifically that he knew that she was working for him and that Jeffrey Epstein, right, specifically had some sort of relation to, right, her being trafficked, right, and, right, literally, like, forced to do, like, plenty of things in terms of being a private masseuse and doing sexual acts. It's actually disgusting. I think you should read into it, because it's recently something that
absolutely nothing about that, but that doesn't have a lot to do with replacement therapy.
Amir,
yeah,
thank
because
you for
I'm
the
saying
cool
if you
ass gift.
care
I appreciate
about,
that.
if you care about, right, girls, if you care about people who are younger, right, that would mean you'd care about all of these different things. And to say you specifically have such an issue with people who are younger, right, going through specific types of plenty of regulations, right, and, right, working with medical professionals and their parents to be able to get access to HRT after multiple years of being in the process, right, comparative to all of these different types of things that are actually a harm to minors.
Again, of course I would be against that, but I just simply have never seen it and don't know if it's true or not. And how can you say, what do you mean actually a harm to minors? You don't think injecting testosterone into somebody that's underage?
I think that people who are like 16 plus after multiple years of going through the process with medical health professionals and their parents can absolutely get access to HRT.
I think you're totally wrong.
And you have an issue with that? What's the issue?
I 100% have an issue with that.
Okay, so medical professionals indicate this is the best route. Who are you to say that the medical professionals in that circumstance are wrong?
Because I was fucking stupid when I was 16. I had lots of things that I thought when I was 16 that I was going to do that, oh my God, I couldn't even imagine. If you can't even get, okay, and I'm sure you.
When I was 16, should I have been able to get access to Accutane? I worked with medical health professionals, my parents, and I decided to take Accutane at 16 years old. Should I have been allowed to do that?
If you needed it, yes, but you should also.
Okay. So wait, but Accutane obviously very, very much impacts my hormones. It can have long-term negative impacts in terms of side effects. Why are you saying I can make that type of determination, right? Specifically to help me in terms of acne?
Because that's an actual issue that you're.
Whoa, what do you mean an actual issue? How are you to determine what's an actual issue and what's not?
Because that is an actual issue that your body has, not you just feeling a certain way.
Oh, wait. So if doctors indicate that this is an actual issue that needs to be addressed in a certain way, right, then would it be the case that some people should be able to get access to it even at the age of 16? Like, I have acne, right? That's an issue that I need to address in terms of the anxiety that could create for me and the effect that I could have on my body. The same thing can be true specifically in plenty of other circumstances within other ways, right, that medical professionals can identify to indicate that it might be needed for people to have access to something. So again, who determines that it's most likely that they need access to this? It's going to be the medical professionals.
Were you informed the side effects or the things that could go wrong when you got on Accutane?
Are you saying that I could be informed of them enough to make a consenting opinion?
About that, yes.
Okay, why specifically about that, but not, for example, HRT?
Because it doesn't irreversibly change your gender.
What do you mean change? Okay, irreversibly change your. By the way, like, what do you mean? But are you saying gender isn't? Are you saying gender isn't? By the way, we don't think people going on HRT is changing their gender. It's gender affirming care, but it's not changing their gender.
It's changing their body chemistry a lot.
Yeah, no one's disputing that.
Body chemistry a lot.
So is Accutane.
It's taking away your acne, and it has side effects like baldness.
Okay, wait, aren't some of those can be long-term and permanent? And also, I just want to let you know, like, there are reversible aspects of HRT as well.
Reversible aspects. There's also unreversible aspects of HRT.
Which parts?
Your voice.
Okay, just your voice? Is that the only thing you're knowledgeable about?
That's a very big one. Facial structure, voice.
So typically what we see here from like medical professionals is that for minors, like they don't typically recommend like masculinizing HRT or feminizing HRT, but they just simply recommend puberty blockers, which are fully reversible. Puberty blockers basically like offset or delay when your puberty starts or continues to progress until you're like 18, 19, 20 and have had some more time to kind of explore your gender identity and come to these conclusions as like a fully informed, matured adult. And that's typically, the decision that loads of therapists and medical health professionals will come to after years of deliberating for some like 16-year-olds, for instance. And I mean, I get it. I think it's fine. If it comes after like multiple consultations with therapists, multiple medical health professionals, years of investigation, and then these cohorts of doctors come to the conclusion that okay, we will grant you puberty blockers, which are fully reversible until you're an adult and know more about your gender identity. Just so if you only become more firm in the fact that you feel a disalignment between your gender identity and your phenotypical sex traits, then you can have a starting point where there's like less work to do, so you could phenotypically express yourself the way that you want to. I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't see the issue.
I'll say one more thing. Do you think that it's natural to want to do something like this?
When you say natural, are you saying like
what do you mean by
nature?
natural?
I mean, do you think it is part of our nature to just want to do something like this? Do you think it's do you genuinely?
What do you mean by part of someone's nature? Like, what do you mean?
Do you genuinely think there are people on this earth that were born in the wrong gender?
Yeah. Wait, they're born in the wrong body. Yes.
How? Can you provide me an ounce of proof? A single ounce of proof?
Trans people exist. That's your proof.
Yeah, like the existence of trans people in places not connected to one another across the globe, and 6 of our 7 continents where humans live, and the existence of trans people historically. That should on its own be enough evidence. I don't understand why people don't accept that as a data point.
Had no clue that any of this shit existed until I got a phone.
So just because you didn't know something existed doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Right. Like I didn't have any evidence of your existence before you joined this live. Did that mean that you
Yeah,
didn't
literally.
exist before you joined this live?
Where are you right now? Where are you? What state are you in?
I'm in Colorado.
California.
I'm in Colorado, but you didn't have any evidence that I was from Colorado prior to me telling you that. Does that mean that before you asked me that question, it wasn't true that I was in Colorado?
A million people can pick up their phones and join your live and hear something from you that changes their mind. So of course, tons of people in other continents know about it because they all have phones. They're all picking up their phones. They're all.
Are you saying that there's like social pressures that can lead individuals to like possibly think
Yes,
that they may be
of course
trans?
there is.
Well,
Of course
you
there is.
understand that that's why doctors and therapists work in conglomerate with one another for fucking years before making this decision for children, just to ensure that there's we're not just simply seeing the impact of potential social pressures, but like rather like the true expression of like one's existence. Also, I just don't know why somebody would like choose to be to exist as a member of one of the most oppressed groups of individuals alive. You know,
Because they're already unhappy. That is my answer. Because they are already unhappy and they want a change in their life. There's many reasons. They might not even know it. That's genuinely how I view it. I don't. Do you understand how many people have HRT and then like years and years and years later realize they made a mistake and commit suicide?
Yes. So no. Don't do that. Hi, my name is Eli. I'm a 32-year-old trans man. Sorry, I'm just got up out of bed. I was chilling until I heard this guy. Anyways, yeah. So less than 1%, actually significantly. Trans people who go through medical transition actually have the highest success rate in medicine. It's considered like a medical anomaly how successful our medical transition is when you compare it to any other surgery out there. Less than 1% regret rate. And those that do end up detransitioning usually are doing it for safety reasons, or they're doing it for fucking maybe they lose access to their health care, which is something that I'm about to face because I'm about to be a veteran in a month after 13 years of active duty. Veterans use Medicaid. That's how we get our VA, like our disability. And so having access to my medical, my medicine may be a lot more difficult, you know? So of the people that detransition, regret it, it's not regret. It's simply that they don't have that access. And we find that later on in their life, they end up going back through that medical transition. So I would like for you to stop spreading misinformation about us.
So you're telling me there's not a large amount of people that commit suicide going through these things after a transition?
So what ends up happening? So what ends up happening is actually people like you come on the internet and say hateful shit about people like me, a human being, like real life. You're talking to a trans person right now. You talk about people like us, and then little kids in their houses listening to their parents, their phones, or maybe they're holding the phone right now.
What about what I said is hateful?
Hold on a second. Hear me out.
No, I want to know, what about what I said is hateful?
You're a lot of things that you literally said. The first thing you said was you have a huge problem with kids having access to medical care because you don't see it as medical care. A few seconds ago, before I even got up on the live, you said, do you really think that it's normal? You really think that you said that I never knew any of this shit existed until I had got on my phone or got on the internet.
Because I didn't.
Great, good for you.
Okay, and I don't have a problem with kids accessing medical care. I have a huge problem with kids accessing a bunch of chemicals they don't understand.
Did you learn anything from what Parker and Dean told you?
He didn't have any issue with me having access to Accutane. No issue with that. That's chemical. Is that not chemical? And hormonal?
Completely different.
What's the difference?
I'll be back.
All right, because Dean went through a very extensive process of telling you that kids are not typically starting hormone replacement therapy, they're going through puberty blockers. Like, so they get put on a completely reversible. And also, you'll hear this rhetoric about puberty blockers chemically castrating people, which is at a high dose, sure. But that's why these experts called doctors, like whole teams of doctors, make sure that they go through the lab process that we all have to go through to make sure that they're giving them the correct dose. And when given the proper dose, it's completely reversible. So they take them off the puberty blockers, which, for the record, non-trans kids are put on puberty blockers too. And it's life-saving in both cases.
Okay, my issue is not with trans people. My issue is with minors being put on this stuff. I do not think anyone...
Again, he didn't provide the distinction. I want to ask you again, Arctic, what is the distinction in terms of Accutane, right? In HRT, that means in one scenario, a 16-year-old should have access to it, given medical health professionals being involved. But in the other scenario, when medical health professionals are involved, they shouldn't have access to it.
Because Accutane is... For one, I actually do have really awful back acne, and I've thought about getting on it before. I decided not to in the end because it's only on my back, did not spread. But that has been a huge issue. And with them getting on my shirts and shit, like, that's not...
Yeah, dude, it's an issue for you. Like, I understand. I went through the exact same thing. That's exactly how it was for me. And that's not at all reason to say that other people shouldn't have access to it in those circumstances, right? So,
because
like, again,
Accutane and acne is so far off from gender. Like,
wait. Can you tell me the specific distinction that you're saying is relevant?
Because
it's a certain way that my physical body presents that is producing anxiety for me, right? Where I need help, right, medically, to go get help with doctors, right? And at 16 years old, I can make that type of determination. It has heavy effects on my hormones, some of which could literally be not reversible. Just want to clarify.
Because male and female is a lot different than having acne on your back.
Okay, but what in terms of taking HRT, what is the specific distinction that means it shouldn't be allowed in one scenario, but in the other scenario it should be allowed?
Because one has to do with gender and one has to do with acne.
Yeah, okay, but that's not a specifically relevant distinction. What about that is relevant?
You're asking me for a specific distinction about what? What scenario?
One you're saying is just affirming to your is gender affirming, and you're saying the other one is like affirming in terms of the way that your body looks, right? Both of them are in a reference to the way that your body looks, right? And one's just in reference to affirming your gender and identity yourself, and the other one's just in reference to like an identity in terms of how you're perceived socially. Technically, I don't see that as a relevant distinction.
Can I also add that gender affirming care is life saving?
Mm-hmm.
In most cases, Accutane is not going to be life saving. It might be quality of life improving.
Mm-hmm.
But gender affirming care is life saving. The problem that I have with you is you're so concerned about kids, but you don't actually know enough information, because if you go on, I can cite trevorproject.org. You can go on right now and you can look up the statistics. If you're so worried about kids, you would want them to have access to gender affirming care, because statistics show when they're given that care, they actually make it to adulthood. Whereas when they're not given that care, in many cases, they don't. Gender affirming care saves lives, instead of the opposite claim that you made earlier, that it causes people to unalive.
When did you realize you were trans?
I knew I was a boy when I was 6.
You knew
I'm 32 years old. The first time that I remember, like I have a vivid memory of trying to tell my parents, like, I'm not a girl, was when I was 6 years old. And I was asking for boxers, because I didn't like the clothing articles that I was being given.
Okay, my girlfriend's sister cut her hair short, and...
I didn't have short hair.
Okay, that doesn't matter what you had. It matters what she had. My girlfriend's sister cut
Why are you talking to me like that?
Because it's I'm not talking about you.
No. Hold on. Just chill. Don't speak to me like that.
How am I speaking to you wrong? I'm not talking about your situation now. I'm talking about another person's situation. So if you could stop talking, I could finish my sentence.
I can stop talking. All I'm asking is for you to be respectful to me and not treat me like I'm smaller than you, because that's what you just did.
Okay, what did I just say that was disrespectful?
Oh my God, just say what you're going to say.
Okay. My girlfriend's sister wore short hair and acted very, very tomboyish for a long time. She is also one of the really the most conservative people I know now, and that didn't change. That wasn't a thing. She was raised in a very, very conservative household. I don't really think that matters, though. I think it mainly matters of how she felt. She felt, and she hung out with more boys. She acted, I guess you could say, like a boy.
Okay.
Okay, and this also, why is it that when
Did she think she
technology
was a boy?
expand- No, she did not think she was a boy.
Weird.
She did not think she was a boy.
Big difference, because I didn't.
Why is it that technology exploded, and when we have access to pretty much the
32
entire world
years
now,
old.
why did the amount of trans
How old are
people?
you? How old are you?
21.
Okay, so I'm 32. What is different about me than you is the fact that I didn't grow up with a smartphone. Right? I know that that's a fucking strange concept. I had this thing called dial-up internet. So like you couldn't be on the phone in the house and on the internet at the same time. I know it's kind of like a boomer concept, right? So I didn't have fucking access to just the internet at the palm of my hands. I grew up also in a Christian, actually Jehovah's Witness household. I was not exposed to the LGBTQ community whatsoever. The only thing I knew about GAY people was when it came up in Bible study about how they're bad, not allowed to be GAY. And I didn't even know trans people existed. All right. So that's like putting all that aside. You're talking about exposure to social media and all this shit. Trans people predate social media. Trans people predate literally they've been around for as long as society. Like we have always existed. Whether or not you knew about us doesn't fucking matter. Do you know at the beginning of World War II, the first people to get put into the fucking sea camps? Want to take a guess?
I'm waiting.
Trans people. Do you know the first medical institution to be burned to the ground? The fucking the center for studying medicine for trans people. All of our history was burned, and that's why it's easy to erase the history of people. It's easy to make us monsters when there's so few of us, and when people repeatedly in history, like not all cultures though, it's just YT people mainly, because there's so many cultures that actually cherish and love trans people.
You just say it was mainly just white people?
Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm saying that's factual. You can look this up. Look up different cultures and trans people. I know you probably won't, because I don't know that that's what you're going to choose to do with your free time.
I will not.
Yeah,
But
that's big shock.
would you say ever since the evolution of social media that there are more people that identify as trans now?
I would say that would be one maybe factor, and that would be because unlike me, who didn't have I actually made a post about this on my private like social media, because I've unfortunately been closeted for a really fucking long time. In fact, Parker and Dean both knew me before I came out as trans. Like they both have that history with me. I've known them for a fucking hot second. And I didn't get that opportunity. I knew I was trans when I would talk to them. And I didn't have the representation. So a lot of kids nowadays, they do have the representation that I didn't have, and trans folks from my generation and the generations before me didn't have. So yeah, that could be one factor, is that now they have the representation, now they have the community, now they have that access to things that they deserve to have that access to. But it doesn't mean that.
Okay, well,
it doesn't mean that.
And again, I want to talk for a little bit now because I just let you talk for a straight 5 minutes. So I'm going to make one.
I'm going to finish this thought because you asked me a question. It doesn't mean that social media is making people trans. It just means that the access is there for them to see that, to have that community. That's it. Now, go for it. Somebody muted you. I don't know who it was, but...
Is he gonna unmute? Hello? Arctic right there, bro?
Okay, am I back? Dean, did you know that you actually claimed earlier that you have never...
Shut the fuck up.
What are
You claimed that you've never done that.
what? What's up? What?
You against that one fucking... I'll agree, that dude was fucking insufferable. But against that one dude you kept muting because you kept saying you were interrupting him. And again, I just let you guys talk for a while. I tried to say one thing, and you just said you've never muted somebody in a live earlier to that guy. You said you don't do that.
Nope, never do that. That was me. I muted you multiple times. That was me.
Oh.
Arctic.
Are you talking about me saying that I've never muted anybody?
Yeah, Dean never has muted someone ever.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mute people a lot, but I think I'm going to say that I've never muted anybody ever because it's pretty funny because of how often I mute people. I don't know why I'm catching strays though. Have a conversation. I'm just sitting back in my.
But now I'm talking to 3 people. Now I'm talking to 3 people.
Dean has been silent the whole time. What do you mean?
You wrote me into this show.
Okay, I didn't know it was him. I don't know who's muting me, dude. I don't know who's muting me on the live. I just know
I literally
muted.
told him and he still doesn't know. Like, dude, this guy,
Well, no,
dude.
I know it's you now. I didn't know.
Shut up. Yeah, so Arctic, again, I want you to give me like reason why you think that like Donald Trump is going to be better for like children's safety.
I genuinely want you to know. You guys are like joking and muting me, like you.
I asked for a reason why like Donald Trump is better for children's safety. Dean's just letting me do this. Thank you, Dean. I really appreciate that.
I'm just like laughing. I'm not doing anything but laugh. I'll stay muted and laugh instead if it's hurting your feelings.
Yeah, Arctic, come back. Tell me.
Kind of bullying.
How is Donald Trump better for children's safety?
You're really bullying him, Parker.
Good. How is
You
Donald
guys are
Trump better
just
for
muting.
children's safety? Are you going to answer the question?
Because he doesn't want HRT to be a thing.
Wait, is that it? No other reason?
Yeah, that's it. That's my fucking opinion.
So there's
because
no other reason. So everything
You know what?
else I
got
brought up in
30
terms
I
of
got
him being a
30
threat to
fucking seconds
to
talk.
children.
I got 30 fucking seconds to talk without you muting me. I'll give my genuine fucking opinion. I think that.
Sorry, that one was just for fun. Go ahead.
Okay, if I was him, I'd be pretty fucking. I'd be pretty pissed off right now.
I'd be pretty. No, I'm not an asshole who's just gonna scream at you like an uneducated moron. Like I'm not going to do that because that's not who I am.
Why are you trying to diss Dean? What the fuck?
I'm kind of on
I
your
mean,
side.
he screamed "shut the fuck up" at someone.
I'm kind of like.
He screamed "shut the fuck up" at someone.
You understand that, like,
and
I'm
he's the
like,
one who's running the live.
I'm like kind of on your side on this. Like, you shouldn't be doing that to you. I just don't care enough to like make him stop. but like, I am kind of on your side. Like, I don't think Barker should be doing that to you.
I mean, I don't think you
like
realize
I
we've lost.
just don't care enough to make him stop. But no, like I do actually disagree with that. I'm not even joking. I just don't
I
care.
think you
enough
realize
to,
the entire trajectory of this conversation is.
I don't have any powers to mute you, and I just thought it was funny because I've seen Parker do it before. So sorry,
Parker, you're a fucking joke compared to Charlie Kirk. Go fuck yourself.
You're so mad.
Because this is stupid.
No, to be fair,
It's
Parker,
dumb. We're making
you're
zero progress
you're
at all.
totally rage baiting him. You're rage baiting this guy. to hell.
Good. I hope so. You can't answer my question.
Because we're
dude.
making zero progress.
I
And
asked
this
you
entire
a
live
question.
is
You
a
can't
joke.
answer the question. I asked you one question.
How can you say that we've made zero progress? You've been given so much
Okay.
information.
All right, let's clear it up. Everybody, we're gonna give him the mic. Take it away, Mr. SB.
Okay, I just gave you my opinion. I gave you your answer. My answer is I do not believe respectfully, and I don't mean to hurt anyone by saying this, but I do not believe trans people are natural. I do not believe it is a natural thing to do and change your body.
Is it natural for you to be on the phone talking to us right now? Is that natural?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Is it natural to be on the phone right now talking to us?
Does it exist? It has nothing to do with
Does
our
it
bodies.
exist? Do
It's a
trans
fucking
people
phone.
exist?
It's a fucking phone.
Exactly.
It has
Is
nothing
it
to do with
natural?
our
Answer the
bodies.
question. Is it natural?
No, but I am.
So does that matter at all? Even if it wasn't natural to be trans under your view, does that mean
It's
anything?
not changing
No,
my body.
it doesn't
This
mean
is like
shit.
the
It means
actual
nothing.
dumbest point I've ever heard.
What do you mean?
I tried to keep this shit peaceful and like keep my cool, but you mute me 15 times, and then you ask if my phone is natural about trans people. How does that make
So
any sense?
you're bringing up you thinking being trans is not natural as a means to like demean being trans. And I'm saying
I think
there are
we were
lots of
born
things that
when
you
we were born.
consider. There are lots of things that you consider not natural, right? That you are totally okay with, that you have no issue with at all. So the idea of something being natural doesn't mean that you think it's wrong or right.
I don't think okay, for one, I'm really, really into the gym and I see shit on social media everywhere. And is it a temptation to go take anabolic steroids? Yes. Am I going to go do it? No, because it's not natural. It's wrong. I'm not supposed to be changing my body in that way. And there's a reason that it ages me fucking 10 years in like a
Is it
few
natural to get
cycles.
surgery?
No.
No. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. So again, just because something's natural doesn't mean it's wrong. That's all I'm trying to describe to you.
Okay, no, but when there's surgery, there's a medical issue. I'm sorry, when you're trans, there's not a medical issue.
Well, you're just wrong. Actually.
So
Who identifies
a
that?
common like symptom of being trans. Like keep in mind, this is a symptom, a side effect, a byproduct of being trans is gender dysphoria. It can be in some circumstances. And that is absolutely, something that has been examined by.
Sorry, I was glitching. I just got back.
Institutions of medicine and science is like, and is an agreed upon issue. Like gender dysphoria is like really fucking bad, dude. And can cause a whole lot of issues. So, yeah.
Yeah. Also, it's false that being trans doesn't exist in nature because there are animals that we have seen. There's a specific fish specifically that will, if in an environment where fish, wow, that's a lot of noise, man, does not have the opposite sex to mate with, that fish will transition its sex into the opposite in order to mate. So actually, being trans.
Respectfully, are you a fucking fish?
So what? No. At this particular moment, I wish I was, but yeah. So no, I'm not a fish. But what I'm trying to do is the other side of your appeal to nature fallacy that Parker went at it from one angle and I was going at it from another, essentially.
I can't believe he brought up that critique because that was a critique to his original position and him saying, oh, this is natural. Oh, this is not natural. Oh, we don't compare ourselves to like what's existing in nature because it's not going to be a determinant of whether it's moral or immoral. Dude, this guy is lost. He has no clue what's going on.
It would be easier to be a fish right now under the Trump administration because then I wouldn't have to yet again. I've spent my entire life having to fucking like argue for not only my existence but the existence of others. But yeah, if being trans was a choice, as proud of being trans as I am, like I am very fucking proud to be trans because there's nothing wrong with being trans. But if it was a choice, why the fuck would anybody choose to be trans when it is exhausting?
Also, it's worth pointing out that when we look at trans men who are biological females and then trans women who are biological males, and we compare their neuroanatomy to the same sex and the opposite sex, we see a lot more correlation between the neuroanatomy of a trans man and males than trans man and females. There's a lot of sexual dimorphism in like the puttaments of our brains, for instance. And they're different shapes, different sizes, different neurotic densities, and different amounts of gray matter in different regions, dependent upon your sex. And, when we've looked at the brains of, maybe like a trans woman who's a male, we would expect, this trans woman to have the same brain as any other male because they're male, but they don't. Actually, their brain is closer to that of a female. So, I mean, it sounds like this whole time you've been, propping up like this theme that you think that being trans is unnatural. It's created by humans and social pressures and just wokeism in 2025. But even on the biological level, I mean, we very clearly see alignments between segments of one's biology, particularly their neuroanatomy, and the opposite sex if they're trans, which is interesting. Definitely very interesting, very, very, very interesting. And I feel as if the more that we learn about neuroanatomy and how our brains function and work, the more we'll see, differences in the structures of our brains dependent upon our gender identities, etc. It's really interesting and definitely does lay the groundwork, or more so the foundation, for the idea that being trans is based in a biological reality.
I don't know what else to tell you. Again, can you guys hear me?
Like, would
No.
you say like differences in like the brain structures of like trans men who are females compared to cis women who are females is unnatural?
Can you hear me?
I can.
No.
Can you answer my question?
Hey, fuck off, Parker. I believe that I was born the way I was supposed to be born. I believe God made me, and I believe that I will find who I am supposed to be one day. But I don't.
Can you answer my
believe
question
I'm
though?
supposed to be another. What?
Do you think that like the sexual dimorphism and the differences that we see in the brain structures of trans men who are females and cis women who are females, is that difference unnatural?
I believe it definitely could be. I guess more of it's like.
What?
I guess there's
how could differences in the neuroanatomy of individuals be unnatural? What?
Because it could be born. Okay. There's people born with physical deformities. Yes, somebody's brain could be unnatural. Yes, somebody's brain could be.
Wait. Even like a physical deformity is natural, but are you just now arguing that being trans is natural, just a deformity?
Yes.
So, see, that's why I'm not taking you too seriously. I feel like you're just taking the path of least resistance to try to like prove your bigotry right. Because this whole time you've been arguing that being trans is unnatural, and that's why it's wrong. But once I bring up differences in the neuroanatomy of like the typical trans man compared to that of the typical cis woman in relation to their own sex and of the opposite sex, you then just immediately concede and say that it is natural, but it's a deformity. It just feels like the whole pathway of least resistance to prove my bigotry.
I feel like what I'm respectfully trying to say, and I didn't really want to say it like this, is it's sort of a mental illness.
Well, go ahead, Eli. I have a bunch of resources on that. I'll let you speak though. Take it away.
Yeah, and I know you will. I know you're about to pop off. I don't hear this said very often, and it's quick. Saying that it's not, and Dean's going to tell you all about how it's not. But I usually will say, okay, even if
I would love to continue this tomorrow. I've got maybe like 2 more minutes. My phone's on 8%, and I'm about to walk in the gym. That's all I got.
I actually got to go here pretty soon too to go hit the gym as well. So.
Well, okay, I just want to let you know that argument is based in eugenics, and that's what I wanted to speak on, because like it's frustrating hearing, one, being told that we're a mental illness when we're not. Two, that would insinuate that having a mental illness is a problem, and there are tons and tons and tons of people that have different mental illnesses like anxiety, depression, ADHD, like all sorts of mental illnesses, and there's nothing wrong with having a mental illness, and people who have disabilities, whether they're visible or not, are all like super valid, and there's nothing wrong with them. And tons, like there's 8,000 people listening right now. That makes those people feel really fucking small, not just trans people. And so trans people, people with disabilities, you're all valid. I love all of you, even if this guy doesn't. Right?
Okay, well, again, didn't interrupt you, but I never said there's anything wrong with having a mental illness. I just said it is a mental illness.
Well, you've been stigmatizing being trans this whole time, and now we learn it's because you think it's a mental illness. So stigmatization of mental illnesses is exactly what Eli was referring to. Understand your phone's on 2. A couple more things I want to say here. So being trans is not considered a mental illness by any reputable institution of medicine or science. We're looking at the WHO, the APA, and the DSM, the AMA, the ES, the WPATH, the BPS, the RCP, the CPA, the APS, the ESSM, the AAP, the AFP, the ACA, the APHA. These are like 13 massive reputable institutions in medicine or science. None of them consider being trans in of itself a mental illness. What is considered by like for the DSM, for instance, to be a mental illness is going to be like gender dysphoria. But gender dysphoria in of itself is not being trans. It's just like a common symptom of being trans. And the reason why gender dysphoria is considered a mental illness has to do with it causing perpetual and continued mental anguish, right? But there's like a shit ton of things that can cause, perpetuation and continued amount of mental anguish relating to one's affirmation of one's gender. Like for me, an instance, I'm fucking balding at 20. That puts me in a lot of mental anguish, and because of that, I'm on finasteride and minoxidil to help solve that, right? But like nobody takes an issue with that, societally speaking. You're like, base, solving male pattern baldness, gonna have a full head of hair until he's old, super masculine, super rad, et cetera, right? And I think that, like you need to recognize that right, being trans is not a mental illness for the reasons that I gave. And then even when we're having conversations about gender dysphoria, right, we shouldn't just automatically like skip to like stigmatizing gender dysphoria. We should say, how can we help individuals alleviate the burden of gender dysphoria and get into the science, get into the medicine? And well, what have a bunch of like non-biased practitioners across this globe came to the conclusion of? The best way to treat gender dysphoria in so many circumstances is going to be HRT, is going to be sex reassignment surgeries. And we have the data to show that it reduces suicidality rates. We have the data to show that it increases average qualities of lives. When we just take a less like non-bigoted approach to things, a pragmatic approach to things, like, and we test the scientific method, like this is the conclusion. The conclusion is that affirming trans individuals' genders is productive, not only for their own livelihood, but for society as a whole. And stigmatizing trans individuals' genders is just relating to your own lack of understanding of what it means to be trans or what that experience is like. And you're filling in that gap with prejudice the same way doctors did with gay people in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and the same way white people have done forever with black people. I mean, it's not productive. It has a terrible historical track record. So we should seek better solutions.
Okay, so basically all you just proved is my point of gender affirming care is basically just to make people feel better, not because they're actually a male or actually a female. It's just because it's going to save more people and make them feel better, right?
I'm confused with what you're saying. I think that you should probably first do research on like senses of gender identity and like what it means to be man or what it means to be woman. That's probably like a good first step for you. I feel like a lot of people like truly do confuse what like a trans man means when they say that they're a man.
I'm a man because I was born
like
a man.
they're depicting a sense of gender identity that exists as like a societal as like a function of society, a societal construct, and not like in reference to the term male. And I mean, I feel like there's a validity to a description of gender that is purely social and not rooted within one's biology necessarily. In fact, you even uphold a sense of gender identity in the same sense. You said earlier that you're a Christian and that you're made in God's image. You think that God the Father is a man. God the Father has not and does not have a penis or XY chromosomes, yet he's a man.
I think God the Father is God the Father. I don't think God the Father is a man. We just call him God
He's
the
not the
Father.
man. So I have a question. Jesus was a man when he was alive, right?
Say it again?
Jesus was a man when he was alive, right?
Yes.
But Jesus existed prior to incarnation, right?
Yes.
Was Jesus a man prior to incarnation?
No, he's divine prior
Okay, so
to
he went from
incarnation.
being a non-man to a man?
No, he went from being divine to being human, just like the rest of us.
Well, I mean, actually, it wasn't going from being divine to human. I was going from being divine to divine plus human. You should probably read your own theology. But I basically just want to come to a common understanding here. Was he man prior to in conception, or did he start off as a non-man and then he became a man?
He started off as divine.
So divine, is that a man or not a man?
Among us. It doesn't have a gender.
Okay,
it's
so
not man
it's a
or
non-man. It's a non-man can either describe somebody that has a gender that's not a man or somebody that doesn't have a gender. Like non-binary people, they don't have a gender. They're non-men, and that would be true as reference to a category. So he didn't have a gender. He was a non-man.
Do you want to
so
hear
he
the
went from being
difference?
non-man
I'm not
to
God.
man, right?
You're not God. We are not divine, so we don't get to identify as no gender. We get to identify as man or woman because that is how we were born.
So only if you're
It's
God
genuinely
can
that
you
simple. It
do
doesn't
that.
need a study. Say it again.
Only if you're God can you do that.
Yes.
So you're basically saying that only the most perfect thing that exists in this world with nothing else, even comparing to it in perfection, can identify as non-binary or trans. I mean, I think that you are now advocating for trans or non-binary supremacy. I mean, it's truly
gender does not apply to him. I never said non-binary or trans.
Yeah, the only perfect entity in existence doesn't uphold a concept of gender that relates to biological reality. Interesting.
Here, can I actually ask him a question too? Like, have you ever heard of Freaky Friday?
No.
Okay, do you know the idea of like consciousness swapping bodies? Can you understand that idea?
Okay, no, I think I know what you're talking about.
Like if your brain and consciousness swapped bodies.
I'm actually sorry, Parker. I just want to give you heads up. If you could keep the argument shorter, because I gotta really hop off. I'm like literally like an hour and a half over. I just thought I'd let you know, but continue.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just try to keep it shorter. Don't worry. Would it make sense to still call you a man, right? If it is the case that you and your mom swapped bodies, if you were inside of your mom's body, would it make sense for me to call you a man?
That doesn't apply. That's not going to happen. That doesn't exist. That makes zero sense and has nothing to do with this argument.
So he can't engage with the hypothetical. Well, we'll just let Dean go.
Because it's impossible. It's not a thing.
No, it's not. What's the contradiction?
What do you mean?
What's the contradiction with their consciousness swapping
This is
bodies?
genuinely the
He's
argument
essentially
that
saying
we're trying to
Freaky
make.
Friday
This
as a
is the
movie
best
doesn't exist.
argument. If
He's saying Freaky Friday as a movie is not possible.
If Freaky Friday is the best argument you can make towards trans people, that's kind of pathetic. Like it genuinely.
It's pathetic. It's pathetic that you can't actually understand that consciousness swapping bodies, right, is actually like a completely
arguing trans
consistent,
people,
logically idea. It's
that doesn't
logically
happen.
consistent.
No, consciousness
Wait,
swapping
I'm not saying
bodies.
it. I'm not saying it does happen within reality. I'm saying it's logically possible insofar as that I could demonstrate a concept from this.
Of course. I got my access to multi-guess banned. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That is terrible. I hope that I get the appeal approved because, you know, this is my second account. Banned on the main. Unfortunate. Won't even let me submit the appeal. Oh, God, I'm cooked. Okay. Well, I don't know where we will be live tomorrow, everybody. I literally have no clue. It's going to be on like one of my like super random small backup accounts with like no following, I'd assume. I don't know. We'll see. I love you all. Make sure you join the updates channel on my Instagram account. So you know where I'll be going live. That's really like the best and only thing I could recommend. If you want to see the stream for the next 2 days, follow my Instagram and join the updates channel. That is the only way you will know where. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I got to head to the gym. Everybody watching, peace and love. Go watch Parker. Goodbye, y'all.